Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became the One-Eyed King? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He woke up on a bed of flowers. Getting to his feet, he felt his eyes with confusion as he looked around the place. He thumbed the mask on his face and inhaled softly, basking in the comforting smell of the worn leather that he had abandoned for a construct of blood and bones. The flowers had already wilted. There was nothing but pillars reaching into infinity and quiet sobbing. Pushing his panic down, he followed the small sound, watching the desolate surroundings as he did so. He could feel eyes on him, eyes belonging to things, not people. Things that radiated death and decay, fire and fury, the promise of misery and agony. And yet he encompassed all those and more. He did not fear those hiding in the shadows. There was nothing to be feared from those who would not show themselves. His fingers brushed against the blades in his cloak, running along their edges. Still, he was ready for them. He wouldn't have lived so long without being a little cautious. Finally reaching the source of the noise, he found a small child, with hair an odd, striking green, face buried into his hands. A pang of pity made him walk up to the kid and tap him lightly on his shoulder. The boy removed his hands, showcasing eyes a startling emerald, wet with tears and eerily cold. Despite the intensity of the color, his eyes remained dull and lifeless, almost like a shadow. The eyes of someone too old for their age, who had seen too much of the world. One who understood that the world was cruel and unfair. He would know. It was the reason he couldn't bear to look in a mirror anymore without smashing it to pieces. "What happened to you?" he murmured softly, squeezing the child's hand softly in reassurance. Unfortunately, the action just made the boy burst into tears again, almost as if his tear ducts were waterfalls behind dams. Sighing softly, he let the kid bury his face into his chest, tears drenching the material in seconds. After a few minutes of this, a slow clapping made the boy stop crying, both individuals turning towards the sound. Two childlike figures sat at either end of a chessboard, a board constantly moving and shifting, comprised of several floating layers. An attempt to look at their faces conveyed a sense of wrongness, so he focused on the board instead. While it looked like a normal chessboard, it had far too many pieces on it, constantly crumbling and reforming into different structures and shapes. Fascinated, he watched the pieces until one of the figures cleared their throat. "Elopies Pieces?" he asked, hand moving to the weapons he concealed on his body. However, with a simple wave, his hand felt leaden and useless, as if gravity had increased abruptly. He stopped his actions, limbs immediately feeling much lighter. WHASEWOUDWECLYOU ARETGONSWHO singlet WE REYOURFATE YORDESTINWIDE WARE INCONTIRAL. While that's nice and all, why am I here? Why is this kid here? His snark had not diminished over the years. One might argue that he had gotten more bold, and a flash of blonde hair from the depths of his mind almost made him flinch. The other figure chuckled, a sound that reminded him of computer glitches and torn throats, made from the screams of those lost on the battlefield. A snap of the fingers led to images flashing before his eyes, ones containing the child he held and his story. MIDUYAIZUKU WDMANPLNSOR HIMUDGIS TOOWK WLOKDFORSON STRNJR WFOUNDYOU YOUWLO TKHISPLAC. Take his place, you say? You subject a child to torture, ever since he turned 4, watched him be beaten down and stand up over and over and say that he is too weak. He felt his senses sharpen as his one visible eye widened with anger. He had spent a lifetime distancing himself from his persona. But to see a child so young and so broken, so much like me, made every personality he had once wielded or hid behind roar with barely restrained anger. INANORTIME HEWOULDHESURVIV ED.HISSTOIWOULDHESADISFIE DUS SATIS OTTHATTIM WECDIS SANWHATISNT YOUWLTHI SPLACDT. He felt an oppressing presence weigh down on him, attacking his spirit and essence. It almost made him reminisce about Jason, for how the two had inflicted pain on him was almost the same, and the darker part of him pointed out that it hadn't ended well for his first tormentor. Judging from the whimpering, the kid, Midoriya Izuku, his brain supplied, felt it too. "It's all right, mister. I don't know who you are, but you seem like a nice person. I don't know how you died, but everyone deserves a second chance." Midoriya Izuku looked up at him with a wobbly smile, kindness and self-depreciation in his eyes. He felt his heart clench. Too familiar. It was hard enough keeping a calm mask without a younger, green-haired version of himself repeating the same words he had once told himself a lifetime ago, curled up in a ball and wishing the ground would swallow him like his tears. "Kid, this is your life. You sure you want to give it to a stranger?" "What life did I have? I was bullied, not even Mom believed in me. If I had to choose, I would choose death over that world. I don't want to live in such a wrong world." Midoriya Izuku continued smiling, though it frayed at the edges, tears welling up in his eyes. Something that resembled the last piece of his soul fractured alongside that smile. That awful smile. "YOUDONTHAVHICWILO. PRINYOUWLWAKEUPINHI. SBODWITES. Shut up. The rage picked up, boiled and tore at his insides, aching to be released. Even as the weight pressed down on him, he got to his feet, drawing a dagger. He pushed Midoriya behind him, making sure to create a barrier for the child. A small cut along his wrist made it spring to its full length, glowing with life and wielded with one hand while it feasted on the tainted blood dripping from him. He could feel the pressure wane as he finally took a look at the faces. Pixels and static greeted his vision, racing through each nerve and searing into his eyes. Even still, he continued watching, pain distant and held at bay. He swung the sword lazily, and the next instant, the giant chessboard was diced into neat sections, pieces unharmed. He dared not to find out what would happen if even a single one was broken. As a shrill scream escaped his throat, he spat at the gods, the beings that towered over him with no names, and even if they had names, he would not have used them. It was an interesting sight, a dwarf standing up to two titans. David and Goliath. He and his supposed masters. For all their height and size, if another person had been around to witness the exchange which would serve as the catalyst for everything to follow, they would have found the small, cloaked human much more terrifying than the eldritch gods. Why should you be the ones in control? Strings almost naked to the naked eye materialized, wrapping tightly around the two individuals as they resisted. Fire and ice, lightning and wind, creatures that should not be named and things that should not exist attacked, battering his body and crushing the pieces. He continued his screams, feeling every inch of his being ripped apart and stitched together, doused in acid and set on fire, torn into little shreds and feasted on. Yet, each time the raging volley subsided, he stood up, the wreckage of his body fixing itself every time he did so, and continued his assault. Surprisingly, his levels remained stable, enabling him to continue, grin stretching and contorting as panic and fear began to show themselves. Gods? What a joke! Each time the volley restarted, it grew weaker and weaker, until the figures were bound and not a single inch was untouched. The regal, empty land was utterly and totally destroyed. The only patch of land remaining untouched was that which held Midoriya Izuku and the ground under his feet. Breaking a knuckle, he felt a wave of satisfaction overcome him as the figures screamed in unison. They screamed for an instant and for an eternity before falling silent, writhing like insects under a magnifying glass. Ignoring them, the man walked through the wreckage, eyes drawn to two specific pawns. One had an intricate eye carved into it, with red veins extending from it and creating a maze of blood. Another was cracked and chipped, yet all the more beautiful because of the damage. Touching it gave him a slight prickling sensation, as if a small current ran through it. Picking both up, he walked back to the shell-shocked boy, depositing the pieces into his lap. Midoriya Izuku. Fate had it that you would endure things other children your age would never understand just because you were destined for greatness. You have a choice now. Return to your old life and start over, or pass on into the afterlife, if there is one. Choose wisely. Mister, what about you? Aren't you going to be stuck here? Well, to be honest with you, kid, I didn't think that the first thing I did after dying would be to fight again. I was hoping my fights were over. I was planning on passing on, but, well, someone has to watch these too. My story has ended, just like those that I parted with before their time. Perhaps this is penance. If not for what I've done, then to protect those who were dancing on the strings these two manipulated. Watching the green-haired child, he smiled softly at the look of indecision on his face. A young child with a choice between dying and living. Who in their right mind would choose the former? No one, and once again his brain supplied him with images from the past. When the child raised his scarred pawn, the last thing he expected Midoriya Izuku to do was to smash it. A powerful wave of energy blew him off his feet, lightning arching from the sky and striking the boy. He got up, eyes darting to and fro, looking for an enemy that didn't exist. His panic was unfounded. Midoriya Izuku was unharmed. Eyes glowing with power and a newfound spirit, he pressed the remaining pawn into his hand before pushing him. Stepping slightly backwards due to the force, he found nothing below him. Starting to fall, he looked at the boy with shock and barely concealed horror. The boy looked back at him, crackling with electricity and truly smiling for the first time he had seen him. You can't move on if you let me use your body. Stop this. I've lived long enough, your life has barely begun. Someone has to watch these two, right? You said it yourself. Come visit me sometime, mister. I'll be here waiting. Just before he fell into the void, the man's agonized expression stretched into a pained grimace, yet his eyes held a grim determination. Before he vanished, his last words would reach the boy with power coursing through his veins and tears dripping from his eyes. Midoriya Izuku. My name is Kaneki Ken. Remember it, for I will. Come back. The boy grinned widely, wiping away his tears and waving goodbye. While Kaneki would not hear his words, he still said them anyway. I'll be right here, Kaneki-san. He woke up face first in a puddle of warmth. Bracing his hands against the ground, and noting how tiny they were, he got into a sitting position. The first thing Kaneki noticed was the copious amount of blood surrounding him. Red painted the walls, the floor, and was still expanding, diverting into smaller paths and leading away from the epicenter of impact. Guess Midoriya really did jump off a roof. He frowned, mood dampened by the thoughts flooding his head. Taking a good look at his new body, he noted its similarities to the child he had met cowering before proclaimed gods. Same body structure, same age, but any exposed areas were covered with scars, faint in some places and strikingly obvious in others. Staring at his reflection in the shimmering liquid before him, he forced himself to watch his new appearance, memorizing it and recognizing how he had changed Midoriya's body. For one, his Kakugan was active and much more unnatural on the youthful appearance of his new face. His other eye had a mesmerizing mix of gray and green, almost like it was constantly changing colors. His hair was, once again, a stark white. He sighed at looking like an old man again, but with green highlights along his right side. Brushing his hair into a more presentable position, Kaneki stood up and took a quick glance of the surroundings. He was in a secluded area, with the sounds of traffic coming from his right, but muffled, something in the way, and no one in sight. Looking up and guessing the most likely building the boy had leaped from, he was thankful, and slightly guilty, that Midoriya had chosen to go out without anyone being able to stop him in time. There would be a lot more explaining to do if he had woken up in a morgue, or worse still, buried under the ground. Checking his attire, he realized with some happiness that he was dressed in an outfit reminiscent of his cloak and suit battle gear, adapted from Arima. May the strongest of his masters rest in peace, and the welcome weight of his weapons anchored him for the time being. Surprisingly, his clothes were not stained with blood, which he was infinitely grateful for. Having finished his mini-analysis, Kaneki shifted away from the pool and sits against a wall, thinking. What next? From what he remembered from the memories helpfully shown to him, stop downgrading, they were forcefully downloaded into your mind. Midoriya Izuku still had a mother, she didn't care, she would be better off without him, and that was about it actually. Depressing much? Kaneki forced himself to screen through them once more, faster but with added precision. Childhood friend, no, bully now, father, missing, probably hated his quirkless son, schoolmates, bullies or bystanders, there were no in-betweens, any friends in general, no, nada, zilch. If Midoriya Izuku just disappeared off the face of the earth, no one would care. He snapped a knuckle. This world was terrible. The population was separated according to the strong and weak, yet a weak or useless quirk was still considered better than being quirkless. He would never understand humans, you were once human not anymore, and their need to oppress. It was just nauseating. Heroes and villains fought with little to no regard for casualties or damage done to structures. Endeavor, the number 2 hero? He would have to look into that, because they were saving the day. Vigilantes, people who used their quirks unlawfully, did less damage than them and saved more lives. Underground heroes were interesting to note, for they did not do it for the fame and stuck to more discreet tactics. He would have to watch out for them. Smiling bitterly, he mentally apologized to the kind boy which had laid down his chances just to give him a retry at a better life. Kid, I won't be able to continue living like you did. It's time for Midoriya Izuku to disappear. No one saw the inhuman clad in a child's skin exit the alley, melting into the crowd and vanishing without a trace. A few hours later, the smell of blood, rotting blood, attracted curious passers-by, which then led to the police surrounding the scene. After a couple of tests and calls, Midoriya Izuku received the news that her son was dead. Too numb to cry, she put down the phone and sat on her couch, wondering what she could have done differently. No body was found. The police ruled it as a villain attack. No one noticed just another face in the crowd, a small child with odd clothes and a sad smile. No one would know what changes he would bring in the future. The world trembled. Aizawa Shota, otherwise known as the underground hero Eraserhead, didn't know what to think of the new killer haunting the city. They didn't have an accurate description of them, don't even know their gender, due to the lack of survivors after the killings. While some did witness the murders happening, interestingly, mostly people about to get harmed by the soon-to-be corpses, they described the serial killer as a small child with a hood obscuring her face. The bodies were always cut up neatly, with almost surgical precision, and frighteningly, parts would always end up missing. The police had drawn the conclusion that Spectre, affectionately dubbed by those poor saps that had been stuck with their case for months, was a thrill killer which either dealt with organ trade or indulged in cannibalism. Neither one appealed to him. A person helping out the black market organ trade was stained with blood and a cannibal couldn't even be considered human. He wasn't just being biased. Nope. He wasn't grumpy because he had been staking out Spectre's regular killing grounds for a week already. He wasn't angry about getting even lesser sleep than normal. Hisashi still thought he was insane after downing 5 Red Bulls one after the other. No, Eraserhead was not a bitter person. He was a completely rational and logical person who did not want to personally beat up the individual that had cost him his free time for ages. Yes, Aizawa Shota was a forgiving person. That didn't mean the image of Spectre getting cuffed and taken away did not make him grin. Leaping over the gap between 2 rooftops, and glancing down to see a white-haired child look up at him with confusion, he wondered if he would ever get to see the killer in action. Not that he wanted the death count to get higher, but just out of simple curiosity. To remain undetected until it was too late indicated a stealth-based quirk or training, but the swiftness at which victims were dismembered lead to the conclusion of a speed quirk. In either case, Spectre would need the necessary training to complete his image, speed, stealth and lethality, a dangerous combo even if they stayed as they were, even worse if they were to turn to villainy, because surely someone couldn't be that lucky to have a quirk that encompassed all that. That wasn't possible. Eraserhead stopped to pull a knife out of a petty thug's hand and disable him with his scarf. He really needed to end his shift soon. Having that many unconscious criminals lying around the place would be bad if they all woke up, before stopping to take off his goggles and add eye drops to his already bloodshot eyes. Having insomnia and a quirk that required extensive use of his eyes did not go well with a lack of sleep at all. Blinking them furiously, he strapped his goggles back on just in time to hear an ear-splitting scream ring out from behind him. Whirling around, he ran back the way he came, footing precise and efficient, perks of adapting quickly to familiar terrain, and traced the bursts of sound to an alley between two buildings. Choosing to leap down instead of taking the cautious route, every second counts. Never forget. He lands softly and takes in the situation as fast as he can, and shoves down the horror and disgust that immediately rises up in him. White-haired kid from before. Chance of being Spectre. Can't see face back turned. Tossing small object up and down, is that an eye? Man slumped against wall next to him. His head. Where is his head? A boy, looks 11, black hair and jagged teeth, on the ground. Man is missing an arm. Boy looks shocked but fine. White-haired kid. Attire is a mixture of dark colors that makes him seem like part of the surroundings. Camouflage quirk. White hair tugs hood on. Probability of being Spectre has increased. Move now before he escapes or turns around. Move. Aizawa wonders if he's disassociating as he darts towards the hooded child, scarf ready and already reaching for hypothetical Spectre. He can't feel any emotions as he glances towards the obviously dead man and stunned boy. He has no time for them. Emotions weren't necessary right now. They would just get in the way. No more blood would stain the streets. Scarf will reach Spectre and encircle him. Activate quirk to prevent him from using his against me. Move as fast and as silently as possible. They do not seem to have noticed me. After capture, knock them out and immediately call the police. Reinforcements may be necessary, medical attention more so. Raise defense, rely on instincts. His fighting ability is unknown. Don't drop guard. As predicted, his scarf wraps around them and Spectre drops the object with an undignified squeak. Yet, he makes no move to free himself, instead just standing there, seemingly oblivious to the danger behind him. Nevertheless, Eraserhead keeps his quirk active and readies a hand. Better safe than sorry. Focus on ending this as fast as possible. Yet, just before his strike reaches the unprotected neck of Spectre, who still has their back turned, they move. His scarf, held taut, gives way almost instantly, not possible. Should be able to withstand regular human strength. They can't use their quirk, and they grab his wrist. Trying to wrench it back, Aizawa notes with rising panic that he cannot break Spectre's grip. Then, with a sudden twist and pull, he is sent flying into the wall the dead man was leaning against. Coughing at the sudden impact, he absorbed as much of it as possible, still hurts a ton. Aizawa lands on his feet and lunges at the figure, still with their back turned to him. While his strike connects, followed by a follow-up kick, he almost curses at the lack of response, almost like he was hitting a wall. And then, twisting their neck more than what should be humanly possible, the hooded killer looked at him. One eye, glowing, pulsing red and black, stared at him blankly with just a hint of malice and something he couldn't put his finger on. The lower half of Spectre's face was concealed by a black mask, with an eye patch over their right eye. The mouth portion of the mask consisted of a pair of bared teeth and gaping gums, with bolts screwed into the sides of the jaw section, creating an eerie spectacle. Despite himself, Aizawa felt a chill run down his spine and his well-refined instincts screamed for him to run Hidden Tifi retreat from Thebeast, and he backtracked to what felt like a safe distance. Despite that, the feeling of being looked down upon by a hunter still stuck to him. One part of him wished that he had called reinforcements in before this had happened. Another part, the part that clawed and screamed at his insides with fear, disagreed with the notion. Usually they don't get close enough to touch me. You must be a new one. What's your name? A soft and slightly amused voice breaks the silence, making Aizawa blink in surprise. There was no attempt at disguising the voice of a child. Spectre sounded like he was barely in his teens, a sharp contrast from the disturbing lack of emotion in his uncovered eye and the man he had just killed. In a corner of his mind, he realized where the man's head had gone. Kersplat against the wall. Who I am and what my name is none of your business, Spectre. I don't need to respond to a killer. The snappish comeback had Spectre's one eye widen in surprise, then return to normal in a matter of seconds. Somehow, he can tell that they are amused. Strange that a person who's almost 90% covered in clothing seemed to wear their heart upon their sleeve, if they even had a heart. Interesting. I'll find out eventually. Anyway, congrats on being the first to interest me long enough to have a chat. Because of that, I'll give you 3 questions. I'll answer them truthfully. No lies. I swear on that. Your time limit lasts until I get bored or irritated. Now that he has a chance to stop and think about it, Spectre seems more and more like a child playing a game. Each action a decision that is carefully thought out and checked, but still prone to random impulses. Forsaking their identity just because someone interested them? Indicated arrogance, which wasn't without basis considering the strength and power that tiny body held. He would be able to exploit that somehow, something to remember, his brain whispered. Watching the hooded, masked child tap their fingers impatiently, Aizawa sped up his thought process and asked his first question. I presume you are a cannibal. Why do you hunt down people, blinking or winking? Spectre tapped their chin thoughtfully and appeared to be pondering the answer, but replied without a hint of doubt in their voice. It's more out of necessity than fun. I just thought that it would be better to clean the streets of scum. Like this guy here. They paused to kick the corpse savagely, drawing out a squeak from the boy still on the ground and a glare from Aizawa. He had a quirk that let him break down complex things into the components that make it. He was going to disassemble the kid and sell his organs or something. I was in the area, so I stopped him. Seems like this cannibal still has a sense of morality, no matter how distorted it is. Out of necessity? Does their quirk require human flesh? Does Spectre require cannibalizing to survive? That doesn't give you the right to decide who lives and dies, Spectre. Eraserhead snapped at the childish way of thinking, ire burning in his chest. A chuckle bubbled slowly from the cannibal, demeanor relaxed despite the unheard accusation. Murder? I'll be nice, so that wasn't a question. Phrasing a question as a statement to taunt me? Don't underestimate me, sir. However, I'll indulge in your curiosity. Everyone has a choice. Depending on the choices you make, you adapt and change. Man makes choices, but choices make the man. In the end, we are only the sum of our actions. If you kill, expect to get killed. That's how the world works. Karma always comes back around. I chose to kill him, but it was he who chose to give in to greed. He couldn't have become a demolitions expert. Hell, even being a hero would have been excellent with a quirk like that. Don't shoot the messenger. Just great. The twisted human-eating psycho has logic rivaling that of Nedzu. I can't deny his points. Ignoring the complex argument brought up in about, 5 seconds, Aizawa continues with his questions. What are you? How many quirks do you have? He can feel the grin stretching under that unsettling mask as the vigilante killer twirls in a circle and laughs as if they know a secret that would shatter his perceptions of the world. They don't, right? What a waste of 2 questions. I'll answer the second one first. I am quirkless. From the look on your face, you think that's impossible, right? Tough luck, but it's true. 100% true. No, that's not possible. The strength and durability plus speed and stealth are all possible if they have an all-round quirk, but being quirkless? No killer could have eluded the police for so long without a quirk. No, Spectre must be lying. He ignores the tiny voice telling him that he's being delusional. And as for what I am already written me off as not human? And do you really want to know? The answer to that is probably yes, but to avoid any complications, I'll try to summarize my points. Eraserhead-san. Aizawa's breath catches in his throat. They know. They can't possibly know. How do they know? The quirk question gave you away. As did your hair. You should probably tie that down, by the way. Well, your time is up, Eraserhead-san. Nice name, by the way. He blinks and the hooded oddity disappears from view. A sudden flare of pain is the last thing he feels before darkness overtakes his senses. He wakes up lying in a hospital bed with Hisashi and Namuri fussing over him. After the doctors run their checks, miraculously he is completely fine except for a headache. He is passed a note that Hisashi says was found stuck to your face. Borrowing a phone, he calls Principal Nedzu while reading the note, feeling a sense of dread encompass him as the principal picks up with a chirpy, "Hello. Nedzu, we have a problem. It's that new killer Spectre," he says. Aizawa hesitates before continuing. He says that he isn't human. Hi Eraserhead-san. It was nice talking to you. You'll be seeing me very soon, maybe even teaching me in the future, wouldn't that be fun? So here are some parting words. I'm male. 2. I may look like a child, but I'm not. 3. You're right. I'm not human. I'm a monster. Have a nice day. P.S. Spectre is a nice name, give the people who came up with it some love from me. Pages S. Your friends seem nice, they care about you a lot. So don't die. Spectre, or eye patch, but don't give that name out freely. Nedzu was busying himself with the tea set he produced from thin air. Did geniuses like showing off their magic tricks or something? While Aizawa recounted his fight with the new vigilante cannibal serial murderer. From time to time, Nedzu, was he a he? And it would ask seemingly odd questions, the strangest being Spectre's exact wording of his answers and his reactions to accusations. As Aizawa provided the answers, Nedzu chuckled and muttered under his breath, which creeped him out to no end. As he finished with his defeat in a single blow, Nedzu finally sat down and poured 2 cups of tea, immediately sipping at one despite the clear heat he could feel emanating from the cup. Humming a strange tune, the principal watched Aizawa with an unreadable, beady stare that reminded him of the same stare Spectre had projected when taunting him, and that irked him more than he cared to admit. Now I've heard your account of your own fight. Interesting but also too plain, too little bias included for a personal account at the same time. What do you really think of Spectre? Aizawa could feel the change in the atmosphere almost immediately. Before, Principal Nedzu was still using his, I'm a funny genius, but this genius is crazier than you think, persona. His eyes were glinting like he had found some new puzzle to solve, some new criminal to break. Wonder if this is how Satan really looks like. Hesitating for just a moment, then feeling sorry for the poor inhuman who had caught his attention, he answered the question. From his fighting style, I can tell that he has experience. I read the police reports on the body I found. The man's head was pretty much gone, but they could only find one cause of death, from a single blow. That indicated a strength augmentation quirk, but he was still able to break my capture weapon easily despite my quirk being activated, so it may contain some mutative element. What mutation I cannot confirm. It is more likely that he has a mutation, multi-purpose quirk, which would explain his speed, strength, and odd eye. However, judging from the message he left me and his answer to my question, Nedzu watched him impassively, blinking ever so slightly from time to time. He states that he is quirkless, but implies he isn't human. With his cannibalistic tendencies, there's a high chance he is some biological experiment that escaped and is currently on the run. Nedzu grinned at that, tea forgotten and a manic glint in his eyes. Nodding, he considered Aizawa's words before speaking. Those were the conclusions I came to when his name first came to my attention. Good observations based on his appearance and elusiveness, but still flawed ones. With a little more digging, I managed to find some things that seemed like coincidences, but upon further analysis revealed something intriguing. He pressed a button and a series of images were projected into the air, some recognizable, crime scenes, others just circled people and grainy footage from security cameras. Time and date stamps were present in every single one and the pictures seemed to be grouped by them. Whether intentional or otherwise, Spectre has set a pattern for himself. He shows up to kill people about to harm or kill others. With your words on his philosophy, I can tell that he's been following it ever since he started. Despite the fact that he is almost certainly a cannibal, he only takes parts from the people he kills, which shows a remarkable amount of self-control. Furthermore, he only kills the perpetrators and leaves the victims unharmed, hinting at a moral code. He usually kills once a month, but after particularly violent attacks with a death count higher than 2 for each one, he disappears and only shows up after a few months. So, human flesh is most likely his only source of food and he does not require much of it or he is restraining himself to the bare minimum. Spectre attacks at night, each attack usually occurring in a dark or secluded place and all of them happening within a 50-meter radius of each other. The pit in Aizawa's stomach grows as the information fits together. Spectre patrols and kills. How did no one notice that? I'm under the impression that the police still think he's a deranged killer and have chalked it all up to random circumstance. However, the area in which he always shows up does have a higher number of police and hero patrols, so they clearly know some of it. Now, without information, we cannot confirm if he is an experiment or just an experienced liar. So Aizawa, what should we do? The expression, what little he can discern of it, Nedzu wears blatantly screams that he expects Aizawa to already have a solution. So, thoughts running quickly and ideas being dismissed just as fast, he finds that the optimal solution comes to him easily and answers. Based on the fact that Spectre has just killed and his killing patterns, we can set a trap for him and get the information straight from the source. Exactly. Nedzu watches, for once, not from his monitors but in person as some of the teachers from UA enact a scene that has been repeated, with variations and tweaks, in 10 different locations across 2 weeks. He has seen all of them, in person more so. To his disappointment, and a little glee, Spectre does not show up either because he has enough sustenance or he can see the trap. Neither appeals to him, because they would need to resort to more drastic measures otherwise. Before he can call off the simulation and go back to UA for another round of brainstorming, a raspy but clear voice rings out behind him. I don't suppose you're the one who's behind all this? It doesn't take a genius to react upon hearing someone who was apparently stealthy enough to avoid his equipment, but before he can notify anyone, or press the panic button located in his watch, all the electronics on him and near him hum, heat up and stop working. Forcing an expression of calm, Nedzu turns around. While he can see the similarities to Aizawa's description and the police sketch, something was off. Well, make that many somethings. Firstly, the whole electronic device shorting out thing. Unrelated, never seen, never used. Spectre? No longer had white hair, instead the strands forming the mop of hair he had were colored so dark black that he felt as if the surroundings were slowly being drained of color into the void of his hair. He was still wearing the odd mask that had been the one thing Aizawa remembered clearly, yet the eye patch was flipped, uncovered eye a dark gray instead of the pulsating red and black previously encountered. The chill Aizawa described, an almost primal instinct, more hints to the true identity of their mystery man, made Nedzu's fur stand on end, but he could tell that it was being dialed back, suppressed even. Spectre, Black's first course of action was to short out the electronics. Conclusion? The ghost had been following, perhaps even watching the various tries to draw him out. Well, his previous question had been answered. Why would I be behind this? I am just a lowly animal serving a greater cause. Yeah, I know, I'm not good with faces, but those eyes remind me of a certain principle. I presume you are the individual named Spectre? I could be. I could also be his twin. No denial then. Before you do to me what you do to those you hunt, I would like to extend a deal to you. I'm listening. I would like you to peacefully turn yourself in. Once you are unmasked, I will then deem you to be under my supervision. We can then work together to solve whatever problems you have without resorting to unsanctioned mass murder. Spectre, Black, laughs at that, a bitter, sharp sound that causes Nedzu's scar to throb. He pops a knuckle, a sickening crack that seems to focus his attention. His body posture changes from a straight, almost rigid stance to a much more relaxed one. In his one visible eye, Nedzu can see a dark sadness, and it reminds him of many people, all might, not enough of his mentor left to bury, countless widows and widowers after their hero partners perish in the line of duty. Children asking for their parents, that childlike denial soon giving way to anguish. Behind that eye, doors slam shut, lock themselves and disappear. The gleeful smile on his mask looks less crazed and infinitely sadder than it should have been, considering it was part of a face piece. Tried. Whatever you've thought of, I've tried. Either I don't have the funding or the power to carry out my plans. So unless you're a filthy rich whatever you are, I'll be taking my leave now, thank you very much. I don't enjoy killing, no matter what Shiro likes to say. Be seen ya. Spectre, Black, makes to step off the roof, pausing only because Nedzu calls out. I do admit that I have confidence that I have enough money to fund what you need. Does that change your decisions? No. Maybe. I'll see you around. I'm afraid I can't let you leave unless you surrender. I'm afraid I can't comply. Plus, I don't think you're going to stop me. I won't. He will. Perfect timing. Nedzu feels himself get grabbed by a large hand, whisked to another roof, close enough to watch but far enough to not be a liability. Spectre, Black, pulls a small blade from his sleeve and deftly blocks a blow to the chest, grunting when the blade snaps and the punch still connects. He impacts loudly with a neighboring building, enough to alert the heroes below to look up, startle and book it before gravity takes its course and the male falls to the ground inches away from them as someone lands next to the shallow crater, reaching for the prone figure and restraining him. The number one hero smiles, then asks in a booming voice for the twitching victim to give up. When his movements continue, All Might tightens his grip, cracks now webbing from the force of which the person he holds is pressed into the depression he made. Nedzu reaches for his spare communicator, undamaged because it was never turned on, and starts to call for assistance in capturing the killer when a sudden flare of murderous intent makes him pause. In a blink, All Might stumbles back in shock, hissing as blood drips from what seems to be a bite wound in his right hand. How did he bite someone who was pressing his face into the ground? And Spectre, Black, rises to his feet and draws another knife. Poking at a bloodstain with it, the knife expands to the length and structure of a katana, glowing a faint red and veins tracing the length of the blade from one end to another. Holding it in a defensive position, he glares challengingly at the number one hero, much to their disbelief. After all, when faced with the symbol of peace, only the worst of villains refuse to give up, and Nedzu hoped that it wasn't the case with the new killer. All Might recovers quickly, blurring out of view to launch several devastating blows, each holding enough force to take out a villain with a decent hardening quirk and dealt at such high speeds that Ingenium would be hard-pressed to catch up. Which was the reason why the two individuals, one watching the fight and the other in it, froze when each hit dished out was either taken without flinching or deflected to collide with the wall behind him, a far cry from how the blade Spectre, Black, had originally used had snapped with the first punch and sent him flying into a wall. It is because of this minuscule pause that gives the oddity in their midst time to dart past All Might and run straight up the obstacle in his path, disappearing within seconds. Nedzu calls for backup even as All Might turns to chase the Spectre, only to stop when the blade in his side extends and expands, impaling him like meat on a skewer. He retches blood and breaks the two ends of the weapon, leaving the part in him inside to avoid causing more damage. He still makes to go after the escapee, but then he flinches and dodges as strings, unseen until now, reach for him and stab into stone when they miss, cracking concrete and making a mess of the surroundings. Even as he recovers, the strings resume their attack, chasing him like missiles seeking a target. All Might bats them aside, using a well-placed smash to clear the area. When he is done, more heroes have arrived and force him to stop trying to go after his target. Eraserhead and two other heroes take up the search, leaping gracefully and vanishing quickly. All Might coughs more blood and turns to look at Nedzu, who looks back just as confused. He would need to update his file. Case File 147. Known alias, Spectre, but has told Eraserhead that he would prefer to be called Eyepatch. Description: always in dark clothing with a half mask and an eye patch. Eye patch is over the right eye, except on redacted, when the eye patch was flipped. In possession of several blades, number unknown, made of redacted and are capable of changing shape and size when in contact with redacted. Threat level, extremely high. Has escaped from redacted and has only been caught in 2 confrontations. Hints at being a cannibal, but it is suggested that he is a redacted. Further interactions will prove key to subduing him. Allies, none. However, another version has mentioned a Shiro and hints at there being multiple specters. Do not engage. Do not observe. If necessary, keep distance of at least 10 m between target and yourself. Yagi Tashinori, known to all as the symbol of peace, wondered where he went wrong when subduing the vigilante. Not only did Spectre escape, almost unharmed, he, the supposed undefeated hero, had gotten seriously injured. The sword had been rammed straight into the scar from All for One, then tore a path through the more healed portions of his body. Recovery Girl had a rage-induced breakdown when she was called in to help patch up his wounds, yelling at him about knowing his limits and underestimating people, which he couldn't deny. When Spectre had buckled under the first hit, he thought that it would be easy to capture him, that he only relied on stealth and speed to kill his victims. A glass cannon that could be taken by surprise and destroyed with a single hit. He had been holding back, for they had to bring in the killer alive, but he did not have to dial his strength back that much. While the first strike had caught his opponent off guard, he recovered and reacted faster than Toshinori could anticipate, tanking the several hits of a greater magnitude and showing finesse with his sword. And because of that carelessness, Spectre had escaped. Nedzu had already stated that they had one shot, one stab in the dark before he knew of their intentions. When diplomacy had failed, he was supposed to be the trump card to end the serial murders before they could stretch out any longer. Now Spectre was running free, already knowing of their ruses and wary of their attempts to arrest him. The heroes were supposed to succeed, were supposed to do what the police tried to, but couldn't. So why had one lone boy, he looked like a child, skin soft and eyes free of the haunted look he saw in the mirror every morning, until Nedzu had offered to help him, managed to outplay a genius, overpower a behemoth and outmaneuver several of the best underground heroes Nedzu had at his disposal? The question had taken up much of his spare time, consuming his thoughts and leaving him sleepless for many nights. He still didn't have an answer for it. The boy, what else could he be? Himself lurked in his dreams, dreams in which all might wasn't fast enough to stop him, or ones where his face morphed and shifted into that of his greatest enemy, mocking him from beyond the grave. He shivered despite himself, wincing when the motion caused his new injuries to twinge and his non-existent stomach to churn. The feeling he had gotten from Spectre was almost identical to that of the one he had gotten from that man. An unstoppable force that crushed everything in its way, no matter what. Toshinori stared at the thick stack of papers in front of him, loath to read them, and by the expressions of the others, they were thinking the same, while Nedzu sipped his tea and watched them with an unreadable face. Sighing, he picked up the first paper, a sketch of their mystery man based on what glimpses had been caught of him and another of Spectre, Black, next to it. Underneath were some descriptions of the serial killer and some pictures of the bodies he left behind. Well, he couldn't call them bodies considering that the only things left were usually just an arm or a head, minus the exception that Eraserhead had found, which was missing its vital organs and several appendages, but mostly intact. Skimming over the rest briefly, considering that they were mostly just annotated images and the testimonies of various heroes and civilians that had encountered him over the months that he had appeared. All in all, he could only summarize a few things about Spectre, which were all written in the conclusion of the papers. His gender, his agenda, his weapons, and his supposed quirkless status. Now that most of you have seen the analysis on our new problem done by the joint operation between the police force and some of our heroes, I'd like to start this discussion off with a question. What do we know about Spectre? Naturally, Nedzu was the one to kickstart the talking, having been the one to hold it in the first place. Spectre is a killer, plain and simple. What makes him stand out is the fact that he targets criminals and never leaves his victims intact. Even so, that doesn't make him unique. A man with startling green eyes, black hair with white strands drawing an interesting network across his head, was the second to speak, hands fiddling with a small contraption while flipping through the documents everyone had gotten. Upon getting judging stares from those who had shifted their attention, and the hero sitting next to him nudging not too gently, the man pocketed the object, smiling awkwardly while his now free hands went to adjusting his sleeves and tie. Looking from face to face, his expressions shifted from embarrassment to confusion, then finally to understanding. Hands stilling, his smile dissipated and his posture seemed to harden. What makes a killer stand out is the way they kill, or perhaps the people they kill. They have different motivations and mindsets, but one thing always stays the same. They stick to their game plan unless forced to change it. There isn't much of a difference when you check Spectre against the psychology of past serial killers. Seemingly finished, though raising more questions with his explanation, the plain-looking man uncurled his hands and went back to the device that had reappeared on the table sometime during his talk, ignoring the murmuring and clearly irritated people watching him as he worked. Tashinori looked to Nedzu, who answered the unspoken question before Eraserhead could strangle the man, judging from the levitating bundle of scarves and two other heroes trying to calm him down. This is Jinji Yuki, the criminal profiler we had starred on Spectre ever since it was confirmed that there was a serial killer. He specializes in the mentally insane, and his predictions have always been correct in the 5 years since he started. Now Jinji, since you've already provided your thoughts, why not make them easier for everyone to understand? They can figure it out. He watched as the last thread of patience Eraserhead had snapped. He could almost hear it, and his friends stopped restraining him as his capture weapons wrapped around the distracted man, earning a muffled curse and causing Jinji to drop the device into his lap while a screwdriver clattered onto the table. Just because you think you're better than anyone at this doesn't mean that you should interfere with the investigation progress. I don't care how good you are at your job. You will explain what you meant so that we can continue, capiche? Jinji sighed, shrugged and picked up the box in his lap, placing it on the capture weapons. As they made contact, several small saw blades made themselves present and cut through the scarf-like objects in a few seconds, stopping when he was free of his bindings. Tossing the remnants back to a now speechless Eraserhead, he looked round the room with a bored expression. Anyone else want to try? No. Right then. Let me explain, since one of you kindly asked for clarification. Serial killers have a desire to be found, to be famous, to have attention directed at them. Rather narcissistic, actually. While Spectre had gone against this trait for the past year. It's a year by now, right? Anyways, Spectre is slipping. He first got spotted by Eraserhead over there, then let him know more about himself than the police and heroes had gotten so far, and went as far as to leave a note. Shortly after that, he shows up to challenge Nedzu and wait, is this confidential? Sharing another look with Tashinori and Eraserhead, Nedzu gave Jinji a nod. The gray-haired man looked at Nedzu, and his eyes flickered a little too quickly across the room for All Might's taste before settling on him, and took a deep breath. So, what sealed the fact that Spectre is falling back on habits that have been absent is that he tried to fight All Might. Yes, the living legend himself. Now before you all scream and shout, hear me out. He beat All Might. Not in a fair fight or anything, but when are fights fair except for competitions? He got ambushed, escaped and injured our symbol of peace. That's the problem. Having supposedly won against the strongest hero, it's likely to say that he'll be more bold this time round. 'Cause if the number one hero can't stop him, who can? While the room dissolved into chatter, no surprises here, he sat in his seat, the pit in his stomach, despite the lack of one, widening, and he slumped in his chair. He had let a dangerous villain escape. Even after a surprise attack and overwhelming him with strength alone, he had been beat. And if what Jinji was saying was true, then Spectre would grow braver. Who knew how many lives would be lost before they finally took him down this time? Or what if he was unbeatable? And gently placed the piece of payer he had picked up back onto the stack. Not meeting the suddenly burning gaze of Jinji, he stood up and exited quietly amongst the commotion, the urge to cough stronger than ever while self-loathing whispered into his ears and coiled around his spine. Barely making it out of the room in time, Tashinori brought a tissue to his mouth to catch the fresh blood projectiles. After several minutes and tissues, he recovered enough to move to a bench opposite the door, pretending not to see the police officers who had stopped their work to watch him out of the corner of their eyes, whispering fervently. He only raised his head when the overhead light was blocked out by a new shadow. Jinji Yuki watched him, face unreadable, while his eyes shifted from the corners of Tashinori's mouth to the tissue wadded up in his hands. After a short pause, his mouth curled into a small frown. You see a doctor for that? It's nothing serious. My organs were damaged after an accident and the side effects caused this. It comes and goes, but I've gotten used to it. I just need to remember to carry something to wipe up the mess. I see. In case you didn't already know, my name's Jinji Yuki. People call me Jin. Your name is? Yagi Tashinori. Pleasure to meet you. I'd say the same, but the fact that I'm here means that people are dying, so I'd rather we never met at all. Sorry for being frank, but if you're done, we need to get back inside. They've probably stopped arguing. No offense taken. We should be back in there, shouldn't we? So, now that you've settled your arguments, I hope you have at least. Let's proceed to the game plan. Principal Nedzu? We attempted to bring Spectre in peacefully, but seeing as that didn't work, we tried to take him in forcefully. That did not end very well too. According to his current profiling, Spectre will most likely go into hiding, but resurface a few weeks later. Our current objective is to find out more about him. Where he lives, who he knows, any scrap of information will be essential to combat him. We'll have people investigating, led by the police force, while the heroes will continue patrolling his target area. Once he comes back, we'll be ready for him. Any questions? Well then, your files contain your objective and who you will be working with. Good luck. Toshinori walked back to his house, pondering the events that had happened. Jinji had gave him a card with his phone number and address before taking off, disappearing before anyone could stop him. As per Nedzu's request, his current job was to rest, with several warnings from Recovery Girl attached to the back of the paper, until he could be called in to help out. Taking out his phone, his hand hovered over the contact details of his sensei, hesitating briefly on the call button before turning it off. While his sensei was still considered a pro-hero, in reality, the license was really only permission for him to use his quirk freely. He already had enough on his plate. He didn't need his student to bother him with a new serial killer, even though Spectre's movements eerily reminded him of Gran Torino, or ask for more advice. The phantom sensation of throwing up disrupted his walk for a few moments. He was the #1 hero. He could do it on his own, despite failing the first time. Preoccupied with his thoughts, he didn't notice the hooded teenager glued to his phone until the two bumped into each other. Apologizing, Toshinori bent to retrieve the phone the other had dropped. When he was going to return it, the teenager had already disappeared. Turning a full circle but not seeing him, Toshinori looked down at the phone as it chimed. A new message appeared on the lock screen and his blood froze as he read it. Dropping it into his pocket, he ducked into the nearest alleyway to transform, looking for the hooded boy, but to no avail. Cursing, he looked back at the phone while making his way to UA. The text remained, almost mocking. To Yagi Toshinori. Tread carefully. We wouldn't want your injuries to act up again, would we? I'm thinking of taking a break, so have fun trying to catch me. Don't you think the students in Yui Academy look so cute? Teenagers with bright dreams and strong quirks. Is that really all there is to being a hero? You and the rest of this society are pathetic. You step on those without quirks, or perhaps those with weak ones because everything requires a quirk, doesn't it? How can you say that when you never had one in the first place? You made me mad. For that, I'm going to tear this system down brick by brick. I'll show them what quirkless people are capable of. Also, what do you think about a quirkless boy applying to the most prestigious school in this country? Spectre chapter text. Needless to say, select members of the police force and the heroes had been very worried. First, Spectre had flown under the radar, made his debut, threatened the very foundation of society, and then disappeared. The joint team force had been vigilant ever since the message had been dropped to All Might, and to an even smaller amount of people. This was more alarming because it had been delivered to Yagi Toshinori, but years of waiting had exhausted them. In the days after his ominous declaration of war, everyone had been on high alert. In the months afterwards, with not a single victim, or, Nedzu stated darkly, not a single victim found, to increase Spectre's kill count, the men and women had begun to relax. After the first year's anniversary of Spectre's appearance and subsequent disappearance, only the most dedicated members of the task force were still working on his case. The rest had locked the memories of the masked killer in a tight box, tucked it away into the vast recesses of their empty skulls and archived the information for later use, though everyone privately thought that it would be better to never touch those files ever again, and started going back to their previous work. The government had begun cutting down on their budget. Really, everyone had stopped caring. The logical assumption was that Spectre had given up after realizing that they were willing to pull in the #1 hero himself to capture him. Naturally, everyone forgot about how he had disabled All Might in the span of a minute. And everyone refused to listen. Listen to that gut feeling telling them that Spectre wasn't done. The heroes were the ones that stayed glued to their task the longest. A commendable effort, really. But time laughs at effort. Slowly, ever so slowly, the world moved on. Sometimes Yagi Toshinori would wake up in the middle of the night to see a single red eye watching him, only for it to disappear when he blinked. Sometimes Nedzu's cameras would fizzle out and the last fraction of a frame they would capture would be that of a cloaked figure. Sometimes Aizawa Shoyuda would be patrolling the city and hear someone matching his pace softly and at an even pace, always staying behind him, and if he turned fast enough, he would catch something in the corner of his eye. But as the days, the weeks went by, Spectre became obsolete. New, more flashy villains showed up. Some put up a fight, others stayed elusive. No one had time left for someone who had left no trace on the world. That would change. Uraraka Ochako didn't know what to think about the kind boy who had stopped her from tripping and face-planting into the ground. It was a really nice thing to do, considering he had his nose buried in a book when she had stumbled, and he was polite about it, but the situation had gotten awkward when she had asked her for her name. The boy, as it turned out, to her embarrassment, had shut the book with a harsh gesture, sighed for a total of 3 seconds, then proceeded to tell her that he was a guy. Before she could apologize, he had already wished her a nice day, reopened the book, to the same page, considering he didn't flip back and forth, and speed walked through the gates of Yua, oblivious to the stares he got while doing so. As he walked off, she hurried after his retreating back to at least get his name, only for the boy to turn round a corner and disappear. Much to her surprise, the corner he had turned into just lead to a dead end, or rather, a couple of locked doors, and as she wondered about his quirk, she noticed the time. Promptly dismissing any thoughts about the mystery guy, she did a 180-degree turn and sprinted for the assembly area. Making it on time, barely, she slipped into her assigned seat and began listening to the briefing before the examination, which unsurprisingly but still exciting, was facilitated by ProHeroes. Leafing through the convenient pamphlet about the various villain types, and already estimating how many she could take down, her thoughts were interrupted by a loud, blue-haired teenager standing up and asking questions at full volume. Geez, did no one teach him about having an inside voice? One thing that stood out, and was absolutely hilarious, at least to her, was that his hands started chopping the air, like a robot, she mused. He finished up by demanding an explanation, then turning around and pointing into his bemused audience. And as for you, do you realize that you have been muttering for the past 5 minutes? Apologize to those that were disturbed by you. Heads turned to track his finger, gazes landing on a girl, boy, Uraraka corrected herself, who looked up to meet their eyes. Pencil spinning lazily in one hand, his expression changed from confused to irritation in a matter of seconds. His pencil slowed to a stop, then an awkward silence enveloped the hall. The blue-haired boy waited expectantly, the green-haired boy deadpanned at the stares of countless UA applicants, and Uraraka watched curiously, wondering what he would do. The boy smiled, a grin filled with way too much teeth, and if she was feeling creative, she would call it a snarl, and the pencil snapped abruptly. The sharp sound made everyone in the room do a collective flinch, before the majority of the teenagers turned away from the green-haired weirdo, and present Mike chuckled before nervously continuing by explaining why exactly there were 4 types of robots. Uraraka watched the blue-haired boy toss a disapproving look towards the silent guy before turning back to thank present Mike, once again in a booming voice, for his explanation. The teenager sighed slightly, shoulders sagging before he pulled out another pencil and returned to scribbling on a piece of paper. With the show over, she reluctantly returned her attention to the conclusion of the talk, hoping that she would be able to apologize, to him later. She watched the guy continue reading his book while running over the things she had prepared in her head, and unfortunately, realized that her anti-motion sickness medicine had gone missing, and started walking over to properly introduce herself, before the blue-haired boy Ida? The name sounded familiar. Stepped into her path. Luckily, she wasn't the source of his, rather rude, attention. Excuse me, but I would like you to apologize for your behavior earlier. It's you. It isn't nice to demand things from other people, you know? Uraraka shivered at the cold gaze of the green-haired side of the conversation, his book once again transitioning from open to shut before she could notice his hands move. While I am demanding something from you, I have a good reason to do so. Your muttering disrupted the attention of several other people, and that rudeness is inexcusable. Oh really? So you're saying that I disturb people? But what if I told you that you were the one doing the disturbing? You lack proper attention of your surroundings. You were the one that held everyone up just to shout at me and demand an explanation. You can act self-righteous, pretend you were doing the right things, but I'm not the one in the wrong here. So back off. Before I make you. Ida spluttered and Uraraka snickered quietly, slightly unnerved by the steel in his voice. My fault? This is outrageous. I would think dash. In the span of a few seconds, Greenie had dropped the book, pulled a gun out of his pocket and pet it against Ida's temple. Not looking behind him, he caught the book before it hit the ground and smiled dimly at the shocked look on Ida's face. In a voice devoid of emotion, yet brimming with an undercurrent of danger, he spoke. No, you don't really think at all, from what I can see. Now back off. I'd hate to remove what little remains of your intellect. Before Uraraka or Ida could react, he holstered the weapon, put the book away and sprinted for the fake city. They watched him, confused, only to see him pass the starting line just as Present Mike hollered for the test to begin. Shaking themselves out of their stupor, the duo and the other remaining contestants took off after the green-haired blot in the distance, only to pause when the first villains came into view. And unfortunately for them, the gun-toting teenager didn't have the same reservations. With a deranged grin only visible to the cameras installed around the fake city, he pulled out the same pistol and another copy of it, from earlier, pointed each one at a robot and pulled the triggers. All Might watched, struggling to keep his smile as his eyes followed the tiny bullets to their destination. As soon as they hit, twin explosions bloomed, the smoke clearing to reveal the mangled remains of the robots' heads as they slowly fell to the ground. Nedzu sent a drone to follow the teenager, just in time to watch him blur and reappear mid-leap, guns back in their holsters and a ridiculously oversized broadsword raised over his head. He swung as he fell and a three-pointer was cleaved into two misshapen halves as gravity reasserted its hold over the wielder. And as the teachers watching the cameras exclaimed their shock at the feat of inhuman strength, they heard him roar, the sound erasing their voices, and in that brief moment, All Might saw the specter. Impossible, I'm possible. Who's next? In the pin-drop silence afterwards, Jinji Yuki chuckled, a slow laugh that grew until it could compete with All Might's booming laughter. When they turned their gazes onto him, his laughter pattered away as quickly as it had come. What? Can't someone be proud of their protégé? Present Mike winced at the feedback from the earpiece he had as the calmness of the situation in the supervision room erupted into chaos at that statement. Turning his attention back to the shell-shocked students and one green demon pouncing from faux villain to villain, he sighed and pulled out some popcorn to watch the show. It would seem like there would be a clear winner for this section of the fake city. While she was doing well, Uraraka couldn't help but feel disappointed in her score as a green blur of motion brushed past her for the umpteenth time, laughing as he did, this time sporting a thin blade held loosely in one hand. Lunging at a one-pointer, he pierced through its eye section and left the saber there before backflipping and landing, somehow without his legs breaking, softly before running off to pull someone out of the path of the robot as it began its descent to meet the ground. First he had pointed a gun at someone's head and threatened to pull the trigger, then used the same pistol to turn a robot's head into a smoking, melted crater. She shuddered at the image of that hole in someone's head, and started pulling weapon after weapon out of somewhere, outlandish, crazy swords and spears and rifles that he just discarded after their use was over, though she did see them disappear after a while. Then while the unfortunate members of this section of the false city were still reeling from the insanity, and jumping when he shouted to the heavens, he proceeded to clean sweep every bot in a 10-meter radius, showing not a single hint of his quirk, unless it was some all-round one like All Might's quirk, which was really cool and unfair. Needless to say, she was still hearing people curse him even 20 minutes into the test. If she were being a lesser person, she would be one of the ones not so discreetly attempting to sabotage him. But, as she wasn't, Uraraka just stuck with amping up her efforts to get points as he darted around, this time sporting a scythe, of all things. With several spins reminding her of a wheel, he tore a hole through a robot's chest with close to little effort, not even stopping to watch the resulting explosion. Instead, he chose to yank a purple-haired boy from his position, whisper into his ear and take off again. The purple, messy-haired individual gave his quickly disappearing form a baffled look, then grimaced and dashed off at a slower pace when Present Mike announced that there were 5 minutes left. Uraraka pushed Greenie's oddities out of her head and continued destroying robots, nausea rising in her and occasionally stopping to retch for a few seconds, waiting for her stomach to settle. After a particularly heavy lift, she held her breath as bile stung the back of her throat, almost making its way into her mouth before she forced it down. Taking a moment to rest and lay her head against the cool surface of a building, props to the designers and heroes involved in the construction, she wasn't fast enough to move out of the way when the zero-pointer finally made its appearance. Just as her head snapped up towards the source of the sudden shuddering of the floor, a colossal piece of wreckage was already hurtling towards her. Kicking off the wall just before the truck-sized piece of rubble hit her head-on, she managed to get out of the injury zone. Unfortunately, it had shattered upon impact and a small piece of concrete smashed into her temple, which caused Uraraka's legs to falter in their strides long enough for a now small car-sized remnant of the original piece to hit her midsection. Screaming out in pain, she was thrown to the floor by the weight of the rubble, and felt the pressure increase on her spine as more chunks added to the pile. Uraraka attempted to squirm free, a good attempt, but unsuccessful, and only managed to scrape her skin against the rough ground. Instinctively reaching to tap one of the chunks, she froze when another surge of nausea made itself known and her hand fell back to her side limply. So dazed by the sight of the world doing a few loops, she could only stare at the other retreating applicants, not a single one sparing a glance for her predicament. A cold pit opened in her stomach. Some heroes they were. Running away, not even looking back as they tried to save their own lives. Was this really the future of heroics? These panicking teenagers, pushing each other out of the way to have a clearer path of escape? Sighing, she resumed her struggles, a cry for help dying before it could even get out of her throat. As the ground tremors got closer, she struggled harder, getting out from under the wreckage inch by inch as she did so. When only her legs were stuck under the stones, a large shadow cast itself over her, almost like a shroud. Uraraka looked up, just in time to watch a giant foot step on the objects she was trapped under. A good thing, for there was now nothing blocking her path to freedom. Bad news, the concrete wasn't the only thing ground into the dirt. Now screaming, or rather tearing at her vocal cords, tears rolled down her face as her legs radiated pain, which was subsequently dulled by the adrenaline and shock. Not even in the right state of mind to drag herself to safety, she mumbled incoherently as the leg raised again to finish what it started, almost taunting the onlookers with how slow the ascent and descent was. "Nedzu, do something. We need to get that girl out of there. Power Loader and I are trying our best, but there's something wrong with the code. All Might, can't you go down and save her?" "Of course. I am Dash. Now, let's not be hasty. This is a test to find future heroes. What self-respecting heroes wouldn't save a damsel in distress? Are you actually serious, you psychopath? She's going to die. These teenagers have little to no training and the zero-pointers aren't supposed to be defeated. Am I the only one here that hasn't forgotten the little monster we have in the vicinity?" The heroes turned as one to deadpan at the confidence the silver-haired, cold-blooded beauty that was, unfortunately, a teacher at UA. He raised an eyebrow, then turned on the small radio he had been tinkering with, unnoticed until now. It crackled before a dull, almost dead voice was broadcasted. "I've made sure that everyone's safe, minus Uraraka-san. To tell the truth, I'm disappointed with all of them. Ikari, hurry up before she dies." "Not even a thank you? Okay." Everyone, from the students watching the zero-pointer with dread to the currently panicking heroes to the moving at high speeds, All Might paused when a sudden surge of heavy killing intent filled the simulated city. Eyes trained on the tiny figure shouldering a limp, almost boneless companion. It placed the companion down next to All Might, who immediately whisked the girl off to Recovery Girl, away from the robot, which had stopped its ominous gesture to stare at him. As the robot lunged with an arm much faster than one would expect from the size of it, They flinched as it collided with the figure. Yet, instead of limbs and organs flying everywhere, the arm shuddered before coming to a dead stop after the hit. A glint of light later, the huge fingers, then the palm and then the arm was sliced into neat cross-sections while the figure ran up the arm and pulled out something much, much bigger than itself while ascending. Is that a rocket launcher? More like a grenade launcher, but yeah. He's loading it with a lot of explosives. Should we stop the exercise? Wait and see. A blood-curdling roar, more animal than human and much, much louder than earlier, filled the air as the figure kicked off the giant metal appendage and went airborne. Many hands slapped over their ears and more than one person felt their eardrums pop in response to the sudden noise. Then the firestorm started. The figure kicked off the shoulder of the colossal behemoth and unloaded into its face, flash after flash of light, slowly getting brighter as explosions resonated throughout the silent city. As the resulting recoil somehow propelled the figure towards its awestruck watchers, the robot slowly crumpled as molten metal cascaded around it. When the projectiles stopped and the distant figure became clearer, the user fell to the ground a few meters away from the main cluster of applicants with a thump and face first into the tarmac. Groaning as they got to their feet and aided by the smoking weapon, which was worryingly glowing white-hot, the green-haired teenager pumped a fist into the air as the zero-pointer, now little more than a pile of scrap and liquid metal, clattered on the floor. Turning around, they revealed a face splashed with glowing embers and blood. Enthusiasm not dimmed by the disgusting look that was their face, they sported a megawatt-level grin, which was horrible to look at, considering even a few teeth were stained with blood. The radio crackled to life a second time. So, how well did I do? I'm not sure what to think about him. Which one? I know of two himps you might be thinking of. The younger one. Duh. Well, excluding how he was flitting around like a person with a speed quirk on drags, I think he's fine. Tell me you're not being serious right now. What's so bad about having a powerhouse enter UA? Would you prefer his potential go wasted? That's not what I mean and you know it. The kid's a monster. Pulling weapons from nowhere, rigging pistols with explosive ammunition and threatening to pull the trigger on another student. What makes you think that he's going to become a good hero? You, of all people, should understand that quirks don't make the man. It's not how villainous or plain your quirk can be. It's how you use it. From what we've seen, Ida Tenya was the one who instigated the warning and subsequent threat. It's not his quirk. He pulled a gun on someone. Sure, maybe people do it with fake guns and props, but his was real. You saw what it did to that one pointer. What would it have done if it was fired in the midst of a crowd? We took that into account, of course. Originally, we weren't going to clear maybe half of his weapons, but he demonstrated their safety features. When pointed in the general direction of a human in their striking range, his physical weapons literally dismantle themselves. His guns lock up as well when the aim assist system recognized the target as a human. So you're saying he damage-proofed his weapons? Seems a little far-fetched. It's all true though. I managed to get a friend from the police force to confirm his words. I also tested it out myself. I'd call you insane, but that's putting it mildly. Are you sure we should let him into UA? Either we watch him from the most prestigious hero school in Japan, supervised by some of the most powerful heroes and his mentor, or we leave him to walk down his own path. When you put it like that, I still don't like this. Neither do I, but he needs someone to guide him. On a side note, have you done the background check yet? He's clean. An only child, parents are almost always away, but I managed to speak to them in person once. As for how he obtained his weapons, all research has shown is the bulk purchase of a variety of materials, nothing else. Where he gets the money, however, is still a mystery. I'll make sure the others keep an eye on him. Do so. You didn't hear this from me, but the look in his eyes. It's the fire in them that scares me. Aizawa Shoyuda watched from his sleeping bag, strapped to the ceiling of Class 1A, with a little help from Hizashi and copious amounts of duct tape, and observed his new batch of students. They had already begun gravitating into groups, those that were priorly acquainted already chatting away while others started to make friends. Minus a few loners, which was not surprising, not everyone can be sunshine incarnate, and the argument brewing between Ida Tenya and Bakugo Katsuki. Two students which he already had his eyes on from the start. Let it be said that Aizawa Shoyudo was not lazy. He slept often to make up for his insomnia and preferred not to waste energy on pointless endeavors, but he could carry his weight in proper situations. After the class list had been announced, he had spent a few sleepless nights accompanied by a large amount of energy drinks. The last time he had bought so much was when, never mind that train of thought, making sure he knew the profiles of his students. They were meant to be the future or heroics, the one true line of defense between the inhabitants of the world and the villains seeking to accomplish their own motives. With All Might's presence as strong as ever, not many were worried about the new, deadlier villains that had shown up, for the number one hero was always able to save the day. Then again, not many people knew that the living legend was running on fumes. Already reduced to a measly time limit of 3 hours, he was further hindered by the one mark Spectre had left on the world before vanishing. No amount of medical attention, nor any type of healing or repairing quirk was able to remove the wound, only diminishing its effect on the hero. It was a grim reminder that they always had to be better. After all, the next Spectre might stick around longer. Or worse still, the original might come back. Bakugo Katsuki. Explosion. A highly versatile quirk in the hands of a proper vessel, but much more dangerous than what people expected. With his short-tempered manner and a lack of ability to pull his punches, Bakugo Katsuki was essentially a bomb waiting to go off. Ida Tenya. Engine. Like other members of the Ingenium family, he prided himself on his speed. Unfortunately, he lacked the adaptability his older brother had, a stickler for rules, rigid and unforgiving. The argument between the two, which had been started over Bakugo's lack of respect for school property, was slowly dissolving into a shouting match, Ida already incensed and voice booming, while Bakugo's temper ticked down when his opponent refused to let up. About to resort to blows, the two were stopped when the door opened and closed quietly, punctuated by a groan when the individual saw the bickering pair. All eyes turning to the source of the dead-sounding voice, some blinked at the unassuming figure that had just walked in, while others gulped at seeing the two holsters attached to his waist. As for the two people about to fight, Bakugo narrowed his eyes while Ida pointed a finger at him, a look of rage on his face. Before he could shatter everyone's eardrums, the figure spoke. Has no one noticed the caterpillar man stuck to the ceiling? And, as eyes flickered to the now bemused Aizawa, he smirked when the majority of his new students shrieked, even eliciting a brief flicker of shock from the deadpan face of Todoroki Shudo. The newcomer was perceptive, or had known beforehand. The smirk dimmed when he remembered the animalistic expression on his face during the entrance examination. Slapping on a disgruntled look, he strained against the duct tape for a moment before it gave way, sending his sleeping bag-cloaked form crashing face first into the floor, drawing more exclamations of surprise from observers. Inwardly laughing at the flustered teenagers, he rolled to face them, before unzipping the bag and standing up. Folding it neatly, what could he say? He actually liked the bag, and striding over to the front of the classroom, he waited patiently for the class to settle down, sitting in their allocated seats while counting how long they take to do so. Sparing a quick glance for the hint of a smile twitching at the edges of Ikari's lips, he feels what little energy he had left drain out of his body. It took you 10 seconds to settle down. Sloppy. We'll have to shorten that time by at least 4 seconds. He pulls one of the school's gym uniforms out of the drawer in front of him for dramatic effect. You can call me Aizawa-sensei. I will be your homeroom teacher for this year. Change and meet me at the training grounds in 10 minutes. We'll be doing a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa-sensei, what about the opening ceremony? He shot a dismissive look at Uraraka, getting the intended effect, which was her shrinking under his gaze, and rubbed his eyes to soothe his frazzled nerves. The ceremony is a waste of time. UA prides itself on flexibility. You'll be skipping it. He walks out of the classroom, waits beside the door for about 3 seconds before poking his head back into the classroom. Whoever takes more than 10 minutes will get expelled. Finally walking off, he hears the uproar erupt in class while making his way down the hallway, concealing his smile behind a hand. But when a pair of footsteps echo behind him and match his pace, he spins around, instincts screaming like they did whenever he went into a fight knowing he wouldn't win. Meeting the blank face of one Shurikari, he forces his expression into one of absolute calm before asking a question. "Can I help you? Yuki-sensei talks quite a bit about you. Don't mind me, I've already changed." Glancing at his attire, Aizawa was impressed and concerned when Shur immediately took off his shirt and revealed the second shirt underneath, and he can only hope it's the same for the teenager's pants. Raising an eyebrow, but deciding to humor him, considering the sheer amount of exposure he had to the antics of the kid's mentor and Hizashi, Shur was tame. He turned around and resumed his course. Instead of shadowing him like before, Shur sped up to walk beside him and gave Aizawa a smile. He twitches at the brightness of it and looks away, starting to mentally review the information he had on the oddity. Shurikari. An odd name, considering both his surname and actual name stood for two less than reassuring phrases. Who names their child Death and Anger? Though it would be a good name for Bakugu. He snickered quietly at the thought. The two hand cannons, affectionately dubbed by Jinji-yuki, were always present on his waist, and considering the numerous police reports he had found about Shur getting arrested for fighting officers after they attempted to take him in because of his guns, he was attached to them, both literally and figuratively. As seen from the entrance exam, he had plenty of other dangerous implements lying around, some of ridiculous proportions, which made him wonder how he had managed to store all of them. Power Loader had a field day after talking with the kid, but he had originally chalked it up to a storage quirk. Unfortunately, he had been proven wrong when he had finally extracted the quirk from his mentor, with a lot of bribery. His quirk was simple, one that people would consider weak, but the training he had invested into it made it really, really terrifying. Compared to the other flashier, more impressive quirks that his classmates possessed, he was at a disadvantage. However, the spring in his step spoke volumes about his mental state when you considered what he had to do to train. The experience that he had built up would definitely make him one of the most powerful members of the class, provided that he continued improving at the same rate. And then, there was his link to Jinji-yuki, the single most infuriating criminal profiler, who had become a hero, mostly against his will. Both were weirder than they came across, tapped into power that dwarfed their appearance and had a tendency to shift into a battle mode. The few differences that he could count was their personalities, their age, and their quirks. "Sensei, do you ever think about tying up your hair? It might help you." The simple question, asked with the innocence of someone that was just curious about something, brought on an unwanted flashback to another person who had mentioned the same advice. "It's too much effort and never works for long." That was a blatant lie. "Now that you're here, I'll be explaining what testing you will go through. You'll be going through a series of physical assessments, not limited to the usual tests done in other schools. Only difference is, you are allowed to use your quirks to boost your score." Small gasps, and some hints of excitement, met his declaration, and he could already see Bakugu grinning ferally while small explosions went off in his hands. Waiting for the murmurs to stop, he tossed a baseball to Shur, ignoring the yelp of surprise and the few quiet laughs, when his hands missed it and the ball bounced off his forehead. "What was your record for throwing a ball back in middle school? Maybe 40 meters? Throw the ball, but use your quirk to help boost it instead of relying on your own physical strength. Are you sure? I wouldn't want to freak anyone out." Flexing his fingers around the ball, Shurikari stared nervously at the rest of his classmates, avoiding their eyes. Bakugo scoffed at him. "Sensei, if the extra doesn't want to throw the ball, let me show her how a real hero does it." Outwardly, Aizawa gave Bakugu a disapproving look. Inwardly, Aizawa was grinning. His careless words had caused Shur to tighten his grip on the ball, all hesitance gone, eyes gleaming as his mouth twisted into a snarl. Bakugu had made a serious error. 1. Never mistake me for a girl. He drew his hand back, eyes narrowing. 2. Never call yourself a hero unless you are one. Rotating his arm, the limbs slowly began to pick up speed. 3. Anyone with a weak stomach should cover their eyes. As his joints began to creak, he gritted his teeth and picked up even more speed. To the horror of his classmates, Sher's arm started resembling a crank handle with how fast it was going, small grinding noises occurring with each turn. Instead of rotating regularly, it was going in a straight circle, ignoring the fact that the shoulder joint wasn't designed for such movements. About 5 seconds after he had gotten serious, his arm was a blur producing loud cracks and pops. To the untrained eye, one moment the ball was in his hand, the next it wasn't. Only Aizawa was able to follow the motions Sher was going through. Snapping his wrist with a sharp flick just as he stopped gathering momentum, he screamed as an ear-splitting boom resonated through the air. Once done, he stood on the spot, panting as his arm dangled limply by his side. The throwing arm was loosely connected to the shoulder, hand craned back so much that it was now parallel to the arm, nearly completely detached from its socket. Aizawa grimaced as more than one student threw up, others screaming about how his arm was destroyed, and what part of that is using a quirk. Slowly, or quickly depending on how you viewed it, his arm returned to normal, hand realigning, shoulder joint looking more and more normal with each second that passed. Within 30 seconds and several gut-wrenching pops and clicks, his arm was perfectly fine, albeit a little stiff judging from the disgruntled look on Sher's face. The main reason I picked Shirikari was that I needed to send a message. The hero course is not fun and games. You will be forced to push yourself to your limits, surpass them even. If you can't stomach a broken arm, you won't last long in heroics. What kind of FING bullshit is that? What quirk does this pansy have that makes him so special? Aizawa watched the furious look on one Bakugo Katsuki's face, shaking his head at the arrogance lacing his words. Pulling out the device recording Sher's throwing distance, he displayed the numbers on the screen. Sher Ikari. Name of quirk, Unbreakable. It returns his body to its original state after sustaining damage. However, taking damage improves the parts that have taken damage. Almost like how muscles get stronger after tearing. Compared to your quirks, his requires much more practice. And as you can see, that practice pays off. Distance the ball traveled. 800 meters. And as for the second reason I picked him, Shirikari finished Aizawa's sentence, not even blinking an eye at the score he just obtained. I'm the guy with the highest score on the entrance exam. Apart from the dramatic start to the quirk apprehension test, the rest of it progressed relatively calmly. Minus the fact that Sher was breaking his limbs in every section of it. That was something that Aizawa didn't think he would ever condone, until now. If someone had come in with a strength augmentation quirk that broke their bones every time they used it, he would have found a way to make sure the person limited the damage or removed the chance of injury entirely. He paused when the feeling of getting laughed at washed over him. Much to the frustration of the recommended students, especially Todoroki Shudo, and the more powerful members of the class, Bakugo, he had dominated every exercise barring the ball toss, which Uraraka won with an infinite score due to sending the ball floating away into the atmosphere. He briefly wondered if the ball would come back down when she deactivated the quirk. And, to their continued irritation, he had resumed his easy nature, pestering people over their quirks and laughing when Aoyama fell flat on his face after using his quirk too much. The only time he had reverted back to his serious mode was when Mineta tried to launch himself into Yayorozu by pretense of tripping. He had stopped staring into space in order to lightly, by his standards, not regular human standards, kick the purple-haired midget in the chest and into Bakugo, who responded by blasting him with several explosions. After scolding both of them for unnecessary usage of force, Sher gave him a blank look and a thumbs down, indicating Mineta, who was bemoaning the loss of the chance to finally touch some decent pillows. Sighing, Aizawa tilted his head in agreement. My kid here knows how to read people better than I do, so if he disapproves of anyone, keep an eye on them. After showing them their scores, with Mineta in last place, he revealed that the student who did the poorest would be expelled. Mineta's reactions would determine his fate. I can't get kicked out of the hero course. I haven't even gotten the chance to get some beautiful girls. And of course, he managed to disappoint even Aizawa's low expectations. Now assured of his choice, he pointed a finger in the general direction of Class 1A. Get your things and leave. I only accept students with potential. After the short student had run off, bawling and shrieking about the unfairness of it all, Kaminari spoke up. "Sensei, wasn't that a little harsh? We've been here for barely a day, it's hardly fair to crush his dreams before they even began." Several others put in their 2 cents, also agreeing with the blonde student. Making note of who agreed, he was about to answer when Sure snorted. "Unfair?" Aizawa-sensei gave him a chance. If he had a good reason to want to stay in the hero course, Aizawa-sensei would have let him stay. But that purple-haired brat only complained about not being able to feel someone else up. "You guys want a pervert in the course? If you want that, sure. But I don't. And I don't think that the girls in UA want one constantly following after them like a dog." His piece said. The green-haired student walked off after a quick look at the screen, ignoring the glares sent his way. As expected, he was in first place. "Problem child. Where are you going?" "To change up. Make sure you stop by Recovery Girl's office and let her check on you." Turning around, Sure smiled weakly at Aizawa, a forlorn look in his eyes. Nodding, he walked off. Any strength that was in his posture was gone. Now he seemed a lot shorter than he originally was. Watching his retreating back, Aizawa sighed and rubbed an eye. He always felt older than he was when his, now actually a student, charge went into one of his moods. "Demet Jinji. Sticking me with a kid that acts like he's been through a war." In the boys' section of the changing room, Sure Ikari removed his gym clothes and put his uniform back on. Fiddling with the tie longer than he did to change attire, he walked out the room and rounded the corner to collide with someone. Quickly latching onto the other's shoulder, he said a quick apology before attempting to speed walk away from the situation. A call over his shoulder made him freeze, then slump in dismay. Slowly turning around, he let out a small oof when he was shoved in the chest. Instead of falling backwards, however, he started floating, bumping gently against the ceiling. Meeting the eyes of the perpetrator, he groaned. "What do you want?" "This way, you can't run away again." "Don't tempt me. Is it really that hard to stick around people for extended PRDS of time? When they're as annoying as that purple-haired pervert, yes." Uraraka Ochako snickered at the honest answer and the deadpan tone he had delivered it in. Then she took a deep breath, hesitated and bowed to the confused human balloon. "Thank you for saving my life." He flushed, looking away sheepishly and scratching a cheek. "You don't have to thank me for that. I just happened to be there." "Stop lying. We both know you were the only one to stick around after the zero-pointer showed up. And when I woke up, they told me that you were the only one who dared to fight it, even though it wasn't worth anything. Why did you do it?" "Why did I save your life? Because life is precious. Because life needs to be protected. Now, if that's all, I really do need to go." To her amusement, he had begun to walk away, feet on the ceiling. Yet, that amusement quickly faded with her next question. "I knew my legs were crushed. However, they were perfectly fine when I woke up. How did you fix them?" His posture tensed up and Shure's expression was like watching a set of doors slam shut and lock themselves. "Some secrets are best kept secret, Uraraka. Some things you would prefer not knowing." After that admittedly ominous statement, he kicked lightly off the ceiling and started floating away, much to her incredulity. Scowling at the rudeness of his dismissal, she counted to 10 before tapping her fingers together and releasing her quirk. The sudden crash and subsequent yell brightened her dull mood quickly, as did the awkward form she found him in later, still lying on the ground, legs tangled between his arms. Now that's a sight you don't see every day. What, someone breaking their limbs? Someone that keeps doing it because it's allowed. You've said this before, we both know how this argument will end. Doesn't mean I have to like his methods. Neither do I, but the kid's abilities just patch him up and the principal is fine with it. I'm worried. A lifetime of doing that to himself ahead of him, even with what he's been through at IT, makes me feel like he would be better off quirkless. You really don't have the entire story, do you? Do a little more reading. You'd be surprised what he did without one. They say quirks are an extension of yourself. So what does that say about him? Leaving the boy on the floor that still resembled a ball, Uraraka Ochako returned to change out of her gym clothes. Mood improved considerably, yet with more questions that she started off with. Stepping into the room and closing the door behind her, she was immediately cornered by two others, a pink-skinned, horned individual and some floating clothes. So, you pounced on that guy pretty quickly. Not that I'm judging you, but you must really like him to move that fast. The grin on her classmate's face, coupled with the smug air radiating off the other, was not helping. She fought down a blush despite herself and started waving around her hands frantically, only stopping when the black-haired, well-endowed member of her new class made a disapproving noise. While I am not one to meddle in the love affairs of others, I would still like to advise you as your classmate that you should rethink your choices. Her hands, previously active, stilled, and an uncomfortable feeling crawled up her spine. She fought the frown that she could feel forming. It wasn't good to insult others, even if they were being difficult. Not noticing the lack of a response, Yaoyorozu Momo continued speaking, oblivious to the fact that the two who had started the issue had begun to edge away from their pink-cheeked, original target. Firstly, should not even be here. Yui Academy is reserved for the best of each generation. A regenerative quirk like his would prove useless in actual combat. After all, he would render himself useless every time he attacked and his teammates would be forced to defend him. Secondly, his attitude is unbecoming of a student of UA, even more so than that Bakugo individual. Pretending to be the best will only get you killed and turn you into a liability. Thirdly, shut up. Excuse me? Shut up or I'll make you shut up. I am trying to help you here. As you already know A growl, similar to what had been Shire's defining sound in the entrance exam, slipped from her mouth, catching her classmates off guard as she stepped forward to slap Yaoyorozu, not all too gently. The force, combined with the lack of gravity, caused the black-haired girl to spin in the air before being stopped by the same hand that had sent her there. Any protests forming by anyone in that room died when the feral look on Uraraka's face was turned on them. That liability, as you called him, saved my life. My legs were crushed by the zero-pointer. My quirk had been used to the point of exhaustion. My future was that of a disabled woman, unable to help anyone, especially her parents. If he's such a liability, where were the people like you, the people so much better than him when I was dying? Where were the people like you when he jumped headfirst into danger for a complete stranger, one that had insulted him, not on purpose, to save their life? I wouldn't be here without Shurikari, so you ought to watch your FNG mouth when spouting garbage in front of me. You think you're so much better than him? Go and fight him then. Maybe you'll see how useless his regeneration is in combat, you hypocrite. After all, if you're so good, why is he the one with the top score on the entrance exam? Tapping her fingers, she watched without an inch of remorse when Yaoyorozu hit the ground with a thump, though a twinge of guilt did make itself known when she saw the fear on her classmates' faces and the frightened air of the invisible one. As Yaoyorozu scrambled to her feet, about to open her mouth for another sharp retort that would most likely end in a brawl, a blade erupted from the wall dividing the changing room of their male counterparts from the room they were in, close enough to Yaoyorozu's hair to shear off a few locks of it. As sudden, startled screams, muffled by the wall, reached their ears, Jirakyuka plugged one of her ear jacks into the wall, having already overheard perverse nonsense coming from their male counterparts. The other plugged itself into her phone and the room's occupants listened to the conversations, screaming, coming from the next room. Why are you here? You've already changed up. Heard someone talking shit about me. Also, 'cause of perverts like you. What the hell does that mean? We were about to get a good look at those sweet . That's exactly why I stopped. You. Come on, don't be a downer, man. No one will find out. Judging from the fact that there's a sword protruding from the wall, and the likelihood that it has it or almost hit one of them, I'd say the girls already know of what you're trying to do. What do you mean, has or almost hit? Don't tell me that you were aiming for them. I did say that I heard someone talking shit about me. Now don't peek through that hole or your head will be on the next weapon I throw through the wall. Fine. Geez, what a spoil sport. Uraraka exchanged looks with the abruptly pale individual she had been about to hit for a second time as the blade disintegrated, leaving a neat crack in the wall. Still think that he's a liability? Suit yourself. I'm home. Uraraka called out softly as she unlocked the door to the apartment she had rented, not expecting a reply. Still, it got lonely, especially at night. She missed her parents. Taking off her shoes, the young heroine froze when the sounds of movement broke her musing. Being as quiet as possible, she picked up the nearest weapon. Why was there a cane lying against the wall of her house? And used her quirk, swinging her new club to get used to, well, zero gravity. Approaching the sounds, she raised the cane, ready to bring it down on the unknown person in her house. Making her way through the living room, she noticed the light spilling out from her, albeit tiny, kitchen and the smells wafting out from it. Stomach rumbling softly, she absent-mindedly wondered when was the last time she had a proper meal. Upon seeing the humming silhouette in her kitchen, she stepped forward and swung as hard as possible in the general direction of the shadow. The cane, no longer under the restrictions of gravity, whistled through the air to collide with the open palm of the person she was aiming for. Attempting to wrench it out of their hands, she tugged at the cane before stopping when the only other occupant coughed lightly. She looked up into the amused face of one shurikari, no longer dressed in the UA uniform, plain shirt, long pants and for some reason, a frilly apron, and currently holding the cane she had attacked him with. Flipping it, he slotted the object into a loop on his jeans, drawing her eyes to the holsters still located on his body. Shock was forgotten and replaced with outrage, tinged with a hint of resignation. "What are you doing in my house?" "Nothing? No, you lunatic," or other phrases like that. "I was trying to be rational, but if you insist, I'm going to stop you right there. I let myself in. You looked like you needed some decent food." "And what's that supposed to mean? How'd you even get in?" "Okay, I could hear your stomach throughout the whole day, so it was simple logic to conclude that you needed sustenance. As for how I got in, I picked the lock." "Really?" "No, your window was open. I closed it when I came in." "Good to know." She made a mental note to lock her windows whenever she went out. She was lucky, this time, that it was only a relatively insane, but harmless teenager, rather than a serial killer looking for his next victim. "Now could you please get out?" Her hand inched towards her phone, discreetly punching in numbers before hovering her finger over the call button. His smile dimmed, twitching downwards before returning to its usual intensity as he removed the odd apron. Where did he get it from? "Sure. Just let me finish up and I'll be on my way." Turning off the stove, he reached to grasp the simmering pot, nonchalant even as the skin on his palms grew red and he fluttered around, keeping it in his left hand while the right, now marred with angry scars that faded before her eyes. Setting the table and finally releasing his remaining hand, which was in a worse condition, yet regressed to its original state after a few seconds, and flexed them. Turning to her, he bowed, smile unchanged. "For what it's worth, thanks for standing up for me. People don't usually do that. You saved my life. Whoever thinks that you can't do anything clearly hasn't seen you fight." "Fight. Here's a piece of advice, since you're pretty much the first reasonable person I've met ever since stepping through the gates of UA. When I really go all out, it'll be plenty obvious. What you called fighting, that was barely a warm-up. I don't mess around with giant weapons when I fight. What I do isn't pretty. You make it sound like you've killed people." His smile turned bitter and his hands clenched and unclenched. Raising a quivering hand, he looked down. "Trust me on this one. This hand has done more than you'll ever have to do as a hero. Because heroes save people." Walking out, he unslung the cane from his waist and tapped it against the ground a few times, closing the door behind him. Pausing for a moment, she opened the door again, to see no one on the singular corridor leading to her apartment. Forcing down the ominous feeling in her chest, Uraraka continued with the rest of her daily chores and duties before sitting down to carefully taste the meal prepared for her. After discerning that there was no oddities, she dug in, running through the image of Shur in her head again, wondering why she was so unsettled. It would be later that night, as she woke up in a cold sweat, did she find the answer she was seeking. As Shurikari had left, she managed to catch a short glimpse of the back of his now uncovered arms. Like the rest of his body that she had seen, his arms were traced with scars, faint and almost unseen. But there were some that were very, very obvious. 2 crosses drawn into flesh, encircling his wrists and etched down the appendages. Those were suicide wounds. Needless to say, sleep was absent for the rest of the night. Yagi Toshinori didn't know what to do with Shirikari. It also looked like all of the people who had also encountered him thought along the same lines. Bloodlust in spades, but restricted by the weapons he carried. The ability to reconstruct his body, but only under duress and his own efforts. Arrogant and sarcastic, but wore a mask that only dropped when certain subjects were discussed. He was a textbook example of a mentally unstable, psychotic individual. Except, every time he got tested he had managed to get out with a perfect evaluation, seemingly normal and a pleasant conversant to all individuals in charge of evaluating his mental state. To wear a mask, then discard it and pick it back up as fast as he did required practice that a teenager shouldn't have. Investigation into his home life had shown equally disconcerting results. His parents were as pleasant as their son, always the joker, always smiling and happy, but when discussions reached their child, the facades they maintained would start crumbling and within 10 minutes, conversations would be terminated. Shirikari was never seen in the same room as his father and mother willingly, confirmed by the bugs they had ended up planting in their house. He preferred to stay holed up in his room, alternating between reading and sleeping, occasionally using a laptop. Any attempts at tracking the things he did on said laptop failed. It took 3 days with the bugs present for the police to conclude that he lived in an abusive household. It took another 2 days for them to re-evaluate the situation. Rather than harassing him, except in rare cases where their tempers proved too much, the duo seemed to tiptoe around their child. Conclusion: there was something about Shirikari that they feared. This confused the people monitoring the house. Why would a pair of normal individuals fear their own flesh and blood? The answer was to be found after a significant amount of digging into broken website links and classified information, or rather, hacked information. In the end, it was a little too obvious, a little too normal for the horror that the information they had found really was. Quirks developed normally, some later than others. 20% of the population never developed one, and for the first 10 years of his life, Shirikari belonged to this category. A late bloomer, his quirk only showed up after he walked into an alleyway in the middle of a gang fight. He walked out without a single scratch, a blood-stained child with an unflinching smile. Or that's what most people thought. Unbreakable. A name as vague as it could possibly be, considering the versatile nature of the quirk the gun-toting teenager possessed. It had been active his whole life, yet because of its nature, it went undetected. Due to that, the boy had faced discrimination that showed how cruel children could be. The fact that he healed from every scrape and scratch just meant that he could be hurt more. No one questioned his ability to get back up. After all, punching bags were meant to last. No matter what, the boy remained a pacifist, never fighting back. Just smiling, almost mockingly so. And when he was 12, he would attract the attention of the hero society in Japan and lead to his past eventually being uncovered. His actions reached the media, receiving coverage even in countries on the other side of the world. Normally, he would have been arrested, detained till a suitable age and then executed. The problem with that course of action was the uproar on social media when his case was released to the public. A case of bullying, heavy physical and verbal bullying going undetected by one of the more prestigious schools in Japan? The questions flying around then led to people conducting their own research, and what was discovered was anything but pretty. His case had exposed the discrimination ignored by the school government. More digging led to clips, short videos with little to no views of the discrimination being carried out by students and teachers alike. And when the school tried to cover everything up, Shir was expelled. It was possibly the second worst move they could have pulled, the first already having been carried out. The main reason Shirikari still roamed the streets was that there was not enough evidence to pin it on him. Sure, there was a motive and more than enough ways for him to do what everyone knew he had done, but nothing could hold up in a court of law. To add insult to injury, Shir was the one doing his defense, acting as both the lawyer and defendant in two different voices, much to the anger of the principal attempting to get him locked up and the amusement of the jester himself. In the end, nothing could be successfully pinned on him. However, society, Or well, the more informed members of society knew that he was too dangerous to leave unchecked. If he were to succumb to villainy, anyone who had stuck around long enough in the hero police community knew that he was an individual that was dime a dozen, but with a key difference. Something had changed him. Some suspected that the bullying had shattered his psyche. Others said that it was the day he first killed. For All Might, he thought that the evil lurking in the boy was running through his veins since birth. The closest person he could associate Shurikari with was his deceased nemesis, and later on, the Spectre. If that wasn't terrifying, he didn't know what was. A few years later, as he silently watched the same child who had possessed several different nicknames, some including Atsuro, Crimson King and Dealer, in lieu of the blood, suspected, on his hands, coupled with his abrupt mood swings, run through a horde of robots designed for the testing of physically helpful quirks, he could hear Eraserhead complaining about it, and absolutely decimate them without showing visible signs of his quirk with weapons of his own making. He made a mental note to place this new event second on his list of new things that keep me up at night. No prizes for whoever can guess which event first place belonged to. Watching the physical evaluation conducted in place of the welcoming assembly they had been meant to attend was enlightening. To think that the human body could be bent in such ways, used in such ways to increase the abilities of a person was spine-chilling. A simple example would be the endurance test. While Yairo Zumomo has created a bicycle and outpaced the other members of her class without breaking a sweat, Shurikari kept running and running and running. Even after his remaining competitor had started to sweat and grow exhausted, he pushed forward, a nonchalant expression on his face. After the cyclist had finally collapsed, he stopped running, grabbing a can from his bag of tricks and pouring it over himself. The abrupt eruption of steam shocked his classmates and even drew a raised eyebrow from their teacher. When it cleared, he looked much more refreshed for about 3 seconds before he spat, more like vomited in all honesty, into a convenient container he had produced. Toshinori was starting to think his real quirk was something to do with sleight of hand. Grinning with bloodied teeth, he placed the container back into his satchel. Everything he learned screamed that even in the new world of quirks, Shurikari was a biological nightmare. With a quirk that made no sense, the most likely clinically insane teen was something that he would rather see locked up in a cell that would never see the light of day rather than waltzing around and freaking people out. Yet, here he was, teaching the bloodied child how to be better at beating others. There was no possible way this could go wrong. No way at all. As the students of 1A fawned over his presence and new costume, or rather, old one, Shurikari's ever-present smile vanished, replaced by a thin line. Without waiting for his teacher to finish talking, he walked out of the classroom. An awkward silence permeated the air for a few moments before the students resumed their activities, albeit in a more subdued manner. As Uraraka Ochako darted out of the room as the next student to leave, she called out for the teenager that had left, yelling something about him having to socialize eventually. All Might watched her go, smile awkwardly frozen in place as he wondered how the duo would get to the training grounds without even knowing where they were supposed to go. Pondering briefly, he decided to leave it to the psychotic teen to guide the one person that didn't seem to be afraid of him to the location of combat training. Directing the remaining students, which wasn't as hard as he thought it would be, the class proceeded to their next lesson. Upon reaching ground beta, he was a little surprised, and at the same time, not at all, to see the 2 missing members of Class 1A already geared up and ready. Uraraka was attempting to pull Shur into a conversation, practically hovering over him as he tried to look everywhere but at her. Taking a quick glance at their hero costumes, Yagi spent several moments analyzing the odd clothing Shurikari had chosen. A belt with a multitude of pouches encircled his waist, only visible because he had chosen to fold what appeared to be a hooded cloak over one arm rather than wear it. Unervingly, his guns were not present. An old-fashioned bandolier sported an impressive number of small blades, more blade than hilt, reminded him of stilettos. Fingerless gloves which glinted as he tilted his arms and simple combat boots were the only other things that were worthy of noting. Clearing his throat, All Might directed his students to sit down, the first duo to arrive breaking up briefly. It looked suspiciously like Shur was trying to ditch his classmate, before Uraraka caught him and forced him to a seat next to her with a scowl. shivering slightly at the casual way his student was treating a known, yet unconfirmed, murderer, with a temper only surpassed by that of his master and a clear lack of concern for human life. Nevertheless, he was banking on the fact that Shirikari wouldn't pull anything stupid within UA in striking range of All Might himself. He suppressed the flashbacks of a glowing red eye and a toothy smile. Judging from the constant eye rolls and subtle twitches, the teenager himself knew to rein in his annoyance. Letting 1A spend some time appreciating the costumes provided by the support department and making note of which boys were blatantly staring at the girls, and silently saying a prayer of thanks to Aizawa for expelling Mineta, he surreptitiously checked the Teaching for Dummies book in his back pocket to figure out how harsh he should be, considering his only references were an old man focused completely on making him puke out his guts and the closest thing he had to a mother. Feeling, rather than seeing Shir's burning stare on the book in his hand, made him stow it back into the pocket it came from before pulling out a box. "All right, young heroes. With your new costumes, at least you'll look the part. Hopefully, the support department has managed to fulfill your requirements and designs. Now, on to the main part of our lesson today. Battle training. You will be fighting your classmates in teams of 2, one side posing as heroes while the other as villains. The villains will be protecting a fake bomb and the heroes need to make contact with the bomb to disarm it. Each person gets a roll of capture tape, which when wrapped around a limb of one of the opposing team members, captures and eliminates them. The match only ends when one team is unable to continue, the bomb is disarmed or the time limit runs out. Any questions? How will the teams be decided? To emulate how you may not be able to choose your teammates for battle, we will be drawing lots. By some random chance, incredible luck or sheer coincidence, Uraraka had ended up on the same team as resident gunslinger Shirikari. Grinning at the disgruntled look on his face, she checked the other members of the class. Most, if not all, had chosen to give the duo a wide berth, which she found convenient, avoiding eye contact, and shrinking at the dark aura being emitted by the person she had chosen to annoy. In all honesty, it irked her. Sure, he had started by freaking everyone out with the grotesque positions he had bent his body into and constantly sported weapons that he had used, but he was actually a total softie. He saved her life and even thanked her for standing up for him. She had also found the fresh groceries in her fridge and careful instructions on how to make the most out of them. Thinking back on the past day, he actually checked all the boxes for a tsundere. Of course, there was still the issue that she hadn't brought up yet. Stop that. Stop what? Thinking about how I'm actually a nice guy. I'm not. I only saved you because you were there. I only cooked a meal because you stood up for me, and everything else was because you looked hungry and needed help. All the things you've just said literally proves that you're a nice guy. Team A, you will be facing off against Team D. Team A are the heroes and Team D are the villains. You will be given 15 minutes to prepare. Remember, I want to see your plus ultra. Yes, sensei. Would you like a drink with that, sensei? A round of nervous chuckles accompanied the sardonic reply as Shirikari walked through the doorway, followed shortly by his new partner. So what's the plan? How badly do you want to win? Not really. This is kind of a learning experience thing. Okay then. We'll use plan C. You had a plan A and a plan B? Just follow my lead and no one will get hurt. Much. And what's that supposed to mean? Well, I guess you could say that it means. Slipping on the cloak he had folded over his arm, Shirikari tugged on the hood, then after a moment's hesitation, pulled something from his pocket and fitted it onto the lower portion of his face, the part still exposed. Removing his hands, he revealed a dull silver mask, featureless except for stitches vertically bisecting a straight line. Then he pulled out a tiny sphere and dropped it onto the floor. He would repeat this every few meters, only stopping when they reached the fake bomb. He hummed an eerie tune, which sent shivers down her spine as he turned to look at her, expression concealed. Handing her a pistol, for a second, his eyes seemed to glow a sickly green. Let the games begin. All Might, maybe this is a bad idea? Yagi Tashinori's eyes flicked away from where they had been for the past few minutes, ignoring the whispers of his students in exchange for trying to figure out what exactly Shirikari was trying to do, and what he had roped his new partner into doing. What do you mean by that, young Yaoyorozu? Everyone here knows that Shurikari has an unhealthy obsession with violence and is clearly not afraid to use brute force to solve his problems. With Bakugo as his enemy in this battle exercise, it is quite possible that things will get out of hand very quickly. Do not worry about that. There are cameras watching each and every move they make, and I am directly linked to their communication devices. If something truly goes wrong, I will have enough time to stop them, whether via a warning or in person. Not even waiting for Yaoyorozu to respond, he resumed his watch of the vast number of security cameras, both there to record all happenings for later study and as an immediate warning system if shit hit the fan. He was less concerned about how fast he could get to the building and more concerned about why Shurikari was teaching Uraraka how to fire a gun. Not just any gun, but one of his guns. That made the act even more unsettling because anyone who knew the boy, even as a passing acquaintance, always understood one thing first. Never touch or insult one of Shur's weapons. A common example would be the countless times anyone in charge of monitoring him needed to get him out of jail, provided he even got subdued in the first place, and deal with the complaints of the police officers, sometimes heroes too, that he had injured while refusing to relinquish his prized possessions. Of all the people he knew, only one person had been able to handle one of his weapons without XPLCT permission given suffering any consequences. The first had been his sensei. Now, he thought he would have to add a second to that tiny list. Not knowing, and even if he did, he doubted that they would care. His inner turmoil were some of the more vocal members of his class. Already, Ashido Mino was gossiping with Hagakure Toru, and judging from the giggling, he didn't want to touch them with a 10-foot pole. He made a mental note to thank Aizawa for expelling the second most sketchy member of Class 1E. No prizes for guessing who was first. He didn't know how such an individual had gotten into what was considered the most prestigious school for budding heroes in Japan, but he understood without a single hint of doubt that the grape-haired pervert would have been miming about how close Shurikari was to his female counterpart for the exercise. Physically, that is. Unfortunately, the blonde electricity user and his friend were already cursing the pretentious BSTRD, and while their words caused him to roll his eyes, a snippet of their conversation did catch his attention. A sword through a wall? I'll need to check that. In all honesty, he understood where his students were coming from, though that didn't mean he agreed with their words, for the duo currently being broadcasted for the class to watch, minus the two that had been selected to be their opponents, for they were in another room studying the map they had gotten, were in a compromising position. Uraraka was currently fumbling with the pistol in her hands, though her actions had gained some fluidity as compared to when she had first been handed the gun. Shur was adjusting her grip and whispering something too low for the comms to pick up. Instead of doing it from the side, however, he was pressed against her back, hands folded over hers. While he didn't seem to mind the close proximity of their bodies, Uraraka wasn't as composed, face having turned a shade of red ever since he had given up on just giving her pointers and decided to give her a more physical demonstration. He checked the clock. 10 minutes had passed since the villain team had stepped through the door. 8 since Shurikari had handed one of his interestingly crafted weapons to his teammate. Seemingly satisfied with his partner's performance, the boy separated himself from her and with a few quick swipes in the air in front of him, he pulled up a glowing screen. All Might leaned in closer to the monitor he was watching. It was rare that the bloodthirsty individual revealed anything more than a couple of weapons from his bag of tricks, notable exceptions including the entrance examination and when he had first made his way into the eye of the media. With a few quick taps, the screen dissolved, replaced by a three-dimensional model of the building they were residing in for the time being. Ignoring the exclamations of surprise and more than one complaint about cheating, Yagi pondered this new development. 3 possibilities existed. 1, he had somehow gotten a blueprint of the building. 2, he had control over something that allowed him to scan said building. 3, whatever he had been dropping earlier functioned as radars. He began walking out of the room, pointing to several parts of the diagram that were marked with red spots. More strikingly, there were 4 dots in different colors. 2 blue ones were moving towards 2 yellow ones. All Might quickly tuned into their comms, listening for any scrap of information he could use. What's with the fancy display? An interface I created with a little help. Originally, This was supposed to help in search and rescue. I modified it so we could use it to hunt. And there's always the third situation. Don't be so vague all the time. It's not mysterious or anything. Just annoying. Sure. Anyways, the third situation would be in the off chance that we get stuck in a building or have to defend a building. Technically what we're doing here. But since we're going with Plan C, we won't play defensive. Rather, we'll go on the assault. You know what to do. Yeah. You told me what to do and how to do it. I'm still skeptical that it's going to work. I know our opponents. With a little luck, everything should run smoothly. Trust me. If you say so. Let's do this. Nodding slightly, Sure watched his teammate dash off, turning left before disappearing around a corner. Yagi switched cameras to find Uraraka, only to flip from camera to camera with increasingly frantic movements when she couldn't be found. Keeping one eye on the screens, he resumed his focus on Sure, who had tugged on his hood and drew something small and rectangular from his pocket. He continued walking down the hallway he had been on, not making a sound despite the heavy combat boots he was wearing. I have a bad feeling about this. Swallowing, a sudden bout of nervousness overtook him. Checking the time, he tapped the mic, clearing his throat and announcing in a booming voice as Sure stopped walking, facing a closed door. The exercise has begun. Heroes, villains, get ready for battle. You have 20 minutes. The masked boy looked up at the camera trained on him. Despite the concealment of about 90% of his facial features, All Might detected a smile beneath the unsettling parody of a medical mask that he was wearing. The door opened with a boom, Bakugo rushing in, Ida bringing up the rear, already ready to reprimand his teammates' hot-headedness. The words died on his lips when both teenagers laid eyes on the unmoving, silent figure a few meters away from them. Bakugo growled, hands popping with small explosions. Before he could make his move, Sure raised his head. All Might blinked briefly at the change of emotions in his eyes. Before, they had a hint of mirth when exchanging words with Uraraka. Now, they were devoid of any of his previous good humor, not a trace of the usual trickster remaining. There was something cold in his eyes. Something that spoke of hard steel and a quiet rage rather than the fire and bluster he usually projected. The remaining members of Class 1A shifted behind him, inching away from the screen. The cloaked figure they were watching ped his head to one side, twirling the object in his hand. His eyes looked like they were glowing an eerie green. Squeezing the object, he tossed it to the floor. The ceiling lights flickered, once, twice and then blew out. Watching the rest of the cameras confirmed his suspicions. Only a few lights were left intact. They traced a line throughout the building, winding and curving. Clever. As glass rained down from above, he smiled and turned, running into the shadows, blending into them within seconds. Lights out. Ida Tenyo was more than a little disturbed by his classmate. Staring down the dark hallway his adversary had disappeared down, the thought that he might make a better villain than a hero crossed his mind once again in the short time that he had gotten acquainted with his new class and thus the boy that he had reprimanded during the entrance examinations. On first glance, he was merely another troublemaker, probably someone that had a powerful quirk and possessed an overinflated ego because of it. Like his stubborn, refusing to cooperate team member. That was beside the point. The physical section of the entrance examinations had proved him wrong very, very quickly. That and the fact that he had pulled out a gun, threatened to shoot and then leaped ahead to use the same gun to demolish a robot. Needless to say, he had several nightmares about the gruesome image of the gun being turned on him and this time, Sure pulled the trigger, laughing as he did so. However, there were some things that gave him reason to doubt. When everyone ran away from the zero-pointer, and to his shame, he had turned his back as well, leaving a fellow test-taker because they were too afraid to try and save her and risk their lives. Not that they would have been in any trouble. The staff of Yui Academy definitely knew what they were doing. Yet, no one had decided to act like a true hero. Except him. Weapon-toting, no self-preservation and a complete lack of empathy for others. It just had to be the one person he would have written off and forgotten about that would prove him wrong. Zero hesitation. The willingness to throw himself at the monstrous, hulking robot for someone that he never met and all with a smile on his face. Shame burned in him every time the memory of someone vastly dwarfed by the robot he was fighting managed to topple the Iron Giant. Against all odds. Without a single thought to preserve his own well-being. Some might argue that he was a regenerator, and thus any harm done to him could be fixed easily. It was what he believed for a grand total of 4 hours after his encounter with the latest puzzle in his life. Then his brother had idly mentioned that regenerators hardly went into hero work because while their quirks were able to piece them back together, the pain from every injury was always felt. Upon questioning his brother, citing the individual he had met, Tensei had explained, with a dark look, that the last person with a regeneration quirk that had entered the hero business was currently locked up in an asylum because the wounds he had gained from shielding civilians from a grenade, fractured bones, ruptured organs, and one of his arms was almost blown clean off, and the stress of feeling his body stitch itself back together had fractured his mind. Ida had resolved to apologize to Sure No when he met him in UA. It was easier said than done. After beating, or rather, decimating, Class 1A in the quirk apprehension test that their teacher had created, he had taken off. The next day he had only talked to one person without prompting. And now there was the exercise All Might had devised for them. Ida Tenyo was not a happy person. He had been paired with the last person he would have been picked, if their teacher had allowed them to choose their partners. Bakugo Katsuki was everything that a hero wasn't supposed to be. Arrogant and too confident in his own abilities. When they had been given time to plan, he had attempted to be cordial, suggesting that they should work as a team. His team member had brushed him off, stating something ridiculous that he had tuned out after the first 2 sentences consisted of only the variations of a few words. They included F-extras and I'm stronger. Honestly, he wasn't surprised. At all. Originally, he had hoped that the explosive boy would have been able to walk the talk, but judging from how both of them had allowed their opponent to walk away, he was starting to regret not asking All Might for a change in partners. He sighed as Bakugo screamed for Sure to stop running away like a PP, running off after him. The first thing Ida would have done would be to follow Bakugo to prevent him from getting captured. The whole place screamed trap. But with the darkness, there was a high chance that if he had to use his quirk he would smash into the nearest wall or cripple the person he attacked. If it was Sure, that wouldn't be much of a problem, but Uraraka was a whole other story. Wishing that he had installed night vision in his suit, or even a torch, Ida followed the faint glow of one of the remaining ceiling lights in the building. He only walked a few meters before he heard footsteps behind him. Turning around, he was greeted with a gun barrel to the face. He barely had time to fire up his engines before he was pelted with bullets. Wincing at the impact of each bullet, but suddenly grateful for his armor, he reached out to grip the gun, realizing that the close proximity of his assailant meant that he wasn't able to use his engines without missing them entire. Of course, that train of thought was stopped before it could continue any further when a hand lightly tapped his chest. Suddenly, the comfortable weight of his armor disappeared and he stumbled as he abruptly floated off the ground. A few more quick taps on the other sections of his hero costume and he began drifting up to the ceiling. Chatisting himself for being careless, he locked gazes with Uraraka. Unsurprisingly, she was smirking, but he noticed that the gun she wielded hadn't been lowered. Discreetly, Ida angled himself so he would land feet first on the ceiling. Considering only his suit was weightless, he had a relatively easy time doing so. You know, despite everything I've seen him do, I didn't think that this would work out so well. So this was all set up by Sure? Divide and conquer? Make sure that we, the heroes, would have the odds stacked against us? What a villainous plan. Uraraka's smirk twitched, briefly resembling a frown as she lowered the pistol. He grew a tad more confident about his chances. As long as he continued to upset her, the probability of success grew a fraction higher. Her two-handed grip had already been reduced to a loose one-handed one. The other hand had clenched into a fist. Her eyes narrowed and maybe it was just his imagination, but the room's temperature dropped by a few degrees. Think or say whatever you want. It won't change the fact that you're out of commission and your partner, she spat the word like it was killing her to do so, will follow soon after. Perhaps he'll even get to see you before Shirkuin finishes the job. It probably won't take long. On the bright side, I got some practice and a new support item. Well, at least, he swallowed, knowing that he would regret his decision in the days to come. At least my partner is not a pathetic freak that needs to rely on support items because his quirk is useless. Uraraka took a few seconds to process his words before the smirk fully dissolved into a scowl. As she opened her mouth, obviously ready for a retort, he kicked off the ceiling, aiming for the gun that was an inch away from dropping out of her hand. At least, that was his assumption for about the next 2 seconds. The first sign that something was not quite right popped up when the hand holding the firearm tightened as he began shooting towards it. The next came when he instinctively glanced at her face. The scowl was gone, replaced by a grin he had only seen on Shirikari's face in the heat of battle. The gun barrel angled towards him, and for a single fraction of a second, he saw the cold, yet burning eyes of the person he had just insulted, along with the odd mask that he had been donning earlier hovering behind Uraraka. Then a spike of pain when a bullet embedded itself in his helmet, followed by another, and another. The repeated shots felt like someone was beating his head like a bongo drum with a hammer. His vision cleared long enough to see her carefully holster the non-lethal hand cannon and pull something out of her pocket. She then tapped her fingers together, she also muttered release, and watched with a neutral expression as he landed on the floor with a dull thud. She turned him over and shoved, whatever she was holding into his chest. It beeped, and with a growing sense of horror as the sound grew higher in pitch and frequency, he tried to stand up just before it exploded. Well, that was honestly an exaggeration. It was less of a kaboom and more of a poof. For something so small, it held a surprising amount of liquid. It coated most of his body in a thin sheet before hardening rapidly. Before he knew it, he was stuck to the floor. While Uraraka hadn't used any of the capture tape that they had been provided with, he was definitely out of the game now. Sagging, he laid his head against the floor and relaxed his body. It was an uncomfortable experience, but he might as well make it as painless as possible. Speaking of the lady herself, she had bent down to look him straight in the eye. The serious, blank stare that she turned on him made him attempt to look away. Guilt gnawed at his conscience. Do you want to know something? He predicted this. To be more specific, he said that how you reacted had the highest probability of occurring. How does it feel? To be predictable? He told me that I shouldn't take anything you say seriously, and that he didn't mind anything bad you said about him. Bad like what you tried to PSS me off with. Ida barely had a chance to actually process her words before she continued, a hint of anger creeping into her voice. Then again, what would you know? I don't have the best of memories, but I know your face. Ida Tenya. You were there. You left me. Just like the rest of them. Yet you called him a freak. Someone that relied on weapons because he was weak. He might forgive you. But I know that you really believed what you said. It's in your voice. And now you feel guilty? Uraraka climbed to her feet, unholstering her sidearm and ejecting the magazine. Pointedly dropping it on his helmet, she reloaded the gun. Rubber bullets. A capture weapon intended to immobilize in seconds. Everything designed to prevent a single death. You fear what he can do. What he has done. Not just you. Everyone else as well. The other members of our class. I bet they're listening to me right now. Anything to say, All Might? Nothing? Why am I not surprised? Ida opened his mouth, then closed it. He felt his face flush. Suddenly, he was grateful for the mask he wore. He searched himself for a single argument against her accusations and found none, much to his shame. I'm sorry. Don't tell me that. Shirkuan might brush off the fear and the lack of trust, but he's human, just like the rest of us. I'm sure he's already forgiven the lot of you. But that doesn't mean I will. Stay put. This exercise will be over soon. And as if he had been waiting for her to finish her sentence, Bakugu flew through the wall, providing slightly more light, accompanying the weak ceiling light he had been following when he got ambushed. His temperamental teammate tumbled once before using the explosions from his hands to prop himself back up. His head snapped in their direction for a second. Bakugo looked at the duo, looked away, paused and turned his head back to catch one of Shirikari's rubber bullets, trademarked, in the forehead. He cursed, bringing a hand up to protect his face from the sudden cascade of bullets. How large was the clip size of her gun anyway? while the other fired explosions in their general direction. Ida would have flinched at the sudden increase in heat, but he couldn't. Thankfully, the explosions weren't strong enough to cause harm, provided they even reached them. Uraraka continued firing, backing away as she did so. When the weapon finally clicked instead of firing the next in a steady stream of bullets, Bakugo lowered his hand and cracked a triumphant smile. After that chase your FNG friend put me through, I'm going to enjoy ripping apart the one person girly F-face seems to care about. Despite the very, very obvious threat to her well-being, Uraraka still grinned. Big words for the guy who just went through a wall. What did he do, throw you? He snarled at the taunt, hands popping even more furiously than before. Then a familiar voice called out in a sing-song manner and he paled rapidly. Simultaneously, all eyes turned to the hole in the wall. With a little hop, Sure Ikari breached the gap. In his hands was what looked like a shotgun. Inserting a cartridge, he pumped the shotgun with an ominous click. This might sting. Rather than the usual spread of pellets one would expect from the weapon, the cartridge Sure had just loaded popped out. Reflexively, Bakugo stretched out a hand and fired an explosion. The cartridge crumbled, emitting a cloud of smoke that quickly spread throughout their section of the building. Ida gagged at the sudden thickness of the air he was attempting to breathe. Judging from the coughs, however, his partner had taken the brunt of the sudden attack on their senses. Of course, that was the least of Bakugo's worries when Sure flipped the shotgun, aimed for 2 seconds and hammered him in the face with the butt of the weapon. His eyes rolled before he collapsed to one knee. Sure reloaded the gun with about 4 more rounds before clipping it to his back. Kicking his supporting leg, Sure watched apathetically as his victim smashed face first into the floor. Stepping on his back and putting him into an arm lock, the still-cloaked individual produced a roll of capture tape and proceeded to bind the wrist he was holding. Bakugo has been captured. As Ida is currently restrained, neither can continue with the match. Villain team wins. Ignoring Ida, who was still stuck, and Bakugo, who was strangely growling, the duo exchanged a high five. Sure removed his mask and cloak, revealing the tiny smile on his face as compared to how Uraraka was beaming at him. This is too much PDA for one day. As he was about to voice his thoughts, albeit more politely, Bakugo staggered to his feet. He carried a sadistic smile, one that stretched from ear to ear. Just before his fingers closed around the pin-like protrusion of one of his grenade-shaped bracers, Sure had thrown his cloak on Uraraka and pushed her behind him. Then came the sound of thunder. Ida braced himself for the shockwave, only to find that the only thing that had happened to him was that the solid coating his body had turned into a gel-like substance, sloshing off him as he stumbled, getting up despite his ringing ears, though he had a sneaking suspicion they were bleeding. Once sight had returned to his eyes, he stared in aghast at the new scenery. Uraraka looked fine, only a little shell-shocked. Sure's cloak was just as pristine as it had always been. Ida had not been so lucky. There was a clear indicator of how much of the explosion he had tanked for the duo behind him on the floor. Scorch marks bloomed outwards, starting from Bakugo. However, a portion of the pattern on the ground, about the width of a human, remained unblemished. He noted the sickly smell in the air and retched. The abomination twisted his head to check on the sound, showcasing a face charred black and crumbling. It had no eyeballs, just melted white goop slowly dripping from the remains of its eye sockets. A chunk of charcoal, what looked like charcoal, fell from its cheek to reveal a portion of the thing's jaw. Its teeth were fused together, a mixture of white and black. Somehow, it was still standing. Ida threw up right there and then, realizing where the smell was coming from. Bakugo, the exercise is over. Cease your actions at once. All Might's outrage was so strong one could taste it in each word. Yet, the boy in concern just cackled, a wild, deranged look in his eyes. The pansy can heal himself. So whatever I do to him doesn't matter. Ida's eyes flicked from the cracks on the walls to the other gauntlet Bakugo was wearing. It was clear that the building couldn't stand another blast. Still, his hand was already reaching for the other pin. All Might arrived just as the pin was pulled. As a second blast rippled through the corridor, Ida felt himself get whisked away by a strong arm, deposited outside the building. Uraraka sat next to him on the concrete, A glazed look in her eyes before Bakugu and All Might showed up, the former being restrained, grenade bracers crushed and a shell of their previous self. And not a second to spare, considering the building began to collapse right in front of them. "Where's Shirkuin?" their teacher hesitated, hanging his head in shame. "The only reason I managed to get all three of you out was because he had taken most of the second blast as well. It gave me enough time to save you three, but..." He held a constipated look for several seconds, wringing his hands together. "I couldn't save him." "UBSTRDS. Uraraka's words, even as a murmur, were like icicles through his heart. That was to say nothing of the rage and dismay lining each word. "You left him to die because you thought he was already dead, didn't you?" Her voice began to grow louder. Young Uraraka, while young sure might have been one of the most powerful regenerators I have ever seen, no one without a durability quirk could survive both blasts. His words were the last thing needed to ignite the rage in his students' eyes. "You bastards. This fucker here killed one of his classmates because he thought sure could take it. You chose to save a murderer over his victim. Over the person that tried to shield us from the damage. What kind of a hero are you?" The venom dripping from her words could kill a cobra. All Might flinched at her outburst, head sagging even lower as tears began to trickle down her cheeks. So distracted was the number one hero by his guilt that he never noticed that Uraraka had walked over to the semi-conscious Bakugu, unloading at least 5 bullets into his head before he could restrain her. "Let me go. He deserves this. Just kill him." Ida avoided the other members of Class 1A, for they had followed All Might out. He couldn't meet their eyes even if he wanted to. Uraraka had broken down into a crying mess, gun forgotten and currently getting comforted by the other girls of the class. Todoroki watched the decimated building, for once not entirely devoid of emotion. He was watching the now unconscious Bakugu, and his left side seemed to be smoldering. Yagi Tashinori ignored the judging stares of his new students. Upon the collapse of the building, several alerts had been sent to the rest of the faculty. Cementos and Power Loader would be arriving to help fish out the boy he had abandoned. Recovery Girl had somehow hobbled her way faster than them and was fussing over the members involved in the disastrous training exercise. "So this is how I'll be remembered by the first class I teach. A hero that left his student to die." He wallowed in self-hatred for a few minutes, not noticing the arrival of most of the other faculty members, who had already begun to usher the students away and sort through the rubble. "Some hero you are, killing my protege on your first day. The last person he wanted to see." Jinji Yuki, dressed casually, chuckled as he stood beside the number one hero. All Might could feel the bite behind the dark humor and kept his mouth shut, choosing to live another day. The crime profiler turned teacher patted him on the shoulder before walking towards the ruins, typing away on a small tablet. Not even focusing on the other heroes, he walked to one of the walls that was still standing and with one hand effortlessly lifted the pillar in front of it. "Now can someone get Bakery to Recovery Girl before he dies again?" Yagi's head snapped up so fast he felt several bones crack. "What?" Jinji continued typing away, but seemingly noticing how none of the staff were moving, pocketed the tablet and lifted someone, limp out of the spot he had cleared. Slipping what appeared to be a body onto his back in a fireman's carry, Jinji trudged off, ignoring the blood dripping from what, or who, he was carrying. Before their eyes, the red and black and white individual getting carried changed. Broken limbs fit themselves back together, black turned to a pale peach and white was replaced by red, then by the same shade of pale pink. Within a minute, the corpse-like figure had turned back into Shurikari, a very white, very naked Shurikari. Eraserhead, who had come on site after making sure his students were okay, rubbed his eyes as Present Mike screeched, "I don't know about you lot, but I need a drink." Aizawa Shoyuta needed a drink and he needed it badly. He had to remind himself to stay calm and collected. There were more important things to do right then and there as compared to drinking himself into peaceful oblivion. His class had just watched one of their classmates stand in front of not one, but 2 explosions in order to protect those behind him. He knew that at least Uraraka Ochako was traumatized. A close second would be Ida Tenya. He would have to put the whole class through mandatory counseling with Hound Dog over the next few days. Understandable really. Power Loader had managed to pull the footage from the security cameras that were meant to help prevent incidents to show to all the teachers. Nedzu was less than pleased with what they got to see. Present Mixed Stomach agreed. All Might's colossal F-up had only one benefit. It had revealed Bakugu's true nature. Some of the kinder teachers argued, rather half-heartedly, that with what Sure had put him through in the entire battle trial, including, but not limited to, rubber bullets to the groin, a makeshift garrote that Bakugu had run into himself, and 2 flashbangs to the face, the teenager couldn't have been in the right state of mind. Unfortunately for that argument, it fell flat when the audio footage was analyzed. It was clear that Bakugu had been coherent throughout his little chase of his opponent. Why, you may ask? He had been swearing up a storm and threatening Shure's family, dignity, and physical well-being. The thing that had turned him into the first student of UA to be kicked straight through a wall on his second day of school was when he had said that he was going to destroy your cur but and F up your girlfriend so hard she'll have to quit school. He had removed the hood, discarded his previous weapon of choice, a medium-length baton, and pulled out a shotgun from nowhere. One day, Aizawa thought, he would figure out the secrets to Shurikari's bottomless storage. Rather than using it properly, the boy hammered his enemy in the gut before delivering a textbook roundhouse kick to Bakugu's sternum. Aizawa was impressed with the explosion user's tenacity, but it was what proved to be solid evidence against any possible claims he might have that Shure's assault had messed up his thought processes, and the sadistic grin on his face as he fired not 1, but 2 colossal blasts of smoke and fire, not even flinching at how his target had literally turned into living charcoal after the first attack. That was another can of worms he was hesitant to touch. The only thing good that had come out of All Might's F-up was that he knew what was wrong with Bakugu now. He had taken note of the obvious superiority complex Bakugu possessed, but now he saw that it was much more serious than something that could be fixed and tempered with a little ego-crushing, and would result in some character development. To go so far as to try and murder an opponent, or in more polite terms, attack an adversary with lethal intent, had produced many problems. First, Bakugu would have to be expelled. That was something he didn't feel bad about. Not at all. If an attempted murderer, if Shure wasn't as stubborn as he was at staying alive, even a child, was discovered to be harbored within Yui Academy without any consequences for his actions, it would trigger a massive uproar, not to mention ruin the school's image forever. Best case scenario, they had to send Bakugu for psychological analysis and counseling. Worst case scenario, they locked him in a mental asylum, and with how he was acting even after thinking that he killed someone, it was leaning towards the second option. Judging from the burning fury in Ned's eyes, that wouldn't be the only thing that would happen to him. Even if I didn't want to punish Bakugu Katsuki, we would still have to do something to look like we're doing something about it. The Ida family is already about to go up in arms over our lack of safety precautions, even if Ida Tenyo was unscathed. According to my knowledge, they feel indebted to Shurikari for protecting the next heir too. The ingenium name, as accidentally as he did it. So that's another thing that might start a PR nightmare if we do nothing. Then comes the next problem. Our resident one-man army. While comatose for the time being, we do not know what he will do when he wakes up. As everyone here might already know, there have been a variety of regenerators over the years. The strongest ones may think themselves invincible, but they are not. They encounter something that their body can come back from, but their mind cannot. Most go on rampages until they burn out. The worst ones possess some form of their original intelligence. The go-to method of dealing with the latter is turning everything in a 100-meter radius of the monster. Luckily, most of the inhabitants of said area are dead before the bombs start falling. We do not want to find out what Shurikari turns into. Like that explanation wasn't ominous enough, Jinji Yuki put in his own 2 cents. The kid holds himself like a professional for a reason. Regenerators turn into villains, animals when the pain breaks their minds. Considering how much training he's put himself through, we must be cautious. For the difference in raw power and intellect as compared to some members of Class 1, he makes up for in spades with sheer willpower. I once locked him in a solid metal box to test his problem-solving skills. I came back 6 hours later to a hole big enough for him to fit through with ease punched through one of the walls. Part of me expects him to not get through this. Because if he does, I don't want to see what he turns into. If he had any other quirk, sure would have burned out by now. Regeneration is the only quirk that could possibly have kept up with his ability to pick himself up. An image had flashed through Aizawa's mind. A single figure, blood gushing from numerous bullet wounds, a trail of corpses trampled behind it. Netsu had called the various parents. Bakuga's mother would turn up soon to assess the situation and do damage control. Uraraka's parents were busy with work and were noticeably upset about the entire thing. Ida would be lawyered up, but he had a hunch that they would pamper the hell out of him when he returned home. Shure's parents was when the trouble started. To put it simply enough, they didn't care. Not one bit. Through all the bluster, half-lies and twisted words, certain things stood out. 1. Shurikari was either homeless or living elsewhere. The only times he had returned to their house was to grab something. And for the duration of time that they had planted bugs in their house. Which raised even more questions and problems. Now, if everything went well, he would have to figure out where to put problem child so he could rest up. He snarled at their callous, dismissive nature. They had cited something about a restraining order and independence. What a load of crap. Currently, the best plan that they had in the eventuality that comatose Shure woke up, chained as he was to a bed in Recovery Girl's office, was to pump him full of quirk suppressants and kill him. Netsu needed the victim awake to provide Bakugo with some semblance of a chance to survive against the Ida family, for if Shure shattered or died, his charges would change from attempted murder to murder. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, never to see the light of day again. Provided his classmates didn't retaliate in response to his actions. Uraraka had made her stance very clear, refusing to be parted from the gun she had wielded in the battle trial and the armored cloak that had served as the other significant reason for her lack of major injuries, the first being how her partner had taken the explosions head-on. Ida was on his way to joining her side. As of the members of Class 1A still in class at the moment, he prayed that nothing serious had happened while he was gone. Todoroki had gone the next few hours patting out a flame on his shoulder. Yairozu seemed to be in a guilt-filled daze and he highly doubted that the rest of the class would side with Bakugo anytime soon. After having to pull up files on the current victim and assailant, a dark part of him was contemplating helping them in any revenge efforts. All Might was still swallowed by his own self-hatred, and he was getting what he deserved. The same part of his brain whispered gleefully. The person he was most concerned about was Jinji Yuki himself. The sarcastic joker had been relatively quiet, witty comments absent as he painted a picture of Bakugo's psyche. Despite the lack of any expression of anger, his ever-tinkering hands had stilled. While Aizawa had considered the noise irritating, the lack thereof was more eerie than it should have been. He hoped that it wouldn't come down to a fight against a murderous teacher. He would be a terrifying opponent. His phone chirped with a message. Short and succinct, it held a hint of desperation. Uraraka has found out Shure is still alive. Requesting help before she sends everything in my infirmary into the air. Uraraka knew that she was probably in shock. It wasn't very surprising considering what she had just gone through, as quoted directly from the elderly heroine that was still fussing over her. After all, she was still trying to scrub all memories of the burnt and bloody figure, still standing. Why was he still standing there? That had once been the quiet person she had tried to crack open for secrets. She was hoping that he'd be more amicable and willing to let her hang around rather than pull his usual trick of disappearing around corners. Plus, the food he made was to die for, after they had truly run through a proper battle scenario. Then, Bakugo Katsuki had to be the egomaniac that he was, and All Might had to be the ignorant teacher that he was, and Shurikari had to be the stupid self-sacrificing zero-hesitation person that he was. Now he was dead, buried under the rubble that was once a building. She was being treated for injuries that she didn't have in the infirmary, while Ida constantly tried to draw her into a conversation as he fidgeted and refused to meet her eyes. She didn't know where the filthy murderer had gone off to. When questioned, Recovery Girl had told her with no small amount of anger that he was being dealt with, but it was best if she didn't go and shoot him again even if he deserved it. She had been adamant about her opinion on the whole situation. If a year ago, someone had told her that she would tell the #1 hero to stick his words somewhere the sun didn't shine, She would have laughed at the impossibility of meeting him in the first place and the sheer amount of disrespect in the statement. But that was exactly what she did when he had attempted to remove the cloak and pistol that she held, citing reasons like how they had belonged to the now deceased member of Class 1A and were also dangerous, the gun, if she tried to shoot anyone else. To the shock of her classmates, who had still been around and hovering over her and Ida, Bakugo was unceremoniously abandoned and still unconscious where All Might had left him. She had immediately cursed out the idiot that had cost Sure his life. It was mostly a blur to her, for the rage-induced rant had left her far more tired than she had been even after the explosions and building collapse. However, Ishido, who had apologized to her for the confrontation in the girls' locker room barely a day ago, had whispered that she would show her the recording of her verbal lashing of a grown man basically 3 times her age. Uraraka cringed internally. She wasn't sure what she had said, but from the fact that All Might had merely peeked into the infirmary before vanishing when she met his gaze, the words that were used were probably on the serious side of things. If she was being really honest, after what she had seen, Uraraka hardly regretted anything that she might have done to offend him. Even if he was the #1 hero, was how her epiphany went, he was another human. And no amount of strength could change that. She brushed her fingers over the cloak, marveling at the technological know-how that had probably gone into making it. It was light, abnormally soft considering it was sturdy enough to shield her from 2 explosions. He saved you twice now, and still felt like fabric. There were a number of zippered pockets that she had left untouched, for a reason unknown to her still, though she thought it was a mixture of respect and something else, but they held objects within that were most likely more ingenious items that he had cooked up. The gun was almost out of bullets to use. She had used 1 magazine to distract Ida, then half of another because she was feeling vindictive and he had touched a nerve. Bakugo had gotten a full clip because he deserved it. Nuff said. Sure hadn't given her much, a twinkle in his eye hinting at an inside joke that only he understood when she asked how he would fare when the gun ran out. Plenty of materials are around the place. Maybe one day you'll see what I can do. You alright, dearie? You've been awfully quiet for a while. Despite the concern in her voice, Uraraka chuckled bitterly at the question. While it may have been good in intention, the answer was rather obvious. I just watched one of my classmates attempt to kill another, and by association me. Then I saw how a human body looked like when it encounters an explosion at point-blank range. Sorry, ma'am, but no, I'm not all right. Right, that was a poor question. Sorry about that. It's okay. On the bright side, you barely suffered any injuries. Call it a slide of luck or otherwise, if I encountered you in the hallway, I wouldn't think that you had just survived a building collapse. Wasn't luck. Shirkuan died to keep the both of us alive. I owe my life to him again. You are talking about the young man that patched you up after the entrance exam, yes? He's a good kid. You were there? How did he fix my broken legs? Either people didn't know or they told me that it wasn't info that I needed. It was a painful miracle. I wasn't able to heal you because of your quirk exhaustion. Do you really want to know what he did? Ask him yourself. He told me to keep it a secret until he felt you were ready. Judging from the fact that he's in an impromptu grave back at the training grounds, I don't think he'll be able to answer my questions. He's not dead. Only unconscious. I placed him in a separate room because the teachers were talking about how he had to be isolated in case he woke up and… What do you mean Shirkuan's alive? They told me he was dead. A look crossed Recovery Girl's face, one that screamed, I wasn't supposed to say that. A few emotions flickered inside her for a fraction of a second. Relief, worry, and happiness fought for their place before all 3 were dominated by anger. Uraraka stood up from the bed, ignoring the twinge in her muscles. If she could see herself at that moment, she would have seen the way her pupils had narrowed into predatory slits. The bed began to float, as did other objects her hands brushed against. Ida made a feeble attempt to move away before his bed began to levitate as well. He clung on for dear life as the air itself seemed to tremble with fury. Where is he? While Class 1A would never know it, the discussion that was playing out in class was going on at the precise time at which Uraraka Ochako had begun to remove the gravity of objects in the infirmary, and soon after, caused Aizawa Shoyuta to make a mad dash for the scene before it could escalate. The obvious, main subject of the class-wide discussion was the individual they had watched, at least, the ones who could stomach it, burn alive in order to defend his classmates from harm. Naturally, a few people had abstained from the talk going on. Koda couldn't think about the incident without turning green. Aoyama wasn't far off and Shuji didn't really talk anyway. The remaining students, in order to keep the class from lapsing into uncomfortable silence, had been using the past quarter of an hour stuck on a single question. Who was Shurikari? It was very clear what stances the students had taken and their opinions on the person in question. Unsurprisingly, a majority of the class were wary or outright disliked Shur. With the gruesome nature of his quirk and his supposed arrogance during the quirk apprehension test on day 1, the worst part was that his confidence wasn't completely unwarranted considering the outcome of the small competition. Many had already formed a terrible first impression of him. A select few had been around to watch him during the entrance examination and had shared their collective montage of him bouncing around like he had springs built into the ball of his feet and pulling out an obscene number of weapons to toss at his enemies. One thing that had taken more poking and prodding was the reason behind Uraraka's amiable nature towards him despite his passive-aggressive nature. The girls had reluctantly contributed the fiasco that had gone down on the other side of the wall. Shurikari had buried a sword into as evidence of how loyal Uraraka was to him. Some called it hero worship, which was an odd but accurate description of her nature, but the term made more sense when Siro, who had been there to watch Shur's animal-like brutality, had revealed with no small amount of embarrassment that he had been the only one to go back and save Uraraka from the zero-pointer while everyone else ran away. Yaoyorozu had expressed her regrets at causing the trouble in the first place and her dismissive views of the gunslinger, and she would later realize with a pang of shame that it was the quirk she had looked down upon that had prevented him from dying. Admitting that his display of planning and the immediate reaction to Bakuga's actions had made her change the opinion she had possessed. From the very limited pool of information they had gathered, there were only a few things that could be said with absolute, or with nearly 100% certainty, was that Shurikari was somewhat deranged, held a regeneration quirk made powerful through training, had a certain level of intellect that made it easy for him to plot a plan that took out his opponents hands down, and held the heroic quality that everyone in UA was striving to show, or at least no hesitation about self-sacrifice. Kaminari had argued that because he could just heal, his actions should be looked at in a different light. Tokoyami, much to their collective surprise, was the one who then pointed out, with a fair bit of irritation, that just because someone could regrow a limb didn't mean that the person was immune to pain or trauma. A quick search on the internet had provided links to news articles including past regenerators who had been forcefully retired after their minds collapsed along with their bodies, despite how they had repaired themselves. The blonde was then forced to retract his statement when Jairu gave him the stink eye and called him an idiot that brought up a point a wannabe murderer had used. That shut him up really quickly and added a more somber air to the discussion. Kirishima then stated that maybe they should wait for the teachers to ascertain the situation before calling Bakugo a murderer. After all, wasn't there a chance that the beatings he had been put through had ruined his sense of judgment? Admittedly, a good point at first glance. It was fairly obvious that the red-haired teen only provided the suggestion because Bakugo was manly, and it fell flat when Ishido, without a trace of her usual carefree expression, shut down the line of reasoning when she explained that she had managed to draw what happened out of Uraraka, which was the fact that Bakugo was in a safe state of mind when he had attempted to kill his opponent. Also, the cameras they had been watching were almost always locked on the action, and it was relatively clear from the body language of the explosive teen that he was merely angry and no traces of a concussion or anything could be detected. Kirishima opened his mouth to object, paused, then closed it, suddenly a lot more depressed than he had been at the start of the argument. Now was the elephant in the room they had been putting off. All Might's failure. While the hero worshippers in 1A raised plenty of points that painted the number 1 hero in a more favorable light, others were quick to shoot them down, owing to the sheer amount of evidence pointing to his incompetence. First was Yaoyorozu's conversation. All Might had clearly stated that he would be able to stop anything from occurring if it did with the help of the security cameras they all had been using. Yet, he was unable to stop not one, but both pins from being pulled. To add fuel to the fire that was currently burning up his reputation with his first class, everyone had unanimously agreed that All Might had only gone for 3 of the 4 members in the crumbling building. Considering how he hadn't even spared a backwards glance at Sher's blackened body, the hero had immediately written him off as dead despite the fact that with all the terrible injuries, Sher had still refused to go down and had even launched himself to muffle the second explosion. There was no excuse to be made. He didn't have enough time was ridiculous. Despite All Might's secrecy about his quirk, it was easy to see that it made him strong and fast. Fast enough to go around Mustafu stopping crime and defuse hostage situations. Tsuyu, being as discreet as a sledgehammer to the face, had pointed out the irony. All Might had made his debut as a hero by saving 100 people from a building in less than 10 minutes after a disaster had struck. That meant that he would have to save an average of 10 or more people in a minute, and considering he had saved other people afterwards, surely he would have been able to replicate a smaller version of the original act? If not, wasn't the logical conclusion that All Might was getting weaker? The new revelation was one that was more disturbing than it should have been. The symbol of peace was getting old. The conversation then hit a dead end, the students trying to absorb the information that had just been moved upon them. The heroes in training stared at each other, no words coming forth to break the silence that had enveloped the class. It was an unlikely individual, one that had not spoken a single word, that triggered confusion at his first sentence of the day. He's clearly suicidal. Todoroki Shuto, not even glancing up from his hands, shattered the silence with an outrageous claim. Before the other members of Class 1A started to protest, he held up a hand to motion for silence. If that wasn't enough, the change in his eyes was enough to shut up the rest. While the girls had admitted that he was hot, in a cold, ice prince kind of way, which contradicted the term they used to describe him, his distinct trait was his detachment from the situation, not smiling, not frowning, not even a flicker of emotion in his eyes except when Sher had pestered him about his quirk during the first day of school. He always keeps his arms to his sides, even when walking, and has an addiction to blades and guns. His hero costume is loose and covers his entire body, which could mean that he wants to be a night-based, stealth hero, but the fact that he uses guns contradicts that. I'm not saying it's to conceal anything, I cannot be sure, but it is likely. Despite his regeneration quirk, you can see scars on his arms, many of them. More importantly, I managed to catch a few glimpses of the underside of them. The things that stood out were the cross-shaped scars tracing the entire length of his arms and encircling his wrists. Considering marks of such severity were left behind even with his quirk, we can conclude. He paused at this, a dark look on his face. The other members of Class 1A didn't need him to finish the sentence to get what Todoroki was going for. The mood of the classroom took another critical hit. And although there was a sizable number of people in the room and it had been relatively quiet for the later half of their talk, no one noticed the person listening in until he cleared his throat. Noises and exclamations of surprise immediately followed, and though he would deny it later, Kirishima would be the only one to shriek at the sudden sound. All eyes turned as one to the intruder. Perched on the teacher's table was a man with salt and pepper hair and emerald-like eyes. He was polishing a pair of glasses, an amused expression on his face. Some had seen him walking around the school, one thing or another held in his hands no matter the situation. Yet, none had talked to him, and all had assumed that he was part of the administration or just a teacher for another class. Considering all who were in charge of theirs had already introduced themselves. The man slipped his glasses back on, simple, thin frame that seemed to be made of wire, and the placid smile faltered as he raised his gaze to meet them. It's rude to talk about someone behind their back, even more so when the person in question is lying comatose, handcuffed and hooked up to machines because he thought that his life was of less worth than his new friends. Before you ask, yes, Ikari is still alive. He's not in HNDCFFS because he's been arrested or anything. If anyone should be, it would be that Bakugo brat. The smile turned into more of a grimace. It also contained a hint of SDSM when talking about arresting Bakugo. Getting to his feet, landing softly despite the abrupt movement. He bowed, low and dramatic, tipping an imaginary hat as he did so. The flamboyant movements relaxed the more tense members in the room, some of which had already begun to prepare and use their quirks. For others, however, the exaggerated motions triggered even more warning flags. Now, where are my manners? Some of you think I am an enemy. You would be incorrect. My name is Jinji Yuki, assistant to the teachers of this wonderful school. I used to be a criminal profiler and have worked on many cases in the past. I quit my job in protest of how the people in command considered the final case I worked on a cold case, no matter what facts I pointed out. They threatened to retire me, so I decided to quit on my own terms. Now that Ikari is currently indisposed and the teachers are walking on eggshells cause of him, Aizawa told me to make sure none of you tried to blow each other up. He winced at the collective shudder that ran through everyone at his offhand statement. Sorry about that. Anyway, since the fiasco that occurred a couple of hours ago ruined your first battle experience, I have two choices for all of you. It won't be a collective thing. If some of you pick one option, only those that chose said option will follow through with their choice. I understand that you have had your first taste of what this world has to offer. This world of cruelty and death. You've just seen what the future has to offer you if you continue down the path you have picked, and I believe some of you have doubts. You've seen the number one hero and your belief, your all for the symbol of peace has crumbled to ashes. Jinji's smile had vanished completely, all attempts at appearing non-threatening gone. No matter how blunt or abrupt his change of tune was, his words rang through. It only made the man seem more dangerous. Almost as if he had read their minds, every single one of them, and understood what he saw. Here are your two choices. One is that you go home, think about what you've seen and how your faith has been shaken. Think of your next option, and if you really want to continue training to be a hero, I won't blame you if you choose option 1. It's what I wished I had done. Option 2 is that you follow me to another training ground. UA has plenty of them, and the destruction of one will not change that. I will teach you like how I have been taught. Like how Shurikari has been taught. I will teach you how to fight. Azui watched the happenings with a poker face worthy of a king or queen. Her first thought on the situation was that escalated quickly. From introducing himself as an assistant teacher, and then a former criminal profiler, Jinji's sensei? Did she have to add that, had made a 180-degree turn? Like rain while the sun was blazing in the sky. He offered them some thinking time or training. Judging from the murmuring, she already knew that some were planning to leave. Yet, no one moved to leave, though a few shifted on their feet. Almost instinctively, her mind went back to the grotesque imitation of a smile that accompanied a pair of unseen eyes and useless limbs. All part of a person who she thought had died standing. She was more than a little impressed and inspired by the person's boldness. She knew, in her heart of hearts, that she wouldn't be able to turn away now and hold her head up high ever again. How could she call herself an aspiring hero when she had treated someone who was a little different, yet more human than she was with her mutations, with suspicion and fear? Looking around, she guessed that the others were also following similar trains of thought. What about Uraraka Ida and Bakugu? They're currently still getting treated by Recovery Girl. Ajuru asked, though hesitantly, as if there was something on his mind. Jinji-sensei snorted derisively, a far cry from the nice person he had appeared to be, and once again, almost as if her subconscious was trying to remind her of something, the fact that he had entered the room undetected surfaced. He flapped a hand, then swiped it down in the middle of the air in a motion that reminded her of Shur. No map or anything showed up, no projection of light. However, his eyes flicked back and forth as a finger made a scrolling motion, and the smirk that turned him into an older version of the weapons master who was currently missing resurfaced. Uraraka will get more than enough help from Shur if he comes out alive and mentally stable. Expect them to spend a lot of time around each other. Ida will probably get help as well if he manages to swallow his pride and apologize for the things he said during the battle trial. As for Bakugu, who gives a DMN? I don't. I'll tell you one thing though, he won't be coming back to UA anytime soon. If the crimes he committed doesn't get him locked up, I'll make sure he does. That's a promise. A shadow concealed his face as a cloud blocked part of the sun, and she shivered at how such a simple thing, accompanied by his declaration, made his already oppressing presence loom over them even more. It felt tangible now. That's no way to talk about Bakugu. While his actions may have been unmanly, what sure did to him explains. Plus, he can repair his own body, according to what you've said, so any damage done is fixable. Kirishima, despite having already been berated for his one-sided opinion on the situation, basically the flip side of Uraraka's ride-or-die attitude in all things concerning Shurikari, he still couldn't resist responding to the callous sentences, spoken with a mild sense of boredom. Before she could slap him across the head with her tongue, the atmosphere seemed to darken even further. A resounding snap echoed through the room as Jinji-sensei clenched one of his hands into a fist, popping his knuckles as he did so. He began to laugh, more of a cackle, a mocking sound that reminded her of one of the witches from an old cartoon. And when he rebuffed Kirishima, he did so in a tone so cold that she was surprised frost hadn't formed in the classroom. If this is what's the best the new generation of UA students have to offer, I am so disappointed in our future. You're telling me that just because someone can heal, they should be fine with taking more damage than what is considered reasonable? You think because Ikari can heal the person who destroyed half of his internal organs and most of his skin should get off lightly? Let me tell you something, Mr. Kirishima Idru. Jinji-sensei leaned in with every sentence. Kirishima moved back a step with every action, fear written all over his face. If I said that you, with a hardening quirk, should be used as a shield to deflect a machine gun, because you can take the damage, what would you say? Wait, don't answer that, I know what you're about to say. That's different, I'll still take damage and it'll take time to heal. Have you ever thought about the sheer amount of pain involved in regeneration? Have you thought about the number of times he breaks his body because it's the only thing he thinks he can do to help others and how he's constantly getting shunned by that? I'll let you in on a secret, Mr. Bakugo's amazing cause is a flashy quirk. Why don't you look up the name Shurikari? Let's see if you can look me in the eye and tell me Bakugo doesn't deserve punishment and expulsion. He spun away from the ashen-faced boy, a twisted smile on his face as he spread his arms wide apart. How many people do you think said that they were allowed to hurt him because he could just shrug it off? I've lost count. But in this school, I've already counted too. If I had my way, he'd be locked in a cell and I'd throw away the key. Attempted murder and assault. You think he shouldn't be charged despite all the evidence? Don't make me laugh. And if you do anything to my kid, I'll show you why I teach here. Not to watch your every move and predict everything you'll say, but to show brats like you what happens to bigots. With his final sentence, the air crackled with power. The work of his quirk? Kirishima, already pale as a sheet, mumbled something about having to go and dashed out of the classroom. That was rude, were the first words out of Tsuyu's mouth, and she winced internally, waiting for him to verbally tear her apart like he did her classmate. Instead, he pinched his nose, suddenly looking very old and tired. It was also semi-uncalled for. He needed a wake-up call. Better now than in the middle of a fight. I'll apologize when he comes back, if he comes back. In the meantime, anyone who wants to leave can do so. Door's right there. This is a one-time thing. I'm not supposed to be here doing this, but the teachers are all paranoid and on red alert, so the only thing they're focused on right now is keeping an eye on Ikari. Aizawa might have come back to check on you all, but Uraraka is currently running amok and threatening to drop pieces of expensive medical equipment on his head. I think I speak for everyone when I say that we are staying. Watching Shur sacrifice himself made me realize that being a hero is much tougher than just fighting villains. And that I do not think that I am ready. When I think about throwing myself in front of someone else in order to protect them, my legs lock up. I want to know how to become a better hero. A wan smile crossed his lips for a few seconds. Then let us begin. Tsuyu watched impassively as Jinji-sensei leaned against a wall, glasses removed and occasionally bringing up a screen in front of his eyes. For someone who had just declared that whatever he was doing was illegal and had publicly, blatantly threatened a student, he was surprisingly patient. Most of 1A had decided that they would fight him, only exceptions being Koda, who wasn't all that good in a fight, Hagakure, same reason as above, Shoji, who had stated that he did not want to be beaten up with his own limbs, and of course, Kirishima, who had vanished ever since Jinji-sensei had ripped him a new one and was probably home already. Her other classmates were discussing how the whole Battle Trial 2.0 would go and if they were going to go one by one or in a group. Personally, she found the idea of facing the mentor of the dark individual who had dominated one of the strongest previous member, she reminded herself, with little more than a shotgun that only shot smoke bombs and rubber bullets, was more than a little terrifying. Jinji-sensei had mentioned that he had trained shurikari. That essentially meant that the self-sacrificing, no one knows what he's thinking student probably picked up whatever he had been using from the person currently snickering at something that she couldn't see. And as if he could pick up on her thoughts, those cold green eyes, not so different from those that had glowed as the lights went out in a building that was no longer standing, focused on her instead. She briefly considered avoiding eye contact and going back to her thoughts, then reminded herself that this was a teacher. He wouldn't harm them without a valid reason. Hopefully. She waited till the feeling of a searchlight on her subsided before asking the first thing that came to her mind. Is Shur all right? Last time I saw him. His eyes softened at the inquiry, a quick flick of his finger and the movement of his eyes as several screens materialized in the air indicated that he was, yet again, reading or watching something. Smiling at whatever he saw, Jinji-sensei inclined his head before turning to the next screen and snickering, flipping it with a quick gesture to show her what was on it. Recovery girl, the nurse of Yua, was currently scrambling around a room that she assumed was the infirmary. Ida was hanging on to a bed that was currently floating close to the ceiling and Uraraka was right in the center of it, looking like she was screaming something while tapping even more objects around her and then batting them at the elderly woman, who was screaming right back at her. A flash of black drew her attention and she noted Aizawa-sensei sprinting into the room, taking one look at the carnage and unslinging the capture weapon, which reminded her of a very, very long bandage, wrapped around his neck just in time to get clocked in the head by a cup. Staggering, he must have made some form of noise, because Uraraka turned around, made a face that resembled a cross between embarrassment and fury and picked a bottle that had been floating near her and threw it at him. As expected of a pro-hero, Aizawa-sensei had already recovered from the earlier damage to his head in time to dodge the bottle, but not the one that came after it. Aizawa's expression, the most deadpan she had ever seen, even barring the one he had made while watching Shur during the quirk apprehension test, carried a message that was easy to read, even if it was a blind man reading his face. She continued watching the little show, feeling, more than seeing Jinji-sensei shifting around her to peek at the screen over her shoulder. Aizawa-sensei's eyes flared red and his hair began to rise as if Uraraka's quirk had affected it as well. Then everything in the room that was in the air quickly dropped where they were, mostly onto the floor, some onto the people trying to avoid them. Mistake. Jinji-sensei plucked the screen, holding it like it was real and crushed it in his fist, though she already knew that it was just a motion. Without further prompting, he elaborated on his one-word comment. Erasing Uraraka's quirk while there were countless things, fragile or otherwise hovering in the air, was begging for trouble when they all came crashing back down. I bet Chio-san's going to give him an earful about the amount of medicine and whatnot that he dropped onto the floor. Anyway, now that that's over, any other questions for me? She rummaged her head for any other questions, mentally shrugged at the sheer number of them and picked one that was more important for the current situation. What's your quirk? He smirked at that one. Good question. I call it adaptable, just as I coined the term unbreakable for Ikari's quirk. There are unofficial names for both of ours, but that's a story for another time. As for what mine does, now that would be removing the suspense if I told you. However, that since you bothered to ask, pointing in the direction of the small crowd that was still arguing over whoever knows, I'll give you a hint. It is exactly what it sounds like. He then proceeded to tug on a pair of black gloves. By the glossy sheen, they were most likely leather. Smile gone now, he gestured towards the rest of her class once more. Tell them that I'll be waiting. I expect the first challenger in the next 3 minutes. Either that or you all go home. And tell them I wish you all good luck. You'll need it. The discussion over who would fight their sensei first quickly dissolved into voting for who they perceived was the strongest member of their class at that point of time. Unfortunately for the 2 students who had been accepted into UA based on recommendations, most of the group immediately voted for them. After another 30 seconds of frantic discussion, which was not helped by Jinji-sensei yelling TikTok over and over again, The duo decided that Todoroki would go first and attempt to overwhelm the man with brute force, and Yaoyorozu would help out via items she would create to distract their target and jump in if she saw an opportunity. Brief palaver over, the two students walked towards the ominous figure of their teacher, stopping when they were about 5 meters away from him, at which Yaoyorozu moved to a spot behind her fellow classmate, then quickly created a staff and held it in a ready stance. Todoroki was more relaxed, legs spread shoulder-width apart, right foot in front, a thin shimmer of ice starting to spread out from it. Jinji watched all this impassively, merely tightening the gloves he had donned and pulling out a pack of playing cards, which he proceeded to shuffle over and over again, faster and faster in more complex motions. Todoroki noted them, remembering the sheer number of items Shurikari had managed to produce, and while each and every one was mildly irritating on its own, the combination of all of them had been deadly. Todoroki-kun, Yaoyorozu-chan. Sensei said that the name of his quirk is adaptable, and it does what it sounds like it does. Be careful. Tsuyu, remembering the short hint that she had just gotten, called out as a last warning. Todoroki didn't bother looking back. No one knew what his opponent could do, and if a student of his could do what Shurikari had done, the callous nature he had shown, combined with the technological marvels he possessed, was enough to give anyone concern. He was not optimistic about his chances. Not optimistic about all their choices. He prepared to fight, carefully watching the cards that had begun to blur because of the high speeds they were moving through the air at. In a corner of his mind, warning sirens started to blare when the back of the cards flickered and shimmered, the colors, and perhaps other things that he couldn't see, on them changing and changing and changing at a pace that made him feel slightly sick. Jinji-sensei's arms began to take on a shine that seemed to spread across his body, creeping down his shirt and up his neck. Whatever skin he was showing didn't look any different, but something was off. It felt like someone had taken a 2D version of an object and turned it into 3D without the third dimension, or, in this case, his brain hissed, someone turned himself from 3D into 4D and you can't process that. The changes were more apparent when Jinji-sensei opened his mouth to speak, and the strange process that was happening to his body finally reached his eyes. His teeth had gotten sharper. A lot sharper. When he smiled, it reminded Todoroki of Kirishima's toothy grin, but without a hint of joy in it. This smile was a warning. It promised of pain and destruction at the hands of something, not someone. The final change occurred to Jinji-yuki's eyes. They turned from the color of jade to a deep, ruby red. It was as if someone had poured blood into them. The voice that would haunt his dreams and even his waking moments for days afterwards. And while not all would admit it, those who would fight their sensei thought the same. His voice sounded like his vocal cords had been run through a meat grinder. IWILSHOWYOUWHATVSW. IWLSHOWYOUTHETR. He paused to chuckle at some bizarre joke that only he understood. The laugh made everyone who could hear it wince, for it was like someone was dragging their nails down a blackboard. He had stopped shuffling, half the deck held in each hand. Somehow, he instinctively knew that if he counted them, Jinji-sensei would have cut the deck exactly in half. Forcing the cards to curve, they shot from his palms with unnatural force and speed, suspended briefly in midair unhindered by gravity before they began raining down all over the playing field, embedding themselves into the dirt, for they had all fallen vertically, and miraculously, none of the trio had been touched. He snatched 2 out of the air, then 2 more. Fanning them out in one hand, he revealed 4 jokers. Rather than the smiling, juggling figures that were commonly found in poker decks, these had a smiling mask, one that reminded him of an old play that he had studied, held in one hand and the other was positioned like a gun against their temple. Chillingly, he thought that he recognized the faces, the crying, screaming, torn-up faces that each one had. FORMSTARENOTBO. ty.are.mad. The place that Jinji-sensei had chosen to fight in was small. It was considered open ground, but small enough that each one of his playing cards could be easily taken without having to move too far. To Tsuyu, the reason behind the odd training grounds he had brought them to suddenly became clear. The cards he had thrown were obviously weapons, he wouldn't have used them if they weren't, but now she could see how he had trapped the 2 members of the class that had been selected to test the waters. After his admittedly terrifying physical transformation and the revealing of the 4 Joker cards he now held, she had to give props to Todoroki for his ability to recover. With a stomp, a wave of ice erupted from the ground, ends sharper than she would like. After all, they still didn't know what quirk resided in their teacher, and aimed directly at the man in front of him. They would definitely have done a decent amount of damage, considering the sheer volume of the attack accompanied by the jagged edge to the parts that would make contact with him first. Then again, they would have had to hit him to do so. In a quick motion, he threw 2 of the cards he held even before the ice on the ground began to rise up and increase in size. She expected the 2 flimsy-looking cards to bounce off or get stuck in the ice at best. She was sorely mistaken. They glowed red, then white, and cleaved through the frozen tidal wave that swept towards him, producing an awful lot of steam that briefly concealed the man. Rather than wait for the brief smokescreen to clear, a leg quickly blew away the steam, drawing a long horizontal line through it and somehow colliding with the side of Todoroki's chest, who had recoiled from the sudden burst that obscured his vision. The boy grunted at the force, but only slid back several meters on the ice that he had produced under his feet instead of hurtling towards the nearest wall, which she had expected to happen. His back leg made contact with a card in the ground, lying there innocently. It glowed orange, then propelled itself into the air and shattered. Todoroki made a sound akin to a cat hacking up a hairball, and she watched the force of the small bits of shrapnel digging into his back propel him back forward into a jab to the neck. He then collapsed like a puppet whose strings have been cut, curling in on himself and clutching at his throat, cool facade gone completely and eyes practically bulging out of their sockets. The smoke had cleared enough for the class to see their teacher again. And judging from the gasps of shock and cries of horror, what she was seeing wasn't some hallucination. It seemed that his appearance had only begun to change when his eyes had turned into bleeding pits and his teeth had sharpened into daggers. His mouth was in a grin so wide that it looked like it hurt, and as she watched a trickle of red flow down the corner of it, she realized that she was right, and it stretched even further. He was now literally grinning from ear to ear. He had finished Todoroki without even looking at him, for his body was now facing a rapidly paling Yaoyorozu, staff in her hand caught in his grip as well. Absent-mindedly, she now guessed another reason for the tiny nature of the space he had brought them to. It was to let all of us see what he was doing clearly. His gloves now looked organic, not like they had been put on. More like they were part of his arms now, replacing his hands. The fingers were less human and more animal. It wouldn't have been a stretch to call them claws. Watching Yaoyorozu attempt to tug her weapon away from the iron grip of her opponent, Jinji-sensei took a moment to tilt his head to one side in a mocking imitation of a child that was confused at what they were seeing. Then he squeezed. The staff crumpled in his grip, the sound of metal getting wadded up piercing and terrible. Tsuyu watched the remaining cards on the field. With 3 now gone, only three out of at least 52 were enough to take out the son of the number 2 hero. She was wondering what the rest could do. She then noticed what Todoroki had noticed earlier, that the back of the cards were changing colors. As she looked closely, all of them turned black. Her gaze now snapped back to the fight. If one of his hands was being used to deal with Yaoyorozu and the other had been used to take down Todoroki, where were the remaining 2 cards he had snatched out of the air? Shoji, who had grown extra eyes and was watching the fight with rapt attention, shouted the answer to her private question. The cards are in his glove. They look like they've been absorbed by it. It was with no small amount of concern that she acknowledged Shoji's observation. Jinji-sensei had chosen to relinquish the staff, and as his hand unclenched, she saw the contrasting color of the palm part of it as compared to the back of his hand. White with an image that she knew, deep down, was a joker. Yaoyorozu immediately dropped her now useless weapon, creating a sword and several round objects. When she tossed them into his face, Tsuyu figured that they were some kind of grenade. The first went off with a sharp crack and a brief flash of light that must have been agonizing to look at up close if it hurt her eyes from the distance she was away from the explosion. The second and third were quickly snatched out of the air. He was blind and deaf, how did he see them? One in each hand and they blew up simultaneously. Judging from the lack of reaction, even explosions at point-blank range, as small as they were, didn't faze him. Jinji-sensei casually dropped the pieces of what used to be stun grenades onto the floor and held his palms towards his opponent as she swung her sword at his head. They spat out a card each, a bright blue, and both latched onto the weapon as it bit into the side of his neck. He didn't even bother to move away from the blade now lodged in his neck. Instead, he grabbed onto Yaoyorozu's neck with both limbs and held her into the air, those red, bottomless pits that couldn't even be described as eyes staring blankly at the girl who had began to kick and struggle. The sword seemed to ripple with something. As Yaoyorozu ripped it from its place in Jinji Yuki's neck, Tsuyu croaked at the sheer amount of blood that began spraying from the wound. The man rapidly losing blood didn't seem to care as blood turned his clothes, at least, on the side of the new opening in his neck, red. The cards flared, both still stuck to the sword. Then Yaoyorozu cried out in pain, trying to pry her hand off the blade even as she hung suspended in the air. Small arcs of electricity started running across her body and she convulsed for a PRD of time that felt much longer than it really was. Because as Jinji-sensei carefully let her down to lie on the ground, still twitching, her eyes strayed to Jiraiya-chan's shaking hands. They were holding a smartphone and judging from the images on the screen, she had been taking a video of the whole fight. Gently laying her hands over them, Tsuyu started to ask what was wrong when a small voice, riddled with incredulity and a healthy dose of fear came from the mouth of the girl who had been recording the match. 2 minutes. That's how long he took to beat them. 2 minutes. How are we supposed to win? Ignoring the sudden uproar from whoever had heard Jiraiya-chan's statement, Tsuyu started planning, knowing that she would have to enter the battlefield, not marked with the bodies of the fallen but with ominous cards and face their teacher, who grew more demonic with the pass of time. She could make out dark veins spreading up his arms from his gloves and did not like the way they pulsed. Not at all. With the 2 strongest members of Class 1, barring the one who survived against all odds and he who should not be named, down, their only hope would be teamwork. As Jinji-sensei began striding towards them, carrying the bodies of 1 unconscious female and 1 male in agony over each shoulder, she felt a cold pit expand in her stomach and a strange calm overtake her. If Uraraka had been there at that point of time, she would have immediately pointed out the similarities between her expression and that of Shurikari in war mode. Choosing to drop all politeness, she interrupted the blonde-haired boy arguing with the bird-headed member of their class by clapping twice. As all eyes turned to her, she began explaining their situation and her idea. No one noticed the unholy grin on the man they had to fight soften as she spoke, like he approved of whatever she was doing. After all, no one wanted to look at the guy still bleeding from the neck. The plan was simple really. The class had a healthy mix of long-ranged and short-ranged fighters. By keeping their teacher occupied with the short-range fighters, their roles were pretty much that of meat shields. The long-ranged members of their class would be able to whittle his defenses down. The main issue with the plan would be the minefield that Jinji-sensei had set up right at the beginning. Considering that they had only seen it do 3 things, turn hot and sharp enough to destroy ice, explode on contact with enough force to propel someone and produce an electric current strong enough to paralyze someone, and those 3 were already bad enough. He had plenty of cards left over to defeat all of them, provided he didn't just use his fists and legs to knock them to the ground. So for the first thing they had to do, Kaminari, stand over here. This kind of feels like a bad idea, maybe we shouldn't dash. Just get over there. With a swift kick to the rear, courtesy of Jairu, Kaminari stumbled towards the card field, screaming as he went. Jinji-sensei, who was still bleeding, geez, where did all that blood come from, had already deposited the duo he had defeated away from the battlegrounds, and was staring with no small amount of confusion at the teenager running towards him, crying and shouting as he did so. Still off balance, Kaminari tripped and fell, face first into a card. When he raised his head a second later, cards stuck to it, their adversary let out a bark of a laugh, holding up a hand. Kaminari's frightened expression briefly switched to a determined one before, letting loose his strongest blast of electricity. It arced from card to card, making each one glow brightly. Unfortunately for Jinji-sensei, he was caught in the blast as well. He roared in pain, electricity tracing his body and racing from limb to limb. As he twitched and seized, Sato ran into battle alongside Ojiro, backed up by Shiro and Tokoyami. Dark shadows emerged and quickly dragged out of commission Kaminari away before rearing up to charge. Sato, already having consumed some sugar, greeted the man, who had sparks flying from his body, with a fist to the face. Head snapping back with a JRK that caused more blood to drip from his wound, Jinji recovered in time for a dual attack from Dark Shadow and Ojiro, a kick to the temple and a dark entity to the chest. He flew backwards with a groan and landed on his back. He attempted to get up before Siro launched a couple meters of tape at him and pinned him to the floor. Struggling for a couple seconds, he leaned back and rested his head with a defeated sigh when even more tape was added to whatever was already on him. The rest of the class, plus Tsuyu, began to form a circle around their teacher, at a loss for words considering how easily they had taken him down, especially because of how easily he had taken down the two recommended students. With a hand that was barely able to move above the rest of his body, he beckoned Tsuyu towards his prone form. Walking closer, albeit with some caution, she noticed that the pools of red had turned back into regular, green eyes. He started speaking, but stopped when a fresh spurt of blood splashed onto her. Wincing, she gestured for Siro to tape the wound on his neck, which he did so immediately, but he turned green as well. Seemingly able to tell that his neck wasn't going to fall off at the slightest motion anymore, he repeated whatever he was trying to say again, but so softly that she wasn't able to hear it. Seeing her confused expression, his face took on a tinge of irritation and his hand beckoned her closer still. Squatting down, she leaned closer to his face, then he raised his head as high as he could, and with a blank face he spoke. Not bad. Not bad at all. Then again, if I were a regular human being, I'd be dead by now. I mean, look at how much force those three put into their attacks. I'll have to work on your damage control next time. Can't have the first villain you meet die from a kick to the face. You know, Sensei, for all the bluster and rage, you were kind of a letdown. Was that your plan? Use a minefield of cards to pick us off one by one. Funny you should say that. Any guesses on what my quirk does? What does that have to do with this? Humor me. The answer will help you understand my reason. You said that it was called adaptable. That it did exactly what it sounded like. Your body seemed to change as the fight continued. Your gloves became clawed and looked like they were part of you. The flashbang didn't faze you so. It means that your eyes changed to prevent that. The cards got absorbed into your hands, apparently, so they're probably part of you somehow. So my best guess is that your quirk modifies your body and makes it better. She ticked off a finger with each statement, not knowing where this was going. Good guess. But you missed one key point. And what's that? My quirk makes me better. If the cards are part of those adaptations that it did to me. A light bulb turned on in Tsuyu's brain. How were you carrying them around even before your body began to change? The blank expression now held the glimmer of a smirk. My quirk is constantly active. I haven't been fully human in a long time. Everyone, get back. Tsuyu was jumping back even as the first word dropped from her mouth. The ones who hadn't been celebrating or fretting over the unconscious in pain duo were the first to react, Jiro already backpedaling and Tokoyami getting scooped up somehow by his own quirk. Ashido was the next to react, sliding away on an acid trail. The rest were far too slow. Jinji stood up abruptly, tape ripped to shreds and eyes back to their bloodied nature. He snapped his fingers. The cards which she had assumed had been disabled all switched to the light blue that had shown up before. Electricity, presumably the charge that had supposedly caused them to go out in the first place, connected all the cards remaining on the field and whoever was between two or more of them. Only the four who had retreated managed to get out of striking range. After several moments, the bodies of their classmates crumpled to the floor as one. Brushing off the tape still stuck to him, their teacher moved into a fighting stand as four spider-like limbs sprouted from his lower back. Red as his eyes and dripping with a black liquid that hissed on contact with the ground. His neck had stopped bleeding. In fact, the wound already looked several days old. The grin was back in place, and this time it was even harder to look at when you knew the reason behind the smile. He had been playing them like a fiddle, and he was enjoying it. Now then, read why FORROUND too? It was clear in a few moments that he wasn't playing around anymore. It was 4 versus 1. He had been bleeding from a neck wound for several minutes, hit in the face and midsection, smacked with the full force of Kaminari's quirk all in the span of what felt like a heartbeat. They had barely done anything compared to the students lying on the ground, twitching disconcertingly. And yet, every modicum of logic and reason that she possessed begged her to run. And yet she stayed, half-crouched and ready to fight. Much to her surprise, the three remnants of Class 1A stood their ground as well, not giving an inch even as the demon inched closer and closer, extra appendages still dripping droplets of something that didn't mix well with the floor. They shifted and pulsed, bending to face the four of them. The mouth full of sharp teeth had grown even more unnatural, for they no longer fit together, but grinded against each other with audible sounds at each contact. His fingers were longer and sharper than ever, like something out of a horror movie. One of the tendrils curled around his arm like a snake, and his skin started steaming the longer it remained coiled, nesting on it. The cards on the ground vibrated, shivered with each step he took. When he took his seventh step, they collected in the palm of his hand, disappearing one by one. She swallowed hard. For him to keep the tricks that he had used, meant that the fight was over to him. Jinji-sensei, let's get this over with. Ifyouwxpgngfight. I'm sorry that I have to burst that bubble. His voice came now from behind them. Spinning around, Tsuyu looked uncomprehendingly at the now normal-looking individual. A trail of holes burnt into the floor created a line past them and straight to where he was now standing. The gloves were off and he was binding the cards together with a string. His smile was still eerily wide, and now it carried victory. It's going to hurt in about 3 seconds? Maybe. Jinji Yuki fit the deck back into his pocket and took a bow, much like he did when they first met him. The moment which he returned to his natural stance was when Tsu felt a bolt of pain in her head, crying out when it webbed out and turned from a mild annoyance to full-blown pain. She saw, out of the corners of her watering eyes, that her classmates had already embraced the floor just before her legs gave out and she too fell to the ground. The last thing she saw was her sensei putting his glasses back on, facing the bulk of them, hands in pockets, surveying his work. And next to a room full of chaos, a pair of eyes opened lazily. For a brief moment, just one moment. One of them was red and black. Aizawa Shoyuda felt a migraine coming on. Strike that, he knew that he was going to spend the next few days with a pounding headache. Class 1A this year was an absolute riot. Better than 1A last year, they would have become 2A, if not for their lack of potential, but he knew that he should have been looking through their profiles more carefully instead of plotting his revenge on Jinji for the last prank he pulled. It involved copious amounts of glitter, some of his precious coffee, and a disturbingly smart frog. Hell, he even had Bakuga's file flagged due to the giant, overinflated ego he was toting around, with an inferiority complex to match. He had planned on putting the students into controlled environments, carefully screening them before he allowed actual battle training. Naturally, as with everything else the number one hero faced, All Might had turned his well-constructed plans to dust with a smile and without thinking. He wouldn't have been so angry if nothing bad had happened, or if All Might had not ignored the multiple warnings about which students needed to be watched. But no. Sometimes, the symbol of peace showed some semblance of being able to think without his fists, especially when facing down a villain that was cunning. Yet, it was because of incidents, he couldn't even call it an incident, could he? Like this, that he wondered how millions of years of evolution had resulted in someone with so much strength and so little in the brains department to back it up. Everything that could have gone wrong, did go wrong. The short-tempered, violent one with a quirk to match his personality was matched against the one with so much suspected blood on his hands that he was surprised the police hadn't just arrested him. That was bad enough. Throw in a girl that had gotten surprisingly attached to said hypothetical murderer and you were practically begging for something to go wrong. And it did. Of course. What a shocker. A small blessing was the fact that Sher's quirk was somehow powerful enough to allow him to survive 2 explosions to the face, the subsequent building collapse and being buried under rubble for the better half of 15 minutes. And running through those words again, he felt a chill run down his spine, despite the fact that he had specified its strength depended on how much he used it. He had seen some of the raw power he held during the quirk apprehension test, watching with no small amount of concern as his injuries piled up and disappeared just as quickly, unflinching and unwavering. He's unbreakable. Absent-mindedly, he had wondered what erasing Sher's quirk would do. Considering it allowed him to regenerate from injuries and improved the parts that got damaged, erasing it would probably just stop that process from happening whenever he got an injury. Which would be good, in the off chance that they needed to contain him. For a brief moment, Aizawa paused to remember the pale, still form of the boy they had handcuffed to a bed, quirk suppressors circling his wrists, and he was then reminded of the grotesque amounts of scar tissue he possessed, most of all the clear marks of attempted suicide, and swallowed down the guilt he felt. He forced himself to switch back to the cold, logical mindset he often maintained in dire situations. This wasn't the time to let emotions get in the way. He had work to do. An impromptu meeting had been called once Shurikari was recovered, checked over and subsequently handcuffed to a bed in Recovery Girl's infirmary. Needless to say, Nedzu was absolutely livid at the sheer lack of concern All Might had shown before and during the battle trial. As calmly stated and presented by the principal of UA himself, as calmly as one could when their hands were trembling with rage and their gaze was so cold that he could feel the temperature drop with each sentence spoken. 1. The incompetent buffoon, something thought, but not said, but even so it was implied so heavily that it was as if Nedzu had called him by that name, had allowed his feelings, his suspicions about a boy who had not done anything wrong, or rather, he had not been proven to have done anything wrong, to cloud his judgment, allowing the whole thing to happen in the first place. 2. He had ignored the profiling Jinji had done on each and every student, evident considering when it was brought up, he had stared blankly for several moments before asking if such documents had ever existed. 3. Instead of stopping the exercise as soon as a hint of Bakuga's intentions had been revealed, rather clearly, he had chosen to continue and allow the now comatose student to tank the damage he had miraculously recovered from in order to protect the other two in the simulation. When All Might had protested against the criticism Nedzu had so callously dealt out, looking around the room for any support from the other teachers, none met his gaze with sympathy, especially the ones who had showed up to help search the rubble that was once a building. Aizawa could feel the slowly emanating aura of rage leaking from Nedzu increase rapidly, causing the teachers sitting closer to him to subtly shift away. Leaning forward in his chair, the rat-bear-dog person that was the scariest person in the room despite his small stature clasped his hands together in front of his chest and smiled. It could barely be called a smile, and in Aizawa's mind, two people had surfaced with those identical smiles that were not. You may be the number one hero, All Might, but you are not even reaching the standard of which all of UA's teachers are at. Our goal is to teach and protect our students. You have done neither. Need I remind you that I was the one who had offered a place at this school to you? I could just as easily take it away, just as easily as you had left young Sher to die even after all you had seen him do. Here's a question for you. If his teacher was here, would we even be having this conversation? No words broke the silence. For once, the imposing figure of All Might seemed to be overshadowed by the principal, someone so small that a single smash could have crushed him. Once again, Aizawa's mind not so helpfully provided a previous image of Jinji Yuki, before he had been offered, forced, a place in Yui Academy. It was a mental snapshot from after a particularly tough case, one that had forced the police to grudgingly ask for the help of the heroes. It was the first time Aizawa had met the man who would latch on to him like a demented parasite, or present Mike. He had been patrolling the area in which a local gang was suspected to have its main base in. While this would be a problem left to the police to do, this gang was heavily tied into the underground villain community, supplying children to whoever wanted to buy them. He had been finishing his rounds when a scream shot through the air, only to be cut off as abruptly as it had surfaced. Upon reaching the source, he was unpleasantly reminded of the first time he had met the specter, tossing an eyeball up and down with a body discarded to his side and a boy with black hair and sharp teeth pressing himself against a wall. He burst into the building just in time to see him, although at that time he had thought it was not human, tear the head off a woman foaming at the mouth with his bare hands, splashing blood onto the walls, the floor and most importantly his face. Or lack of one, if you were being picky. Remembering the man dripping with tar-like fluids, teeth too big for his mouth and what looked like a set of extra legs sprouting from his back, standing in a room that had been decorated with what was once one of the most prominent gangs in Mustafu, he shivered. Aizawa Shoyuta had seen many a thing in his days as a hero, many things that kept him up at night and haunted him even as he slept. Not one thing was etched into his mind so deeply as the image of an eldritch horror kneeling amongst those he had killed, howling as tears that hissed as they hit the ground, cradling a small body to his chest. Without thinking, Aizawa answered the question for the one who had caused all the trouble in the first place. He would kill you. Or die trying. Shaking his head to rid him of the thoughts that had briefly plagued him as he hightailed it to the infirmary, quickening his pace as the door came into sight. With it, muffled screaming reached his ears. Readying his capture weapon, he opened the door to a spectacle that left him blinking in disbelief. The infirmary was in chaos. Recovery Girl was swinging her cane around and batting objects hurtling at her out of the way, yelling as she did so. Most, if not all of the objects in the room that weren't anchored to the ground were floating, interesting, considering the perpetrator's quirk was zero gravity. Uraraka was busy throwing whatever she could get her hands on at the elderly woman, shouting something about knowing he was there. She didn't notice the new addition to the room, so focused was she in her task. Ida, who was, for some reason, hanging on to a bed near the ceiling for dear life, merely opened one eye to take a peek at who had entered the room before closing it and continuing to do his best impression of a koala bear. Preparing to stop the madness, Aizawa didn't notice the projectile that had been redirected into his skull until he felt the impact. Grunting in surprise, the sound he produced was enough to cause Uraraka to turn around. Tirade paused for the time being. A few seconds of awkward silence passed. The emotions on Uraraka's face finished their change from embarrassment to fear to anger before throwing a bottle at him. Not entirely surprised by the hostile reaction to his presence, he dodged the bottle as plans to neutralize his student shifted and clicked into place in his mind. Yet, the dodge had put him in the path of the next object to fly at him, and then collide with his face. Feeling an eyebrow twitch with the sudden surge of irritation he felt, Aizawa instinctively activated his quirk, realizing too late that it was probably the worst possible thing he could have done at that point of time. With the nullification of weight cancelled on all the objects suspended in midair at once, the only place for them to go was down. He dived under a table that hadn't been affected yet, praying that Shizenji wouldn't kill him after the crisis was over. As objects began to fall, Ida let out a shrill sound of surprise that shouldn't come from the mouth of a teenage boy as the bed plummeted back into its original position. Shizenji moved with speed and grace that seemed more in place coming from a young adult dodging whatever small items that threatened to give her a concussion, and surprisingly, Uraraka stood in the middle of the carnage she had caused, somehow unharmed despite the sheer number of objects in the air. Until a small potted plant, which had bounced off a wall gently while it was still weightless, dropped through the air, directly for her head. Aizawa barked a warning as he scrambled to get out from under the table in time, praying that he wouldn't have another student restricted to the infirmary on the second day of school as a screech followed by a snapping sound drew part of his attention to a door just before it was rammed open, hinges creaking in protest at the sudden movement. A green blur reached Uraraka a few milliseconds before the pot shattered on her skull and yanked her out of the way. It broke and left a small pile of soil and a tiny flower on the floor. Aizawa ignored it, subtly removing his capture weapon from its perch and turning his full attention to the elephant in the room. Shurikari, an unhealthy shade of white, was busy checking over the person he had just moved out of the path of a falling flower pot, ignoring the splutters and growing flush on her face as he cupped it in his hands, searching her face for something he didn't know about. The HNCFFS dangled loosely from his arm, the part that had apparently been attached to the bed he had been lying in ripped into pieces. A trickle of blood ran from his wrist, but that was the only thing, a trickle. Slowly lowering the cloth-like weapon as Shur continued to fuss over Uraraka, moving on to ruffling her hair, still not making a sound. Aizawa coughed into a fist when there were no signs of the admittedly adorable sight of one living weapon handling his classmate in the same delicate way one would handle glass stopping anytime soon. Shur removed his hands, eyes snapping to the source of the sound and drawing away from Uraraka at a speed that made him blink in surprise, and he chose to ignore the glare that Uraraka had turned onto him with the force of 1,000 suns as Shur pulled away. They watched each other for about a minute, each silently observing the other. Seemingly satisfied with what he found, the boy that Aizawa was starting to think was immortal attempted a weak grin, shooting him a lazy two-fingered salute while surreptitiously hiding the handcuffed hand behind his back. In a voice that made him think of a cat being strangled, Shur managed to choke out a comment before wincing and rubbing his throat. "I live beach. Bakugo's going to have an aneurysm." Aizawa dragged a hand down his face and groaned. "So will everyone else, problem child. So will everyone else." Tsuyu woke up in the same place in which she had been forcefully moved into a state of unconsciousness. There was a pillow under her head. Looking around, most of Class 1A were in similar states. Some were still unconscious from the sudden surge of electricity that Jinji-sensei had used to educate them, but notable exceptions included Yaoyorozu and Todoroki, who were conversing quietly while sipping from cups, Kaminari, who was still in his brain-fried stage, Jar, who was for some reason playing chess with their sensei, and Hagakure, who was suspiciously absent from the room. Shaking away the last traces of drowsiness, she got to her feet, wincing at the dull ache in her neck, where she had been struck earlier. Walking towards Jairu and their sensei, she watched the match for a few moments. Jairu was getting destroyed, before asking the first thing that came into her mind. "Why are you two playing chess?" Surprisingly, Jur was the one who answered. Jinji-sensei looked a little lost in thought. The expression on his face was odd after seeing what he looked like after his quirk had run its course and transformed him into a monster. Despite the slight scowl on her face, the tone she used was amused and not happy. "Sensei here was busy panicking when he fried us with that giant electricity burst thanks to Dunceface over there and knocking the rest of us unconscious. I woke up first, watched him have a small mental breakdown over how he was a terrible teacher, filmed it and then did the first thing I could think of to snap him out of it, which was challenging him to chess. Yaoyorozu-chan helpfully provided the set. Todoroki woke him up properly with some ice and now he's been spacing out while destroying me at chess. I'm not sure whether to be relieved our teacher has a heart after what he did to us or concerned because he did all that terrifying business despite being a giant softie." Tsuyu couldn't resist croaking with laughter, which seemed to startle their teacher into moving another piece on the board, causing Jairu to curse. Sighing, she tipped over her king, hesitated, picked it up and tossed it at Jinji-sensei. He caught it between two fingers, slid it back into its proper position and reached over to flick her in the forehead. She grimaced, batting the hand away and resetting the chessboard. Sighing, she gestured to him, who despite having just performed a series of impressive moves, still hadn't had the light return to his eyes. "Want me to slap him?" Tsuyu extended her tongue in preparation. She shrugged, gestured again with a mocking grin and pulled out her phone to train it on the two of them. Tsuyu pondered the pros and cons of slapping a teacher with her tongue, decided that any complaints he might have about it would pale in comparison to the fact that Jinji-sensei had electrocuted their class on the second day of school, transformed into an eldritch monstrosity and knocked the rest into surprise naps. With a quick flick, her tongue lashed out, hitting their teacher squarely in the jaw. She quickly retracted it. She did not want to know what he tasted like, feeling like she had just hit a steel wall. Thankfully, it appeared to have done the trick. Or, if her suspicions were correct, he had decided that enough fun had already been had. "Ow," was the deadpan response of Mr. Tough as a wall, rubbing the spot which she had smacked, a hint of mirth in his eyes. She released a small sigh of relief when the intelligence and not-so-well-hidden darkness returned to his gaze. There was something very off about seeing Jinji-sensei looking like he didn't have all the pieces of the puzzle, like seeing All Might without his smile or more recently, Shurikari without his guns. Jairu snickered again, the sound of a shutter indicating that she now had physical records of their teacher's abnormalities. She made a mental note to ask someone to create a class chat. Sensei rolled his eyes, pulling out one of his cards and pointing it at the offender with a half-hearted glare. "Laugh it up all you want, Jairu. I know where you live." Jairu spluttered at the threat, pocketing her phone and speaking with a tone that was dry as a desert. Tsuyu watched the duo with all the interest of a spectator watching a fairly interesting tennis match. That was really upfront even for you, sensei. Didn't realize you liked me that much. Much to her growing amusement, their calm, collected, always in control teacher was quickly turning a shade of maroon. It was his turn to splutter, dropping the card and burying his face into his hands. When he re-emerged, he was smiling despite the clear flush on his cheeks. Absent-mindedly, Tsuyu decided that the genuine smile he had on his face was a lot nicer than the sarcastic smirk he used as a default expression or the sardonic grin that was. Apparently the new trend with dangerous people, All Might, Jinji Yuki, and Shurikari. She would have labeled them the Holy Trinity if not for the clear distaste the latter two had for the number one hero. And after the catastrophe that was their first lesson with him, she was inclined to side with them. By the awkward chuckle and the hints of red creeping into her cheeks, Jairu agreed with her. She made another mental note to tease her about it later. Teacher-student relationships are banned in UA, in the off chance that it happens. Of course, I'm not interested in that sort of thing. The clinical tone in which he delivered that piece of information vanished when Jairu's face fell and Tsuyu winced. Judging from the fact that Yayorozu had paused her conversation with Todoroki with a puzzled look on her face, she was probably eavesdropping on the increasingly confusing conversation going on. As Jinji-sensei began waving his arms around frantically, Tsuyu took out her own phone, beginning to record the absolutely amazing things that followed. Not that you're not pretty or anything. In fact, you're really beautiful and I'd be flattered, but there's the whole age gap thing, even though my quirk kind of messed that up and I probably said too much. The two of them were beginning to resemble a pair of tomatoes as he trailed off to a stop. Whether unconsciously or otherwise, they even had the same nervous tics, Jairu winding an ear jack around a finger as their sensei started tying knots into his hair. Tsuyu fought the urge to roll her eyes. For once, she was thankful that her usual expression was incredibly hard to read, or he would have immediately seen the disbelief written on her face. Or maybe he had, their sensei was once a psychologist. She highly doubted the same teacher who had apparently helped Shurikari in his quest to become a gunslinging maniac, threatened to kill a teenager with a smile and took down the entirety of Class 1A with a pack of playing cards was able to be reduced to a stuttering mess after accidentally insulting one of his students. It was some subtle way of manipulating them into trusting him. In any case, it was hilarious to see their demon of a teacher act like a normal human being for once. And he had accidentally given away a hint. He mentioned that his quirk messed up the age gap. So how did a quirk that made him better mess up his age? She would have to ask for a second opinion on that. A pinging noise made Jinji-sensei snap back to attention, and with a quick swipe like earlier, a series of holograms appeared in the air. A quick glance made him stand up. Mask back on, he turned to the two teenagers, commanding their attention with little effort. Ikari's awake, so I'm going to go check on him. Once the rest of them wake up, tell them all that they're done for the day and I'll be sending each one of them a report on what I know about them and how they can improve. You all did well considering it was your first time actually fighting. Jairu, you need more self-confidence, which is pretty odd considering how impressive all of Class 1A are, especially the few of you that reacted fast enough to not get hit with a modified stun gun. Azui? She raised her head to meet his gaze without flinching. He searched her gaze for something he didn't find, judging by the frown that soon surfaced. I believe you have questions for me. You'll get your answers eventually. Anyhow, gotta dash so bye. And with that ominous statement, he hightailed it for the door, muttering about a lawsuit. Tsuyu turned to Jairu and opened her mouth to say something before Jinji-sensei poked his head back through the door. Oh yeah, Bakugo is going to be expelled or something, so you guys might be called in as witnesses. Be prepared for that. Dropping that bombshell, he vanished. The remaining duo exchanged a glance. So, I didn't think that you were into the older type, Jairu-chan. It's not like that. If Nedzu had the strength to overturn his table, he would have. The first day of a new year at Yui Academy and with the symbol of peace, of all people, as a teacher. Even with his intelligence, Nedzu had been unable to foresee the way everything had gone to pieces. Bakugo Katsuki, with the second highest score in the entrance examination. 78 villain points and not a single rescue point to his name. Admirable in terms of sheer firepower, the fact that he had not saved or helped a single of the other test takers was highly concerning. Upon pulling up his files from his previous school, the fact that he didn't have a single mark on his record was admittedly suspicious, but the majority of the other teachers had agreed that it was just a sign that he did have potential to be a hero. Admittedly, Nezu wasn't convinced. Yet, he believed in his companions, and he believed in All Might, who had vouched for the boy while watching the entrance examination. Now, looking back, it was a poor choice. It always was a poor choice to not listen to your instincts. Well, as quoted by cynics and optimists alike, regret always comes after the bad decisions. Or something like that. And now it was up to him to clean up the mess. He released a quiet sigh, the most intelligent animal, if not human, alive and stuck with janitor duty, massaging his head as he prepared for the eventual meet with both Bakugo and his parents. The boy in question was currently kept under watch by both Midnight and Ectoplasm, with the quirk-suppressing HNDCFFS always kept nearby in case of a rogue student or infiltrator, although they hadn't been used in ages, to convince him to not act again. His parents had been contacted, and after some polite conversation, in which Bakugo's mother had been putting the phrase, "I'll kill that FNG brat," between every 2 sentences, they had agreed to hurry down to sort the situation out. That had been an hour ago. His patience was fraying, and the reminder that they had somehow found Sure Ikari alive under all that rubble, or rather, his mentor did little to quell the anger that had been boiling ever since the meeting. It seemed as if the time All Might had spent in America had removed his sense of empathy. When had quirks begun to define people? And when did All Might define people by their quirks? Something didn't add up. But frankly, Nezu didn't care enough to fit the pieces of the puzzle together. He began to brew another batch of tea in an attempt to calm himself down. And as a not-so-subtle way to remind the elder Bakugas that they were late, provided that they were going to show up and not just run for the hills because their son just completely destroyed his chances of continuing his education in UA. Sipping at the tea, he contemplated the fiasco that had started brewing ever since the entrance examination. Firstly, letting Bakugo Katsuki into Yui Academy. Second was not noticing the glitch in the zero-pointer software until it had been released early into the zone. Sure Ikari had been menacing. In hindsight, that was incredibly lucky, considering how many others could have gone rogue if the bug hadn't been patched. There wouldn't just be one mess to deal with, there would be hundreds. 3 was allowing All Might to teach foundational heroics without a supervisor, the direct cause of this. And yet, reflecting, it could have been worse. So much worse. If Sure hadn't gone absolutely ballistic on the robots, more zones would have taken losses. Uraraka Ochako, only casualty of Zone D, was miraculously healed by the boy as well. If, by the recordings salvaged from the cameras, Sure hadn't taken the brunt of both explosions, they would have 4 dead students, with no one to blame. So for all the pain he had caused the school, as infuriating as his mentor, pupil had done some damage control. Whether it was unintentional or otherwise. A notification on his computer alerted him to the little item storm going on in the infirmary and the demonstration the criminal psychologist turned reluctant teacher was giving his new students. He quickly patted himself on the back for not feeding the general studies department to him. After all, he thought as he watched the man activate his quirk and slowly transform into an eldritch abomination, beats waiting for the parents of UA's newest basket case, even I would have to guess what he would do to those in the department, especially if they talk about quirks and the unfairness of it all. As the last of the 1A students were cut down, another ping notified him of the couple who had just entered UA. His frown twisted into the facade of a smile that he wore when cracking down on those who thought themselves smarter than a mere animal. As very nicely put by Mr. Unconscious, he pushed a button to let them in and sent a message to Jinji Yuki, "Let the games begin." Bakugo Mitsuki was having a very bad FNG day. It had started off good. Her brat was off to his second day at UA, and just before she was starting to wonder why he hadn't turned up by barging through the door to yell at her, she received a message from the principal of the very school her son was studying at. It didn't hold many details, but the message was clear. Her stupid idiot of a son had gotten into trouble and his parents had to turn up to get the entire version of what he had done. After a few phone calls, A very hurried drive to pick up her husband and nearly breaking all the speed limits. They had finally turned up at the school. It was way more daunting in person. She felt an unpleasant twinge of fear. What had her son truly done? All that was conveyed was he was in serious trouble, and it had to do with one of his classmates. After FNG bus had picked them up and dropped them off, they now stood in front of Principal Nedzu's office. Before she could press the button for the intercom, a voice crackled from the speaker. "Come in, please. I've been expecting you." She wondered briefly if the repressed anger she could hear in the tone of Principal Nedzu was a product of her slowly fraying nerves or actually there. Either way, it made her shiver before exchanging a look with her husband. She pushed open the door. Despite the offhand comment her son had made about the principal being a freak, he wasn't really lying about that. The principal looked like a hybrid between a rat and a bear, but with eyes that gleamed with uncanny intelligence and some form of anger. The only thing unsure about his anger was who it was directed at. Nedzu indicated the chairs in front of his table, and she noted the additional chairs on his side of the table with unease. Masaru made the first move, pulling out the chair, and with a polite, "Thank you," took a seat. She followed soon after, wondering where Katsuki was. The principal poured 2 cups of tea, then pushed them in front of the couple. He interlaced his fingers and watched in silence as they sipped at the tea. Internally, she grimaced. It had gone cold. After about a minute of uncomfortable silence, he began to speak. "I called the 2 of you here to tell you that your son is being expelled from UA because of his actions against one of his classmates." A startled gasp escaped her. Her son was being expelled? She barely suppressed the "what the F" that would have followed the gasp if she hadn't shut her mouth. Which was a good thing, considering Nedzu had leaned in with fire in his eyes. "Your son ignored direct orders from a teacher, triggered a building collapse, and put 3 of his classmates in said building in danger with gauntlets that stored his sweat to be denoted all at once. If not for the quick thinking of one of the trio, they would all have died after the first explosion, not to mention the second one." Mitsuki felt a migraine coming on as she rubbed at the bridge of her nostril, unable to stop the quiet curse this time round. This was bad, much worse than anything her imagination had dredged up. Katsuki had tried to kill his classmates? But when did her boy go from a bright-eyed child who wanted to surpass all might to a wannabe killer? She felt Masaru's hand on her own and felt a surge of relief at the contact. Straightening up, she looked straight at the principal, putting on a brave face. She wasn't alone in this. First thing on the agenda was damage control. Is it possible that my son wasn't thinking straight when the incident happened? I know Katsuki better than anyone, and he isn't the type to try and kill people. If anything else, the fire in his eyes never died down, rather it even seemed to burn brighter. Pressing a few buttons, he directed a holographic screen at them, turning it so that they could see the video playing on its screen. It had obviously been from a security camera inside the building that had supposedly collapsed, considering the hallway it was watching and the angle at which it was watching the 4 people in its view. Zooming in, it focused on her son's face in time for the look of utter loathing to form as the boy on his back tied his hands together with a thin roll of tape. Stepping off, he exchanged a high five with the sole girl of the 4, as a booming voice that she immediately associated with All Might rang out to announce the end of a battle trial. Then her son staggered to his feet, easily ripping the flimsy tape off his wrists, and extended one hand towards the trio on the opposite side of him. Without warning, and yet, the boy who was standing had managed to step in front of the other 2 and throw his cloak at the girl. A terrifying explosion rippled the hallway, engulfing it in fire and sound. When the smoke died down, she gagged at the black, flaking figure that had replaced the boy who had taken Katsuki down. Somehow, he was still standing, turning around briefly to look at the guy with weirdly shaped legs and the girl he had protected, before turning back as Katsuki recovered from the knockback of the explosion. All Might's voice rang out again, warning her son to stop fighting. What he said in reply chilled her to the core. With a wide grin on his face, the child she had raised talked about how he could do whatever the hell he wanted because his opponent would just recover from the damage. In the corner of the screen, a blur with the colors of the number 1 hero rushed into sight as the second explosion was let loose. Shockingly, the charcoal teenager had ran towards the explosion, just to fly back just as quickly due to the impact. A hole blasted through his midsection. The number one hero moved at an incredible speed, scooping up the duo who had been shielded by the blast, before slowing enough for her to see the absence of a smile on his face as he crushed the bracers encircling her son's hands and grabbed him as well, disappearing from the building as the camera screen began to shudder. Its last image as chunks of rock began falling from the ceiling and cracks began to race along the floor was that of the toothy grin that stood out amongst the blackness of the face it was fitted in, what remnants of eyes the child had staring sightlessly at the large chunk of rock falling from above him as it concealed him from view on impact. She wanted to throw up, but forced her bile down. Shakily, she leaned back in her seat and tried to process what she had just seen. The principal broke into her thoughts with the subtlety of the building that had fallen onto the abandoned one of the four. As you can see from the last recording we managed to retrieve from the site, your son killed one of his classmates, and would have killed the other two and most likely himself if he was quicker about it. From the reply to All Might, we can tell that he was perfectly coherent during this crucial time PRD. So, no, I don't think he was out of his mind. If anything, the fact that he spoke with perfect clarity meant that he understood what he was doing, and judging from that grin, he relished it. As Nezu spoke, it was like watching dominoes tumble. One conclusion led to the next, and so on until the final unspoken one was finished, that her son was a murderer. She felt the pit in her stomach widen as her suspicions started to take form. Racking her brain for the discrepancy she felt, it was with some satisfaction that she pointed out the contradiction, not noticing how her husband had paled or how Nezu's twisted smile stretched further. You said that all three of them survived. That means my Katsuki isn't a murderer, yes. Her brief sense of satisfaction quickly shriveled up and died when the principal didn't even try to disguise the chuckle he let out. Drinking his own cup of tea, which had steam wafting from it, he downed it in 2 quick gulps before returning his attention to the conversation, the fire in his eyes abruptly quelled, replaced by cold steel. And so what if he isn't a murderer? The fact here is he directly attacked one and indirectly 2 of his classmates with lethal intent. There are only 2 reasons they survived. One is sure Ikari's remarkable regenerative ability. 2 is that his immediate reaction was to throw himself in front of an explosion for people he barely knew. Of course, All Might managed to remove 3 of 4 people before the building collapsed as well, but that's not the point here. The point is that he still attempted murder. But this sure boy is a regenerator, right? Considering you said he survived, my son hasn't done damage to anyone if the person most affected just shrugs off the explosions. In that case, isn't expulsion a little too much? At this point, Nezu leaned in even further, his eyes now flickering from savage fury to cold fire. Brain catching up with her mouth's attempt to salvage the situation, she cursed her own FING stupidity for triggering the wrath of the individual that pulled all the strings in the school. Not for the first time, her mouth had gotten her into trouble. If I could, I wouldn't be having this conversation right now. I've just heard you use the same logic your son did to justify harming one of his classmates. If he recovers, it's fine. Let me tell you right now that that will never stand up in a court of law. It's like saying how if you throw someone off a building and they miraculously take no damage, you shouldn't be held accountable for what you did. There are plenty of other things he did that justify expulsion. For one, there was the fact that Bakugo and Shure were not the only ones there, in case you have forgotten. 2 would be the fact that he disobeyed a direct order. 3 is something that got my attention only a while ago. He trailed off, pausing to see if either of them would bite. When neither adults made a sound, Nezu's grin softened by a fraction before continuing. For a boy with such a volatile personality, it is kind of funny that he has not gotten into any disciplinary cases, isn't it? I took the opportunity to look through his records, and guess what? Not a single mark on it. It's so pristine I was willing to let him into UA because of it. But this incident has gotten me thinking, coupled with the way he talks, or rather, shouts at others, and his perfect track record made me wonder, why? Why would a model student with excellent grades suddenly attempt to kill a fellow teenager? Bakugo Mitsuki was starting to connect the pieces of the puzzle herself, and she didn't enjoy the picture she was getting. My theory is that with his quirk, such a strong quirk suitable for being a hero, he holds sway over his past teachers. In order to help his chances of becoming one, they turn a blind eye to whatever he does. To confirm this theory, I've already assigned another teacher to find out what he can about Algebra Junior High. Let it be stated here by me clearly. My associate is the mentor of the child currently lying comatose in a bed in the infirmary, with heroes on standby to put him out of his misery if the pain your child caused him proves too much for his brain. He was a criminal psychologist, one of the best out there, and has plenty of experience with killers. I wonder what he will find. Her throat locked up completely and she was unable to say a word. What could one say when their entire worldview was turned upside down? Slowly trying to absorb the information that had been ever so kindly gifted to her, she clenched her fists and looked at them, trying to remove the tremors she could see through sheer force of will. It didn't succeed. Her husband, always the calm and rational one, finally decided to speak up. What can we do to help Katsuki? Something akin to sympathy entered Nedzu's gaze before it smoothed itself out once again. Some of the teachers believe that expulsion is enough. I, on the other hand, believe that it is too mild a punishment. After all, murderers, even attempted murderers, get sent to jail. And some of those individuals don't come back from jail. Since he is a child and the unfortunate or fortunate fact, depending on which way you look at it, that Shurikari has recovered fully apart from being in a coma means that the weight of what he has done will be lighter. Unfortunately, the Ida family has taken up arms against you because of how Ida Tenyo was also endangered in the fiasco. Expect to hear from them soon. The easiest way out would be to give your son professional and mandatory counseling. You want to send him to an asylum? Goodness no. I don't want to. I think that it's necessary, considering the mindset he has. If you want him to have even the slightest chance of having a normal life ever again, I'd suggest allowing your son to fix himself, with some help of course. Glancing at both Bakuga's gritted teeth, Nedzu gained a harsh gleam and silenced any budding protests immediately, unless you would prefer the alternative, which is to put him in juvenile prison, and then in regular prison once he is of age. Bakugo Mitsuki's anger was quenched, but her outrage at the unfairness of it all still made her resist the urge to seize the principal by the neck and wring him out like a dish towel. The principal frowned, seemingly sensing her disapproval, and continued talking in a tone which reeked of mockery. I see you two are still not convinced that there are only two solutions to this problem. Might this sway you? He directed another screen, this one with the word live blinking in the top right corner of the rectangle. On it was a video of her son, watched by two heroes and still screaming obscenities at them, vowing to kill that fucker's girlfriend for hitting him, and to let him out before he f'd them over too. Heart sinking as the hole Katsuki had dug for himself got even deeper with every minute that passed, she heaved a sigh. Then came a knock at the door, before it opened to reveal a man typing away at a tablet, eyes tired but focused and a thin smile set on his face. Nedzu's expression brightened, gesturing to the seat next to him. The man with salt and pepper hair quickly took a seat, setting the tablet down and with one last press of a button, projected another screen. As with the previous two, the contents made her feel sick. This one, however, was a blast from the past. On the screen was a green-haired boy, around 6 years of age. The new guy slipped on a pair of glasses and spoke in a tone positively frigid. Midoriya Izuku. The cause of death, villain attack. At least, the official report. Something not talked about was the shoes left on the roof above the bloodstain where his body probably impacted with the ground, probably because of the lack of a body. Many thought it was a suicide, especially since this boy was quirkless. Now imagine my surprise when I noticed who lived near the Midoriyas. He snapped a finger and the image vanished, replaced by a photo of Katsuki and Izuku with their arms around each other. A picture taken before quirks mattered more to her son than his friend. A retort on the tip of her tongue was quelled by the fatigue in the speaker's eyes evaporating, replaced by something that made her shiver. You know, your son isn't exactly secretive about who he torments and where. He may be smart, but I've had experience hunting down better people than him. Wanna guess what I found? Not waiting for an answer, he split the screen into 6 smaller ones, each one playing a recording with time stamps of her boy directing his explosions at others, even beating up one of them because he refused to be cowed. Any modicum of a plan she had to get Katsuki out of trouble crumbled there and then. They had proof, solid proof of her child acting like a villain. She exchanged a look with Masaru, knowing that their hands were tied. Nedzu slid a piece of paper to her with a pen, and with a heavy heart, she signed her agreement to the expulsion of one Bakugo Katsuki and his admittance into Mustafu General Asylum. She set the pen down and scrubbed her face violently, not wanting to show any more weakness in front of the demons that had systematically built a campaign against her son while she watched it happen. We thank you for your time. Now, as one person to another, I apologize for what you had to do. But it is the only chance Bakugo has. I hope you understand that. Yeah, what he said. Here's some parting words though. Do what you want, but know that there are consequences to every action. I'd say it's been a pleasure, but it hasn't. See ya. The two elder Bakugas walked out of the office in silence. A homeless-looking man with what appeared to be bandages around his neck directed them to a small vehicle resembling a go-kart, which he then proceeded to drive. He drove them to watch their son being forced into a straitjacket, raving and screaming about doing to them what he did to that cocky biasi, before stopping abruptly, gaze briefly fixing on his parents before shifting to something that made him gape, then scream and stop resisting the people bundling him into the back of a cushioned van. Turning to follow his line of sight, the three adults watched the pale child as he continued eyeing Katsuki, hands in his pockets and clad in a cloak. A gun grip poked out from one edge of his cloak. He looked on impassively as Katsuki roared about how he should be dead, and no effing ghost will get me. Sensing someone else's gaze on him, Shurikari, barely recovered, turned to the vehicle and revealed an identical gun on his other side. His eyes glistened green like that of Midoriya Izuku's. The boy who had returned from death offered the duo that had gone as white as he was a smile. He turned his back on them and walked away, ignoring the strain. He needed to get back before Uraraka gave him another earful about being stupid. Uraraka Ochako was busy collecting the pieces of glass and other bits and bobs scattered across the floor of Recovery Girl's infirmary, with some tape to prevent cuts, courtesy of Shirkuin, alongside her. Homeroom teacher, who looked as disgruntled as she felt, with the elderly woman herself watching both of them with a glare on par with that of her first friend? In this school when he was mad, although it didn't make her skin crawl, rather it made her feel like a child again. Ida had already excused himself after it was clear that he didn't have any injuries minus the slightly ruptured eardrums due to Bakugan Katsuki that were easily healed, although the speed at which he vanished and the constant glances he had given the adult male and teenage girl attempting to drill holes into each other with their eyes alone made her think that he was just running away. After Shirkuin had pulled her out of the way of the pot about to crack her skull open, her cheeks flushed at the memory, and sassed Aizawa-sensei for a couple of minutes. His head perked up like a dog who had just been called by his master, dashing out the front door while grabbing the gun holsters and cloak draped over a coat stand that was somehow still upright, left miraculously untouched despite what he had been through and what the infirmary had suffered through afterwards. Recovery Girl muttered about things she would do to that self-sacrificing idiot, with her cane that probably wasn't meant for the ears of the remaining two people in the room, and with the target of her ire gone, she turned it to the ones that had reduced her office to such a dismal state. Aizawa-sensei, kind and wonderful teacher that he was, immediately tried to shift all the blame to her, an expression of irritation that quickly disappeared, replaced by some form of fear when the elderly woman smacked him on the head with her oversized, very threatening cane and gave him an earful about using his quirk without thinking of the consequences. When Sensei not so subtly gave her a look that screamed expulsion, she stood her ground and glared back just as defiantly, not at all repentant for her actions, minus a small amount of guilt at the state of the place. Noticing the silent exchange, Recovery Girl bonked him on the head with the cane again, telling him that he should have thought about his students' feelings before deciding to keep the fact that the individual that they thought had died for them was still alive, unconscious and chained to a hospital bed. The burning stare was reduced to a smoldering look, and before Aizawa-sensei could argue, the elderly woman politely requested, threatened, them to make up and get along so that they could start cleaning the infirmary. Surprisingly, Recovery Girl was relatively nonchalant about the destruction that had been brought down on her office. Waving a hand when she tried to apologize, the elderly woman gave her a look of pity mixed with understanding. Honestly, I would have expected you to react that way. After all, your friend just died for you, and you suddenly discovered that he was alive because someone, she raised her voice, just to make Aizawa-sensei flinch, decided that it wasn't important enough to tell someone that their dead friend was alive. Sensei squared his shoulders and sighed, not retorting despite how obvious it was that he wanted to, continuing to pick up glass shards and discarded objects. Somehow, most of the fragile, important things had survived, like the pill bottles and some syringes that she had managed to send into the air. Uraraka wondered when she had gotten her hands on them. Everything was kind of fuzzy after the first few minutes of clarity fueled by anger. Most things she had lifted weren't the type to break on impact, minus a few potted plants and glass containers, so all they really had to do was sweep up the soil and debris. Then she could go off and hunt down Shirkuin to demand some answers, and make sure that he was fine. She was snapped out of her thoughts by a tired voice, belonging to her fellow sufferer, and arguably the cause of it. All things considered, everything you've done tells me that I should expel you like Mineta. However, this was mostly my fault in the first place. I should have known that keeping something like that from you, or any of your classmates if they had been around to know it, was the wrong thing to do. For that, I apologize. So why did you do it in the first place, Aizawa-sensei? Ignoring the apology and the olive branch that had been extended, Uraraka asked the question that had been on her mind ever since she had accidentally found out from Recovery Girl that Shirkuin was somehow still alive. He hesitated, before letting out an even longer, more drawn-out sigh than the first, and she immediately felt bad, but not enough to make her apologetic, at how tired he seemed. Which was understandable all things considered. One of his charges had died, came back from the gaze through sheer determination and willpower alone, and another had essentially turned the infirmary into a zero-gravity zone. All Might failed in teaching. I need to apologize for his ineptitude as well. When Jinji dug Shurikari out of the wreckage of the building in less than a few minutes of him showing up at the scene, we were astounded. Regeneration isn't exactly a common quirk after all, and the strongest regenerators I've known burn themselves out taking too much damage. For sure to survive and repair himself even while unconscious, most of the teachers thought that his mind had shattered. That when he woke up, we would have to put him down because he would have gone feral the moment he regained consciousness. I didn't want to get Class 1, as hopes up. If he had gone insane and forced us to kill him, someone would let the information slip to the press. What would have been worse? A student killing another student, or a teacher killing a student? It was Principal Ned's choice, and I agree with him. It was the logical thing to do considering the situation. Aizawa-sensei delivered his explanation in a matter-of-fact tone, but some unknown emotion gleamed in his eyes as he spoke, a stark contrast from the almost clinical tone he had taken. She mulled over the words, running them through her head before replying. A part of her wondered when she had gotten so bold, having managed to threaten insult 3 members of the school faculty of UA within a few days and slapped a classmate. And the straightforward answer to her question was Shirkuin. I guess he's rubbing off on me whether he likes it or not. You may say it was the logical thing to do, but did the teachers ever stop to consider their students while making that conclusion? What right, what knowledge do the teachers supposedly possess that allows them to make decisions on behalf of the students? If we're here to train to be future heroes, wouldn't it be the logical thing to allow us to be exposed to things we'll definitely have to face in the future now, and be prepared for it? Aizawa-sensei stopped his work to lean against one of the recently righted beds, burying his face in his hands. Looking to Recovery Girl, she found her eyes trained on the man, sympathy in her gaze. Seemingly recomposing himself, Aizawa-sensei looked at her, all traces of detachment gone from his face. I know it was the wrong thing to do, but I didn't want to get everyone all excited about how their classmate had survived, only to tell them that, sorry, we had to kill your friend because he went crazy. It's bad enough that the class watched as the #1 hero did nothing to stop their classmate from getting murdered. Worse still that you and Ida got front row seats to the show. Death shouldn't be something that you kids need to familiarize yourselves with at so young an age. A few beats of silence passed before Uraraka stopped her own work, walking over to her teacher and kneeling down to get to his eye level, or as close as she could get, considering the height difference. Hesitating slightly, she spoke carefully, picking her words under the watchful eye of the 2 adults in the room. My first taste of this world of heroes and villains came when my legs were crushed during the entrance examination. No heroes were there to save me. None of the other test participants did anything to help me. I watched them run away, mind hazy with pain and wondering what my parents would do if I got crippled. But then he saved me, pulled me from the wreckage and destroyed the thing that had almost killed me. And according to Recovery Girl, he somehow managed to fix my legs, all without asking for any forms of reward from me. Did you know that after the first day, he broke into my apartment to give me groceries and cook me a meal? He said it was thanks for defending him and his quirk. All I could think at that moment was that he was too kind. My savior thanking me for something as simple as doing the right thing? It was surreal. Aizawa-sensei, I know that we're all just kids, and teachers are meant to protect us until we're able to stand on our own 2 feet, but something I think you forgot is that some of us kids are different. Bakugo was a deranged egomaniac. Shirkuin wields weapons meant for adults and literally fought to his dying breath. I never did get saved by the heroes. Just promise me that you'll actually talk to your students before deciding what's best for them. Her teacher let out something close to a choked sob, his hands trembling and face back to being hidden behind them. Recovery Girl, the silent observer, stepped closer to join the little group and sat down, putting a hand on his shoulder in an attempt at comfort. Aizawa-sensei managed to choke out a reply. Uraraka, I'm supposed to protect my students from harm. I've already failed in protecting one of them and managed to pick another that caused that failure in the first place. How am I not supposed to worry about the rest of them? Aizawa-sensei was a far cry from the cold, imposing figure he had presented himself as on the first day of school. Now, he was trembling, hands shaking and clearly without any form of composure left. She briefly wondered whether a student dying could have such an impact on a person who had most likely seen his companions die, maybe even his friends. Then she understood, pieces of the puzzle finally clicking together, and felt a wave of pity overcome her and remove any last traces of the irritation and animosity she had held, targeted at her teacher. Oh, she thought, reaching out to rest a hand on Aizawa-sensei's other shoulder, he's lost someone too. Someone who threw himself into danger for those they called friends. A brief moment of silence followed before suddenly, a pair of arms encircled the trio sitting so close to each other that they were squished against each other when the arms tightened around them. Eyes flicking to the somber, pale face of one Shurikari, Uraraka was rewarded with a smile that made her feel more concern than relief at the reappearance of her recently injured friend, for the smile was a far cry from the one filled with enough determination to reveal the insanity that lay dormant in the teenager, ready to be let loose at a moment's notice. Recovery Girl just gave the new member of their little group a look, before reaching out to ruffle his hair with approval. Aizawa-sensei tensed up, trembling stopped but refusing to look at his student. Shirkuin tightened the hug, but ensured that none of them were crushed by the amount of strength he was exerting, before speaking in a voice that made her think of sandpaper. Relax, Sensei. None of us blame you. If anything else, we should blame All Might. After all, it's that imbecile's fault that I got blasted into smithereens in the first place. It's not healthy to put all this burden on yourself. You couldn't have stopped me from fighting Bakugo or shielding Uraraka and Ida from that blast. I would have done it even if you told me not to. A chuckle mixed with another sob escaped their teacher. That's the problem, you crazy child. You're not supposed to be throwing yourself into situations just because you think you can walk out of it alive. Those explosions could have killed you, regenerative ability or not. I've managed to keep my students alive so far, don't make me break that record. Please. Despite the even and measured way his words came out, the tiniest fraction of a wobble on the last word made Shirkuin's smile dim, before he lifted one of his arms to poke Aizawa-sensei in the cheek, much to her incredulity, and that of the oldest member of the quartet, judging from her stare. It got its desired effect, however, when Sensei immediately lifted his head, just to freeze when met with Shirkuin in his face. The smile on it had returned in full force, a tender edge to it. Enunciating his words, he bumped his head against the older man's cheek in what seemed to be an affectionate manner, and made her compare him to a cat trying to cheer up its owner. I don't blame you. You should. I failed you. I failed Jinji. He asked me to protect you and I couldn't. Sure bumped his head against Sensei's cheek again, stopping what was probably going to be a self-deprecating speech before it could even start. Chin up, Sensei. You failed no one, least of all me. Stop putting all this blame on yourself. Just blame All Might instead. It's what I usually do when I get angry at myself. A surprised laugh escaped Aizawa-sensei before it dissolved into a fit of chuckles. Shirkuin, smiling like he was looking at a small, afraid animal, laughed alongside him. Soon enough, the room was filled with quiet laughter tinged with no small amount of relief as the two female members of the group exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them as the other two laughed and laughed and laughed. Uraraka smiled despite the dark turn the conversation had taken. A few reassurances and a quip insulting the #1 hero and her first friend in UA managed to bring their teacher out of the depressive mood she had accidentally put him into. As Aizawa-sensei reached out to hug his student with both arms, ruffling his hair with a small grin, Uraraka mouthed, "He's going to be a great hero to Recovery Girl." The little nod she got in return, plus the look of affection as they watched Shurikari try to squirm out of the grasp of his teacher with a happy look on his face, told her that her thoughts weren't just limited to her alone. "You're a good person, Shirkuin." The student duo had quickly gotten kicked out of the infirmary after some basic checks to make sure the male teenager was perfectly alright. When he was given a clean bill of health, Aizawa-sensei practically shoved them out of the infirmary himself, refusing to meet their eyes, but still stopping to tell the two of them that they were going to go far and to take care of one another. After some awkward silence, Uraraka had suggested that they walk home together, after Shirkuin had accidentally let slip the fact that he lived pretty close to her house when she pestered him before the battle trial, and taking one soul-searching look at her face, he had sighed and gestured for her to lead the way, and she pretended that she didn't catch the hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, which she did for a short while until she got bored of the silence. Then she had forced her unwilling companion to walk beside her and listen to an endless stream of chatter before resigning himself to his fate and started responding to her questions and commenting on her opinions. They had an enlightening discussion about how many members of the class were afraid of him, followed shortly by a debate on whether quirks define people. She chose to keep quiet as he ranted with a peculiar fire in his eyes about how people couldn't see beyond the edge of their nose when it came to quirks and how many people suffered because of it, content to see her withdrawn, mysterious companion finally show a hint of a teenage boy under all the bluster and melodrama. Honestly, she wondered why he was being so antisocial, antagonistic even, in his behavior at school. If he showed this side of him more often, more people apart from herself would be more than willing to befriend him. "What makes you say that?" Rant momentarily stopped. He raised an eyebrow in her direction, seemingly amused by the sentence, like there was some sort of inside joke she wasn't privy to going on right now. She smiled widely, mostly just to see him avert his eyes at the action with a mild flush on his cheeks, and explained, "You act like a complete douchebag, but you were the first one to jump into danger. In the brief time that I've known you, you've always been the one that jumped head first into danger, consequences ignored." He snorted, raising a hand and tilting it in her direction, revealing the fresh scar tissue that made her heart clench every single time she saw it, knowing that it was partly because of her that his already scarred skin gained another mark. "I can handle the damage. That's why I fight. Because I know that I can get back up. Again and again and again. Have you ever thought that you didn't have to?" They stopped. Somewhere in the conversations they had been having, they had arrived at what she believed was where his house was located. Oddly enough, the only buildings in view were houses, not multi-story apartments like the one she lived in, and thought with no small amount of envy, and a little curiosity mixed with sadness, that someone who lived in an area like this was privileged, which made her wonder how Shirkuin had turned out the way he had. As if sensing the abrupt change in mood, the cloudy skies finally began to open up and send a light drizzle down on them. She glanced up, worried that she wouldn't be able to make it home in time before it truly started pouring. Her friend looked at her, the smile on his face frozen, a parody of what it had been just a few minutes ago. "I've lived this life long enough to know that it's the only path I can take. There's no turning back now. Isn't that lonely?" He offered her a smirk that was just pitiable. Instinctively, she reached out, grabbing the hand he had shown to her as a mark of what he had chosen his life to be, holding it between her own. "Well, now you have me. And no matter what you do, I'm not going anywhere." A younger version of her would probably have squealed at the outlandish words she had just spoken. This older, wiser version of her just wanted her friend to stop looking so alone all the time, despite being surrounded by individuals who would gladly help him if given the opportunity. He looked away, using his free hand to scrub at his eyes with a muttered thanks. Looking up at the sky, he allowed the raindrops to fall on his face for a few moments as she let go of his hand, which had been abnormally soft despite the fact that it was so scarred. He seemed to go through some internal debate as the rain grew heavier and finally gestured in the general direction of the houses. "Can't just leave you out in the rain, so I guess you're coming inside with me." Uraraka raised an eyebrow and, against her better judgment, decided to crack a joke at Shirkuin's expense. "That's awfully forward of you, considering we just met." His eyes rolled so far into the back of his head that she worried they were going to be stuck like that. Chuckling and dodging the slow swat he sent her way, she followed him to the gate, feeling like she had activated her quirk on herself. His house was surprisingly big, considering the fact that he was the only one living in it. When asked, he had just smirked, before tossing her a towel and some clothes. It was much bigger than the tiny shoebox she was currently living in, and she guessed that the rent must be staggering, which led back to the previous question of why Shirkuin even owned such a house in the first place. The clothes were his, he had stated, but some that he hadn't worn in a while because he was too big for them. After a long shower, in which she found out with no small amount of glee that the soap he used was scented, she donned the hoodie and pants, which were surprisingly comfortable but slightly baggy. What she was both pleased and displeased about was the fact that she could smell him in the clothes, which made her feel like she was constantly in a hug with her friend. Again, not that bad, just disconcerting. Leaving the shower, refreshed and relaxed, she found Shirkuin cooking a meal that made her remember the one she had been served before. Not even turning around, he turned some knobs and, with proper equipment this time, grabbed the pot and poured its contents into 2 bowls while snatching some utensils, doing a remarkable and terrifying job of balancing them, before telling her to get seated at the table. Toting the food, he placed the first bowl and utensils before placing his own. The duo were seated at opposite sides of the table, close enough for her to see the utter bliss on his face as he practically inhaled the noodles. Upon hearing the sound, he looked at her before choking, hammering himself in the chest and stopping her from moving over to lend a hand. Finished with his mouthful, he gestured for her to eat, apparently pretending that nothing had happened. She quickly ran through possible reasons for his dismissive behavior and refusal to make eye contact, before remembering that she was wearing his clothes. Flushing red, she nodded and quickly attacked her meal, embarrassment forgotten soon after due to how good it was. The rest of the meal was spent in comfortable silence. When she finished shortly after he had, Uraraka got up to wash her used bowl and utensils before they were unceremoniously snatched from her. Shirkuin watched her while washing everything, almost daring her to protest. She huffed, deciding not to argue about it. After a few hours of lazing around, Shirkuin having taught her how to use the television, and then how to play a video game that he said originated before quirks, the duo sat on the sofa, first apart, not hard considering how giant it was, and slowly getting closer as he pointed out how to use the controller he had lent her. They played co-op, and she quickly realized why he was hesitant to give her the controller in the first place when the game proved rage-inducing. She had made hers float for the 3rd time before he had tossed her a pair of gloves that covered her last 2 fingers. When she asked why he had them, he muttered some excuses, mind still on the game, before explaining that he designed support equipment and had that pair of gloves in storage for her. "I'll explain the rest of their functions some other day. You can keep them, you don't have to pay me, and just focus on the game before one of those stupid drones knock you down again." Why did I think experience difficulty was a good idea? After about another 2 others of yelling at each other while playing the game, they had ended up next to each other, Uraraka sitting with her legs draped over the ample space the couch provided, back against Shir's shoulder as he leaned back into the soft cushioning of the piece of furniture. Deciding that they had had enough frustration for a day, she waited till they were at the next save point to ask Shirkuin to turn off the game. He agreed almost immediately, a vein that had been pulsing in his temple slowing down significantly after he did. Stretching her limbs, she yawned as he did the same, cracking all the knuckles on one hand, then the next. He gestured wordlessly to a room, opening the door to the one next to it. Stopping in the doorway, he gave her a tired, soft smile. "Good night, Uraraka." "Night, Shirkuin." She walked into the room he had indicated, finding a plain bedroom with a bed that was more suited for two people than one. Shrugging, she buried herself under the covers, enjoying their warmth. It didn't take long for her to drift off, peaceful and content. She woke up in the middle of the night, a strangled scream escaping her as the remnants of a nightmare and the smell of burnt flesh chased her into the waking world. Trembling as she tried to scrub the terrible images of another way the battle trial could have gone, Uraraka scrambled out of bed and knocked on Shirkuin's door. When he opened it after the second knock, a dim light emanating from the room behind him, she knew from the rings under his eyes and the frayed smile that he hadn't had much luck sleeping. Hugging him and burying her face in his chest, she tried to memorize how he felt, reassuring herself that he was still alive, not buried under a building in an impromptu grave. When arms carefully circled around her and he began whispering words of comfort and reassurance, she sniffled at how tender he was being. Uraraka clung on like a human koala as he maneuvered back into the room, turning off the table lamp and a holographic screen with lines of text filling the screen. He detangled himself from her, lying down on the bed, back pressed against the wall. Self-restraint and common sense ditched for the sheer comfort his touch brought, she quickly joined him on the bed, more than enough space for both to sleep with a small wall between them, but she quickly burrowed back into him. There they laid, two teenagers listening to each other breathe, arms around each other. Soon enough, the acrid stench of burning human flesh disappeared and Uraraka fell asleep with a single murmur of gratitude. A few minutes after, Shirikari closed his eyes as well, enjoying the warmth of the person with unwavering faith in him, despite the persona he had built for himself. No nightmares would visit them. Although they did panic the next day, first when they woke up entwined with each other, next when they realized they were going to be late for school. Uraraka got a high-speed piggyback ride as they rushed to school, sure going so fast that his shoes left dents in the road. And if on their way there their hands were interlaced? That was just how it was. Uraraka struggled to get her shoes on, one hand grabbing the energy bar that Shirkuin had forced into it just minutes ago. She would eat it later. It looked like one of those incredibly filling ones. She shot her counterpart a glare as he called out once again for her to hurry up, somehow already fully dressed and halfway out the door, with the cloak that was the only surviving portion of his hero costume donned and gun belt in its usual place. He had dressed with a speed that was frightening, darting from place to place and scooping up various things like his guns, which had been disassembled last night and reconstructed while he chomped down on an energy bar, quickly becoming presentable, except for the state of his tie, and even had time to turn on the television and flick through channels before turning it off, seemingly satisfied with whatever he had seen. She wished that she had that same speed. It would have been very useful in tight situations, and definitely a factor that might save them from a lecture right now. Finally ready, she was barely able to get a word out before Shirkuin straight up snatched her by the arm and dragged her out the door. She smacked him across the head when she was able to recover her bearings, drawing a look of ire, wondering how they would manage to get to UA in under 10 minutes, considering the walk to his house yesterday had taken close to 20. While she was still contemplating whether or not the heart-to-heart talk they had with Aizawa-sensei would save them from his wrath, Shirkuin bent down, kneeling on one knee. Sensing her confusion, he gestured for her to get onto his back. "I can make it there if I run fast enough, but I highly doubt you can do the same. I'll give you a ride." She took a moment to absorb the idea before shrugging and getting onto his back, startled when he stood up and shouldered her almost effortlessly. Ignoring their close proximity, and how her traitorous mind decided to supply her the information of how much closer they were last night, she made to take off one of the gloves as Shirkuin started jogging lightly. The gloves are designed to be support equipment, so there's no need to take them off if you decide to use your quirk. Somehow reading her thoughts, he grasped her hands and pretended not to hear her squeak. Just flex the covered finger 3 times within 2 seconds and the material should respond by receding and turning the glove into a fingerless one, attempting what he had said to do. She was pleasantly surprised when the material used to make her new gloves. They felt like fabric, but Something told her that her friend probably wouldn't have made support equipment out of fabric of all things, pulsed and drew back to uncover the last finger on each hand. Amazed, she stared at them with no small amount of awe and wonder before a light cough brought her attention back to the situation. This would be a good time to use your quirk on me. Don't use it on yourself because I don't want to shoot us into the sun like that ball you touched. He had already accelerated to a speed at which he outpaced cars on the road beside them, and she caught a glimpse of an astonished child as they overtook the car he was in, but she had a feeling they needed to go even faster if he was asking her to use her quirk. Not questioning whether they'd get in trouble with the law, she lightly tapped the hands gripping onto her own and buried her face into the back of his neck when he started moving even faster, the surroundings starting to blur out of view. "Shirkuin, are you sure this is safe?" She had to shout slightly to be heard over the whistling of the air as they moved at a speed that was probably reserved for those with speed quirks, eyes stinging slightly at the cold morning air. Her ride readjusted his grip on her hands to ensure that she wouldn't slip off, a good thing really, considering how she would probably be reduced to roadkill if she did fall, before shooting her a deadpan look. She quickly turned his head back towards the front, just in time for him to swerve out of the way of a bemused old man, who shouted something that she could faintly hear. It had something to do with youngsters and love. She didn't want to think about it any further. "I told you to use your quirk because I needed to make sure I didn't break the ground with each step. The only danger right now is how much damage I do to the ground while under the effects of zero gravity and in the off chance that I manage to hit someone. In that case, I'll drop you off at UA and come back to confess to manslaughter and get arrested. But that's probably not going to happen." She snickered, and from her place tucked into the back of Shirkuin's neck, she could feel him twitch at the sound. Shortly after, he shot her a look of mock hurt, before asking her a question. "What, did you really think that I would do something like this if it would get you injured?" She fought down the goofy smile that was threatening to emerge on her face, settling for a thoughtful look just to annoy the person currently carrying her like she weighed nothing while running faster than cars. Let me think about it. Don't answer that question." It was supposed to be rhetorical. She laughed again, and while she couldn't really see Shirkuin's face, she caught a glimpse of the curve of a smile from the little bit that she could see before it faded. He turned to give her a serious look, all traces of good humor gone, and she quickly sobered. "In all seriousness," he began, managing to sidestep a couple walking hand in hand, "I would never hurt you, Uraraka. I'd like you to know that." She couldn't resist the silly grin that crept onto her face at the blush that was present on Shirkuin's as he averted his eyes and returned his attention to the front, blatantly ignoring the laughter that was coming from his passenger. She attempted to stifle her laughter at his embarrassment, failing pretty miserably judging from the growl that was coming from him. Uraraka nudged him and, in a show of boldness, interlaced their fingers and squeezed. There was a short pause before Shirkuin hesitantly squeezed back. She chuckled. "You're a giant softie." He made a show of looking around and searching for the person that she was talking to before adopting a "who, me?" expression. They exchanged amused glances before laughing, just laughing for the rest of the journey to UE Academy, comfortable with each other's presence. As they reached the gates of UA, only to see the sheer number of reporters hovering outside the gates, Shirkuin screeched to a halt, complete with an incredible amount of dust. They stared blankly at the crowd before he gave her a look that promised mischief. "I have an idea." The various reporters clamored outside the gates of UA, hoping to catch any unsuspecting students and interview them, read, interrogate, about All Might teaching at the school. Some of the teenagers had given answers like how they hadn't seen him or hadn't been taught by him just yet, but every once in a while, a student wouldn't react with excitement or anticipation, but with a look of contempt or disappointment at the question before brushing past them. One muttered something about an explosion, but quickly clammed up when they were pressed further. Soon enough, a man who looked like a hobo warned them to back off, just before one of them attempted to get into the school and was stopped by the UA security barrier. The various men and women were packing up and starting to leave when a blur of motion caught their attention. The lucky ones managed to bring up their cameras to record the incident in time. A teenager wearing a cloak and with things at either side of his waist that looked suspiciously like gun holsters was carrying a girl dressed in the UA school uniform. Before any of them could rush forward to press the unfortunate students that had turned up late for school, The boy gave them a grin that reeked of estism and even made some of the more weak-willed reporters step back in apprehension. He released one of his hands from its position, holding the girls, and gave a cheeky wave before moving. He pushed through the crowd, somehow fitting into even the smallest spaces between people and gently shoving others out of his path, stopping briefly to duck under a swung microphone that was heading straight for the girl's head, and with a scowl, he smashed it with a quick punch, and continued running. As he reached the UA gate, many of them expected him to stop because of the barrier and give them enough time to surround him. They were wrong. With a quick leap, he springboarded off a poor man's head before running up the wall and grabbing onto the ledge of the wall before pulling himself up with one arm in an impressive display of strength. The UA girl gave them a sarcastic salute, followed by a laugh as they disappeared over the edge, shouting something that only those closest to the wall heard. It was, "Onwards, my mighty steed." The reporters stared blankly as one at the wall, now absent of the duo that had scaled it, before some began to make calls while others left. The lucky few that had recorded the boy were the only ones that were truly satisfied with their endeavors. And as for the male who had been used as a springboard, he was less than pleased. Azuitu rested her head against her cool desk. For once, she was grateful for how the cold made her sleepy and relaxed. It took away the migraine that she had developed over the course of the day, and the ache in the back of her neck, which was presumably where Jinji-sensei had struck her. Looking at the rest of her classmates, she noted with some vindication, misery loves company, that the others were also in similar states of fatigue and/or pain. All except for Ida and Kirishima, who most ignored because of how he was the only one to run away, who had been lucky enough to be stuck in the infirmary when they had been in the process of getting their pride and bodies absolute destroyed by a man who was literally a cross between an insomniac and a technology addict. When the more curious members of the class, Ashido and Hagakure, asked him what he had done there, he turned pale. Ida lapsed into a muttering daze for the better half of a minute, saying something about crazy people and someone who managed to bounce back from death. After getting snapped out of it by a not-too-gentle jab from Jiru-chan, who was getting irritated by the sound, he recovered enough to tell them that Shurikari had apparently woken up and was perfectly fine. Tsuyu slammed her face back into the desk, wishing that she had earplugs to drown out the sudden commotion and rapid-fire questions directed at the poor teenager. Thankfully, Aizawa-sensei walked into class about 2 minutes after Ida was starting to get interrogated by his classmates, bar a few. He carried that obnoxious yellow sleeping bag that seemed to be part of his identity, pausing only for a moment when he saw Ida being tied to his chair with Ciro's tape and mercilessly interrogated by the class, with Aoyama even providing the whole light source in one's face gimmick with a small lamp. Class 1A froze when the door opened, staring at their teacher. He stared right back before sighing and walking to the front of the classroom, draping himself over his desk. "Someone untie Ida. Get to your seats." Quickly, Ashido used a small amount of acid to melt the tape and released the robot-like boy, muttering an apology before dashing back to her seat while the rest of the class settled down. Ida looked like his brain was taking a moment to catch up with the sheer randomness of the situation that he had been thrown into before just slumping into his seat, a far cry from the energetic, rule-loving student he had been yesterday. Tsuyu's eyes lingered on 3 empty seats, wondering where their occupants were. She ignored the 4th empty seat that had belonged to the grape-haired pervert. By the questioning and worried looks thrown around the class, her thoughts did not only belong to herself. Sensing more than seeing the glances in his direction, their sensei raised his head and answered the unspoken question. "Uraraka and Shur are late and I do not know where they are. As for Bakugu, he has been expelled for his behavior yesterday." Ignoring the uproar his statement triggered, Aizawa-sensei activated his quirk, hair floating and eyes turning red. He looked like a demon, a really tired demon, silencing the commotion before it could really begin. Looking around, she noted that the one that looked most outraged by the news of Bakugu's expulsion was Kirishima, which was disappointing since Jinji-sensei had already pointed out the flaws in his mindset. Aizawa let the silence hang in the air for a couple of seconds before deactivating his quirk and rubbing his eyes. "It has been the decision of the staff of UA, including the principal himself, to expel Bakugu Katsuki. His behavior plus further research into his background led us to some unpleasant information about his personality. In order to rehabilitate him and prevent him from attacking someone else who didn't have Shire's ability to survive, we have sent him to a UA-approved mental hospital. Questions? Unsurprisingly, Kirishima was the first to raise his hand. Isn't that too harsh a punishment? Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the question. If it was up to me, he would have been arrested instead of rehabilitated. Shirikari was essentially dead from those explosions. The only reason he was able to walk away from it was because of his quirk. If one of the rest of you were the one caught in those explosions, like how Uraraka and Ida almost were, we wouldn't be having this conversation now. Sufficiently cowed, for the time being, Kirishima lowered his hand, frowning. Tsuyu raised her hand next. Aizawa-sensei gave her a wary glance before gesturing for her to ask her question. If Shir and Uraraka are fine, Kero, where are they? Their sensei gave a half-hearted shrug, before his attention snapped to the sudden sounds from the ceiling of the classroom. No one made a noise as clanking noises grew closer to the vent in the ceiling, pausing briefly before the vent fell onto the floor with a clatter. Aizawa-sensei stood up, unslinging the scarf that was always around his neck. The students edged away from the fallen vent cover, staring at the hole of the ventilation. A body fell to the floor, feet first, and someone shrieked at the sudden movement. Aizawa-sensei's scarf was already in midair when the individual hit the floor with a soft thump. The cloaked figure looked up with an expression that screamed of surprise and grabbed the scarf before it could encircle him. It was Shirikari. He looked around at the gobsmacked looks on everyone's faces and let go of the scarf. Sensei relaxed and muttered something along the lines of, "I'm not paid to deal with this sheet," before unzipping the sleeping bag and burrowing into it like a demented caterpillar. Shir stopped admiring the multitude of expressions on his classmates' faces and cupped his hands around his mouth after tugging off his hood. Uraraka, we're in the right classroom this time. A second body shot out of the ventilation, Shir holding out his hands just in time to catch their second missing classmate, who was far dustier than he was but with a look of amusement on her face as she landed in his hands bridal style. Thanking him, Uraraka got to her feet and slid into her seat. Their classmate, apparently able to return from the dead, took the empty seat beside her. Both wore identical smug looks, ignoring the shocked silence of the class. Problem children, why were you in the vents? Well, we woke up late, so getting here in time was essential to ensure our continued survival. With everyone else in class, we decided to try and find Class 1. Shirkuin showed me some shortcuts. We used them and ended up in present mixed class. He screamed, his class screamed, and then we ran away. Closest exit was the vents, so we decided that we'd just go around in there to prevent anyone else from suffering. Processing the sudden information dump, Aizawa-sensei rolled onto his side and let out the groan of a man who has suffered too much in too short a time. PRD. Why do I bother? Uraraka and Shir exchanged a glance before they replied in unison. We love you too, sensei. Aizawa-sensei mumbled incoherently at the reply, rolling over once again to lie face down on the floor, sleeping bag trembling as he began to chuckle. Now with that out of the way, on to today's agenda. Aizawa Shoyuda, having recovered from the minor heart attack his two new problem children had given him, and pretending not to be pleased about their reply, activated his quirk once again, preventing the class from immediately piling onto Uraraka and Shir, creating an air of seriousness. Externally, his face was blank, minus a frown, but internally he smirked. You have to decide on a class president. Everyone face-faulted, either slamming their faces into their desks or just face-palming with a groan. The problem children exchanged another look as someone exclaimed that it was a totally normal school activity, and people began clamoring for the position. Shir reached over to point at the weird gloves that Aizawa had noticed as a new addition to Uraraka's attire, gently tapping them in several places. While everyone else was focused on arguing, he was taking the time to apparently teach his partner in crime how to use her new equipment. Aizawa watched with half-lidded eyes, impressed by the craftsmanship and how the material seemed to shift from a solid state to a liquid one, changing design. Fingerless to fully covered with something that looked like spikes on the knuckles to gloves that covered one finger. He made a mental note to ask Problem Child 1 where he had gotten the gloves from. He had a sneaking suspicion that they were made by him, as Ida stood up and loudly decided that they should use a voting system. The problem children duo jumped in their seats and quickly shifted away from each other, suddenly aware of how close they were to each other. Aizawa snickered quietly at the identical looks of embarrassment on their faces, Uraraka turning away to fiddle with his gloves while Sure made a pillow with his arms and started taking a nap. After nodding in agreement at whatever Ida had suggested, Aizawa took a leaf from his new kid's book, Jinji would probably fight him on that, and closed his eyes to take a quick power nap, knowing that he would be woken up when the results were in. A couple of minutes later, he was woken by a rubber bullet to the forehead. It buzzed into his lap as he sat up straight to glare at the offender, a scowling Shurikari, then looked at the whiteboard. And smothered the grin that threatened to stretch across his face. Problem Child 1 had somehow gotten the highest number of votes, second highest being Yaoyorozu Momo. Problem Child 2 was giggling while patting Sure on the head, in a poor attempt at comforting him as he dragged a hand down his face and stood up. Standing at the front beside Yaoyorozu, the difference in enthusiasm was easy to see. While Yaoyorozu was standing ramrod straight, arms folded behind her back, Sure slouched with his hands in his pockets. Feeling mirth at the situation Problem Child 1 had managed to get himself into, he quietly snapped a picture. So your new class president is Shurikari, with the vice class president being Yaoyorozu Momo. I'll do my best, thank you for voting for me. Why does this always happen to me? Yaoyorozu shot Sure a disapproving glare, and a quiet, how disappointing, but the boy just ignored her, walking back to his seat and slamming his face into the desk. Sympathetic now, instead of taking joy in his obvious pain, Uraraka patted him on the back. Aizawa winced as the bell rang, a shrill sound that cut through his head with the sharpness of a scalpel, waving a hand at his students to allow them to leave before crawling out of the classroom like the demented caterpillar that he looked like in his bright yellow sleeping bag. He crawled a short distance before unzipping the bag and standing up, folding it under one arm and walking briskly towards the teacher's lounge, hoping that he wouldn't see Mr. Number 1 Hero there. Shurikuen, you need to stop sulking, it's already been 10 minutes since the end of class. Uraraka poked at Shurikari while Tsuyu and Ida watched. They had secured a seat in the canteen, in a relatively private corner, courtesy of Sure himself, who had disappeared as soon as class ended, dragging Uraraka along to avoid the questions following him out the door, and the teenager still in part of his hero costume was sitting with his face buried in the table. Sure isn't here right now, he's in Hootie Town. Is this how he's always like Uraraka-chan? Unable to resist the temptation, Azuitsu reached out to poke him in the head as well, earning a growl and the swatting of the hand she had used. Tsuyu laughed quietly, as did Uraraka as she continued her assault. Sure seemed to have gotten tired of fending her off. Yeah, but only when he's not trying to come off as a giant a-hole Azui. Uraraka-chan replied to her question while still prodding at the prone form of the teenager that she had befriended. Ida had originally attempted to stop her from tormenting Sure, but a harsh glare had cowed the glasses-wearing boy and he just ate his meal in uncomfortable silence. Komitsu Kero. So does he only act like a bad person because he secretly cares about everyone or something? Uraraka-chan opened her mouth to reply before a hand shot out and covered it. Her eyes widened comically before they narrowed and he pulled his hand away. Like it had been set on fire. Raising his head for the first time, he stared incredulously at her as she stuck her tongue out before laughing. I'm right here. Stop discussing me while I'm here listening to you do it. So does that mean that you do care more than you let on, Kero? Sure whistled a tune, looking away almost innocently at the question. She shrugged at the blatant dismissal. It was rare to have someone be as blunt as her but more secretive than anyone she had ever met. It was actually pretty refreshing to know someone so unique. Ida, you're related to Ingenium, right? Ida perked up at the question, and the two girls exchanged a knowing glance at the change of subject. One of his arms waving, more like chopping really, Ida replied excitedly. You are correct. Ingenium is my older brother. He was actually the main reason I came to Yui Academy in the first place. While he still carries the name Ingenium, I will need to take up the mantle one day. I decided that I would become a hero to make him proud. Tsuyu looked with some apprehension at the way his arm cut through the air, amazed at how it chopped down to punctuate each sentence. Deciding that it would only be fair to share her own opinion, Tsuyu spoke next. I decided to become a hero because I wanted to protect people, Karo. How about you, Uraraka-chan? Uraraka's bright expression flickered for a moment, before her smile faded into a sheepish one. Placing the tips of her fingers against one another, except the pinkies, those were left lifted, she chuckled bitterly. Well, to be fair, I want to become a hero for the money. Seeing the shocked look on Ida's face and the blank one on Tsuyu's, she glanced at Sure and he rotated 2 fingers in a go-on gesture, oddly pensive. To be frank, I'm poor. My parents both work in construction, and they have to work every day in order to make sure we can get by. When I first got my quirk, I told them that I wanted to help them when I grew up, but my parents told me to follow my dreams. I knew that they want what's best for me, but I also want them to catch a break. So I thought, why not be a hero that pays good, and applied for UA. If Shirkuin hadn't saved me during the entrance examination, I wouldn't know what to do anymore. I just don't want to be a burden on my family. A beat of silence followed her explanation before Shur glomped her with an unreadable explanation. Ignoring the squeak, he reached out to ruffle her hair. Don't be an idiot, Uraraka. That's one of the most heroic reasons to become one that I've ever heard. Indeed. While Shur may have been a little overenthusiastic, he is correct. Wanting to earn money to help your parents is an excellent motivation. I agree with the two of them, you have the makings of a hero, Uraraka-chan. Uraraka looked at the 3 of them, well, the 2 of them, Shur was practically glued to her, slowly tearing up and looking down bashfully. Shur untangled himself from her after one last hair. Ruffle, but didn't let go of the hand that he was rubbing circles into. Tsuyu took note of the admittedly adorable scene that had unfolded before her, which also triggered her to remember a stray bit of information from Uraraka's explanation of their lateness. What's your reason for becoming a hero, Shur? I became a hero to prove them wrong. To prove those who think the quirkless and those with weak or villainous quirks are beneath them. To show them that if someone like me can become a hero, so can everyone else, as long as they try. The other 3 UA students exchanged a concerned glance due to his motivation and the insertion of self-depreciation when he face planted back into the table after that statement. After another few minutes of comfortable silence, in which the 4 of them returned to some semblance of normalcy, and Tsuyu was finally finished weighing the pros and cons of asking the duo why they had showed up to school together, the ringing of an alarm broke the calm. Shouts of panic and something about a level 3 alarm filled the air, Ida quickly explaining that it meant someone had broken into UA. Tsuyu remained calm, but an unpleasant trickle of anxiety formed a cold pit in her stomach. They all got to their feet, Shur pulling out screens similar to those that hovered around Jinji-sensei and enlarged an image to show them reporters surging into UA. Surprisingly, there were less of them than she thought there would be. Shur bit back a curse and quickly closed the screens. Uraraka, I need you to use your quirk on me. Azui, use your tongue to launch me towards the entrance over there. Not questioning the instructions, Uraraka-chan quickly tapped him on the arm before Tsuyu fired him into the air like a projectile from a slingshot. When Uraraka-chan pushed through the crowd to follow him, the remaining 2 members of the quartet nodded at each other before following her as well. They made their way to the front of the crowd, finding a distinct line between the students of UA and the reporters that had somehow gotten in. The barrier was gone. Why was it gone? The sole figure standing as a one-person wall between the adults and the teenagers was a familiar one. He pulled out one of his guns and fired 3 shots into the air, each one so loud that it briefly drowned out the alarm and the clamor of the people. The reporters stopped their mad rush for the students, intimidated by the cloaked teenager burning with rage. The students of UA watched curiously, panic forgotten. Some had even pulled out their phones to record the situation. Calm down. It's just the media. Shur roared as loud as his guns, shouting over the alarm. At his words, the students who were still panicking finally calmed down and the chaos started to settle. A female reporter with a clear lack of self-preservation walked forward to shove a microphone in his face, already starting to ask questions before Shur's hand blurred into motion. One moment the microphone was heading towards his nose, the next it had been wrenched out of the offending limb and tossed aside. The female reporter started to complain indignantly about a snot-nosed kid breaking equipment that cost more than what he would earn in a year, before being silenced by the air of killing intent that surfaced around the silent boy. He stepped forward, gun still held loosely by his side, and the woman who was suddenly reconsidering her life choices backed away in a hurry. Nodding to no one in particular, Sher holstered the gun, walking over and reaching down to pick up the microphone that he had thrown away earlier. Brushing off some imaginary dust, he returned it to the woman in the form of a long-distance throw. The godforsaken alarm finally shut off, but everyone remained silent, mesmerized by this individual who seemed to have threatened an adult maybe twice his age with a gun. He looked around, suddenly aware of the eyes on him, but remained calm and collected. The only thing betraying his anger was the way his knuckles had turned white. As a teacher finally hurried over, power loader, with security robots following suit, he gave one last comment. Here's a message from a student of UA to the reporters that decided barging into a private institution and harassing the people studying in it was a good idea. He paused for dramatic effect, making sure that everyone hung on to every last word he said. The final two words were less spoken and more snarled, causing those closest to him to flinch away. F off. His piece said. Shurikari turned his back on the adults he had just cursed out in front of a teacher and a multitude of teenagers that studied in the same school as he did. Ignoring the whispers and comments, he walked straight into the crowd, only for it to part around him, leaving him a clear path to wherever he was going. Uraraka followed, quickly catching up with him to give him a playful punch to the shoulder, and according to the grimace, it was less than gentle. Ida and Tsu managed to catch up to the duo who had begun quietly conversing even as eyes lingered on Sher. Taking a leaf from their new friend's book, Tsu and Ida did what he did best and ignored the watching eyes. Looking at Uraraka-chan and Sher, Tsu tapped her chin in thought before asking the question that she was thinking of earlier. You two came to school together, both woke up late at Uraraka-chan, Sher-kun, do you live together as a couple or something? The twin blushes and spluttered denials did nothing to dissuade her from the idea that they were dating, and she watched, amused, as Ida began loudly lecturing them about not letting their private lives interfere with their studies. When she had first stepped into UA, Tsuyu had wondered if she would be able to make friends. Looking at the ragtag squad that she had joined, with Shurikari at the center of it all, she found herself smiling with quiet happiness. This was what she had been searching for. Never had walking back to class been so awkward. Uraraka did her best to maintain her composure, especially after Tsuyu had dropped that bomb onto them. Sher-kun was doing an impressive impression of a tomato, face more blank than a sheet of paper but his admittedly pale complexion after the incident, she noted with some relief that he was looking better than yesterday at least, was slowly turning red as Ida continued lecturing them on the problems of letting their private lives intrude on their school life. While she wanted to poke fun at the stoic boy for losing the calm facade that he had attempted to throw up so easily, she wasn't doing much better than him. She felt her face burn as Ida began talking about relationships in the composure department. Tsuyu, she reminded herself to correct it to Tsu-chan, was watching the chaos she had incited with the faint traces of a smile. For the girl who normally didn't have an expression, she could probably fight Sher-kun for the crown of no emotion. It was equivalent to a full-blown grin. She sighed, hand unconsciously seeking out that of her partner in suffering before she forcefully drew it back to her side. They weren't a couple, she reminded herself, and had only become friends for a few days, so there was no reason for her to be so clingy. Still, despite the reminder, she still had to resist the urge to grab Sher-kun's hand as a form of comfort. A mental image of the disgruntled boy as a plushie surfaced, and she held back a snicker, which grew harder when his poker face began to dissolve into one of despair. She leaned out of the way of Ida's hand chops as they got dangerously close to her head. One close call was bad enough, thank you very much, and watched Sher-kun's hand stray closer and closer to the gun on his right side and reached over to smack him in the back of the head as a warning. He gave her a withering glare that quickly dissolved into an embarrassed smile when she returned the warning with a cheeky grin. Uraraka-chan, you aren't exactly disproving the fact that you two aren't in a relationship. She blushed even harder and buried her face in her hands, trusting her fellow sufferer to steer her in the right direction if she veered off course due to the lack of vision, and was proven correct pretty quickly when Sher-kun pulled one of her hands away from her face, clearly not noticing her hesitance earlier, and tugged her out of the way of a student going in the other direction. She squeezed his hand in thanks, not trusting her voice, and immediately felt Tsu's gaze zero in on their hands. Unsurprisingly, it was Shirkuan who replied to the comment. "We're not dating. Azui, please stop saying that we are before the rest of the class get the wrong idea." Tsu tilted her head, poking at her cheek with a thoughtful look that was endearing, considering the only change to her face was a slight narrowing of the eyes. Ida had finally run out of steam, although judging by the fact that his eyes were not so subtly trained on the butt of the gun sticking out from the holster closer to him and edging away slightly, it was more likely that he only shut up out of fear of the robot-destroying pistol that had been pointed at him just before the entrance examination. Uraraka felt a small wave of sympathy for the clearly terrified teenager. "But you two act like a couple. You showed up to school together, mentioned how both of you woke up late, which wouldn't be a problem if you lived separately because you wouldn't have met up. Shirkuan practically draped himself over you earlier to comfort you and you just let him. And now," she glanced meaningfully at their interlaced hands, "you seem to be pretty comfortable holding hands with him." She was met with two equally deadpan glares, ruined by the redness of their faces, and raised her hands in defense. "I'm just saying that you two are really comfortable with each other considering you haven't been friends for more than a few days. Unless you're childhood friends? Even then, I've seen best friends act less affectionate with each other compared to you two. I don't really mind if you're a couple, Karo. I'm just saying that you'd make a really cute couple." Tsu gave a shrug before falling silent, having made her point clear. The couple exchanged a look before shrugging. "You're right about the whole haven't been friends for more than a few days thing, but Shirkuan saved me from the zero-pointer when everyone else ran away. Then he saved me again from Bakugo expelled Katsuki. If we weren't comfortable with each other, that would be pretty weird." Shirkuan nodded in agreement, gently pulling her along as they finally reached the giant door of Class 1A. Before they could go in, Ida blocked it. He hesitated before bowing to the two of them, much to their surprise. "Uraraka-san, Shir-san, I must apologize for my behavior towards two of you. Uraraka-san, I was in the same testing area as you during the entrance examination. Instead of doing the heroic thing, I ran off, thinking that the heroes would take care of it. I am ashamed of my behavior. Shir-san, I misjudged you, thought you were a delinquent. You were the only one who chose to put themselves in harm's way in order to save a fellow student, and you even protected me during the lesson yesterday. I hope that you can forgive me." Ida was doing a fantastic impression of a robot with how his bow was essentially at a 90-degree angle. Uraraka spluttered and waved her hands, trying to figure out the right words to say. Shirkuan, on the other hand, had no such concerns. He stepped forward and lifted Ida's head with one hand. The two boys stared at each other for a few moments before Shirkuan sighed and grabbed the taller boy's shoulders and lifted him back into a standing position. His eyes were blank, and out of the corner of her eye, she could see Tsu step backwards, edging away with a noticeable lack of mirth compared to earlier. "Apologizing won't do anything. I won't forgive you because there's nothing to apologize for. But know this, Ida Tenya." The boy in question tensed up in anticipation of whatever the person manhandling him like he was a pet was going to say. "Heroes aren't the ones that win. They're the ones who save people, even at the cost of their own lives. And never run away, because if you do, no one will be left to stay and fight." Patting him on the shoulder, the cloaked boy stepped around him to open the door, standing to one side afterwards and gesturing for the rest of them to go in. Uraraka did the same, moving around the boy who looked like he was having an epiphany or an existential crisis, perhaps both, and entered the classroom as well. It was empty except for the trio now, when Tsu also entered, soon to be a quartet when Ida recovered, and their homeroom teacher lying on his desk, still in that obnoxious sleeping bag. He unzipped the bag to give them a glare. "Problem child, what did you do this time?" Shirkuan adopted a look of innocence, one so fake that you could see the musical notes floating into the air while he pretended to whistle. Aizawa-sensei fully emerged from his cocoon, evolving from a hobo caterpillar to a hobo man. Crossing his arms over his chest, he gave his innocent student a glare, which quickly turned into a staring contest. Shirkuan almost looked bored, but Aizawa-sensei refused to back down. After perhaps 2 minutes of silence, in which Ida had walked in, taken one look at the staring contest and collapsed into his seat, slamming his face into the table. Tiu had elected to take her seat as well, watching with no small amount of interest as Aizawa-sensei's glare intensified as he activated his quirk to look more intimidating, hair beginning to defy gravity. In response, Shirkuin drew his pistol, ejected the magazine and began flicking the bullets one by one into his hand. After 5, he replaced the clip and began juggling the bullets. Uraraka watched, mesmerized by the sheer lack of effort her friends seemed to give. After maybe another 3 minutes, in which Jairu had walked in, taken one look at the situation and immediately pulled out her phone to start recording. That was the final straw that broke the caterpillar man's back. Deactivating his quirk and rubbing his eyes with a long, drawn-out sigh full of misery and suffering, he gestured for his student to stop his antics. Smirking victoriously, he caught the bullets and quickly fitted them back into place. For the record, Sensei, I didn't do anything stupid. I'm pretty sure everyone on campus and in a meter's radius of UA heard the gunshots and the subsequent scream of, pardon my language, thuff. He gave Shirkuin an unimpressed look, elicting a small chuckle. Aizawa-sensei ignored him and shot Jairu a glare as well, making her quickly put her phone away. At this point, the rest of Class 1A began walking in, some making a beeline for the gunslinger before shrinking back at the glare worthy of their teacher that he leveled on them. He slumped into his seat, used his arms to create a makeshift pillow and promptly started taking a nap. Aizawa-sensei looked at him, a series of expressions flickering across his face, settling on something between, God, I wish I could do that, and why does he get to do that but not me? Now, as you already know, the media managed to break into UA. I hope that none of you were injured in the scuffle. Ida, returned to normal, raised his hand straight into the air like he was answering a question. With a look of tired resignation on his face, Aizawa-sensei gestured for him to speak. Sensei, rest assured we are all completely fine. Our fine class president managed to stop the chaos before it could begin, albeit with an unconventional method. His words drew some laughs and clapping from the class. Their class president continued to sleep, or pretend to sleep, she wasn't sure, unaware of all the eyes on him. The class prez was amazing. He just walked out of nowhere, fired his gun into the air and walked away after insulting the reporters. A blond boy with a lightning bolt in his hair, what was his name, Calamari, chimed in, which immediately caused Aizawa-sensei to intensify his glare on the back of Shirkuin's head, and she saw her deskmate curl slightly into himself, knowing immediately that he was awake. Their teacher muttered something under his breath that faintly sounded like, I effing you knew it, and judging from the way Jair was attempting to keep a straight face while Shoji was doing the equivalent of smiling with his eyes, it was probably something along those lines. While it was the most effective way of getting rid of the media vultures, I would prefer it if no one tries to replicate what he did. The media will obliterate his image for how he insulted them, but since they were in the wrong and there were countless eyewitnesses, there's a good chance that Sure here will survive. Anyway, I'm here to tell you about what we're doing tomorrow. After All Might's failure at training you students in battle, we decided that it would be better to make it more all-round, as little as you learnt from his battle training with rescue training. He raised a small card with the word, rescue, printed on it in bold letters. Report on time tomorrow, we will be teaching you how to properly respond in the event of an emergency. Perhaps the training will help you survive longer than 2 days, like Shurikari here did. Make sure to bring your hero costumes along. I'll see you tomorrow. While some students laughed or chuckled nervously at Aizawa-sensei's jab at the sleeping member of the class, Uraraka flinched, the memory of Shirkuin's charred body and permanent grin resurfacing in her mind. The stench of burnt flesh began enveloping her as their teacher and classmates began leaving the classroom, chatting with each other as she sank further down into her seat. She whimpered softly and covered. Something leaned against her back, and the smell of burned human intensified. A voice that sounded like the vocal cords that produced it had been rubbed with powdered glass whispered into her ear. If you weren't there, this wouldn't have happened to me. Uraraka tried not to cry when it was Shirkuin's heavily distorted voice that permeated her brain. After that one eerie sentence, her nightmare-given form was content to breathe heavily into her ears, wheezing and coughing from time to time. Before she could fully break down, The pressure on her abruptly disappeared. Carefully opening her eyes, she found the blackened corpse-like figure standing in front of her, mouth bared in a smile, cheeks burnt away so she could see all of his teeth. The unblinking gaze of two melted eyeballs drilled deep into her soul. Uraraka hurriedly slapped a hand over her mouth to stifle the cry of terror, averting her eyes from the horrific sight. The real Shirkuin was still sleeping beside her, and she fought the urge to wake him up, knowing instinctively that her brain would just conjure up another nightmare-inducing sight using the real version this time. Extending a hand forward, after checking to see if anyone was watching, she swatted at the figure and grimaced when her hand just passed straight through it with no resistance encountered. It gave a throaty, mocking laugh. "You can't get rid of me that easily, Uraraka-chan. After all, I'm just a figment of your imagination." She clamped her hands over her ears and wished that it would stop talking. A hand gently nudged her in the shoulder and she recoiled before she could stop herself. Shirkuin stared at her suspiciously, fingers still extended even despite the fact that he had accomplished his task. He glanced from her face to where the figure stood, before frowning and swatting the air, just as she had. To her surprise, the jab took the thing head clean off its shoulders, promptly crumbling to dust afterwards. Uraraka stared blankly at where it had been before turning her gaze onto Shirkuin. He offered her a tired, sympathetic smile and gently ruffled her hair. She leaned into the touch before catching herself and pulling away. Muttering her thanks, she stood up, eager to get the day over with. Somehow, in her terror-filled daze, the class had emptied itself out. Wondering why no one had stopped to check if the duo were going to leave the classroom, Shirkuin answered her question before she could even voice it. "I noticed that you were staring off into blank space. So did Tsuyu and Ida, but I told them that they should leave and I could handle it. Hallucination? Perhaps linked to the shichijo that was our battle trial?" He shouldered her bag before she could and clutched her hadan, guiding her out of the classroom. She kept her gaze on the floor, unsure if her composure would hold if she looked at him any longer. Nodding her head, she heard a grunt of affirmation before he squeezed her hand. "Can't blame you for that. It must have been pretty terrifying. I'm sorry for worrying you." Her eyes snapped up at that statement and she began to shake her head frantically. "It wasn't your fault. You were just trying to protect me and Ida. If anything, it should be my fault for being so weak." Before she could continue the train of self-loathing, Shirkuin clocked her softly on the head with a hand chop. She immediately glared at him and retaliated with her free hand. She grinned. "None of us could have predicted that Bakugu's temper would lead him to attempt to kill me. So quit beating yourself up about it. You did good, Uraraka." She scowled when he turned the blame onto himself again. "Only if you agree to stop trying to put the blame on yourself." He sighed exasperately, but the warm smile that stretched across his face demonstrated his true feelings. He nodded half-heartedly and resumed his duty of leading her out of the school campus. Lost in thought, they lapsed into a comfortable silence. While she was trying not to panic at how they were holding hands yet again, she put a firm foot down on the mental Tsu that was laughing in the form of croaking. She could only wonder what went on in his brain. Shirkuin was still an enigma to her, more so to their classmates. He always managed to say the right things at the right time, but never spared a thought for himself. Despite having to regenerate from yesterday's incident, he never complained nor brought it up. Shirkuin had even accepted the fact that she was traumatized about it and had taken it upon himself to comfort her when she needed it the most. Yet, for all he had done for her, what did she really know about Shirikari? He was smart, had a dark sense of humor and was willing to die for others. But what were his motivations? Why was he living on his own? There were many questions when it came to her first friend in UA, and with each one she somehow managed to answer. More always seemed to crawl out of the depths like a monster that regrew 2 limbs for every one she cut off. Her mood darkened at the thought. Putting on a determined face, she made a silent promise to get to know her friend, her savior better, before he managed to do something incredibly stupid again. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but it was highly likely that he had just been waiting for her to finish her train of thought. Shirkuin spoke up, not meeting her eyes. "You had problems sleeping yesterday, so I was wondering if you'd like to stay over again? Not that you have to, of course. I thought it might be better if you didn't have to go back to your apartment alone. Plus, what if something like what happened last night or earlier occurred again and you don't get someone to ground you?" He started rambling, only stopping when she placed a finger on his lips to cut him off. She gave him a genuine smile and he seemed to relax. "Just admit that you're worried about me." "I'm not worried. I just think that fine. You win." "So, are we going to go to your house first or?" "I need a change of uniform, this one needs to be washed as well." "Not a change of clothes?" Yours are more comfy." He flushed red and Uraraka quickly realized what she had just said. Instead of steaming with embarrassment, but still wishing that she could float herself into the sun, she laughed and patted him on the head, only making him blush even more. "I could get used to this." The rest of the day passed by quickly, similar to the previous one. Shirkuan had pointed out the closet in which he kept his old clothes and she quickly selected her new attire for the day. Another hoodie, this one was pink, to her amusement, and short pants. As usual, Shirkuan had the emotional capacity of a fried potato and refused to meet her eyes for a solid hour. Then she managed to coax him into teaching her how to cook, although she already knew how to, and got a ton of tips and tricks to make her life easier. It also helped that he was a god at multitasking. She watched with concern as he fried some vegetables while checking on the soup and chopping up some meat with one hand, and managed to catch any mistake she made before it could evolve into anything serious. After another peaceful dinner and another rage-inducing session of gaming, they decided that it was probably time to go to bed, and hopefully wake up on time in the morning. Standing outside the doors to their respective rooms, an awkward silence ensued. Uraraka debated the pros and cons of asking Shirkuan if she could sleep with him, not like that. When he finally dragged a hand down his face and mumbled that he was probably going to regret this, before dragging her into his room. It was a lot nicer when she wasn't viewing it at 1 a.m. in the morning, half delirious and flinching at every sudden noise and movement. A small bookshelf was in the corner, with a pile of books haphazardly stacked on top of it, rather than slotted neatly into the empty spaces. The laptop he had been using last night was resting on a table, with several pens and pencils, and for some reason, a knife, lying strewn across the desk. Glancing at the bed, she noticed something that she hadn't seen the previous night and picked it up. Turning to her friend with a smug smile, she watched him squirm as she patted the admittedly fluffy and adorable dog plushie. "I didn't take you for the type to sleep with stuffed animals." He grunted and looked to the side, shuffling his feet and refusing to meet her eyes. "Helps to anchor me to reality when I disconnect. Good for night terrors too." Uraraka stopped her ministrations and gently placed the plushie back where she found it, suddenly ashamed of how she had immediately teased him about it, and added that piece of information to the mental notebook she had on him, which was more of a booklet. He sensed the shift in mood, a sly smile that probably matched her own just a few moments ago creeping across his face as he abruptly lifted her, bridal carry style, and deposited her on the bed before flopping onto her. She coughed at the sudden weight on her, struggling for a few minutes before she dramatically collapsed, resigned to her fate. He grinned cheekily at her before shifting so she had enough space to herself. Slapping him on the arm for his actions, she moved so that her back was pressed into his chest, which caused Shirkuan to tense up before hesitantly inching closer and wrapping an arm around her. Having gotten into a comfortable position, Uraraka yawned, the stress of the day finally catching up with her. "Night, Shirkuan." "Good night, Uraraka." Once again, she woke up, crying out as she left her nightmare behind. Shivering and attempting to banish the images from her head despite the fact that they seemed to be burned into her retinas, she gasped when Shirkuan gently rolled her over to give her a hug, whispering to her softly. Uraraka felt tears well up in her eyes and she cried silently, for herself, for the boy who had gone through hell for her and still smiled like she had hung the moon and stars for him, embracing him tightly. As her sobs subsided, Shirkuan still ran a hand through her hair, whispering words of comfort. She gave a laugh that was more like a sob, closing her eyes and enjoying the warmth of a person who understood her and stayed strong for her. As she slowly fell back asleep, with a fragile smile on her face, the last thing she could hear was her friend humming a song softly, one that was both sad and enchanting at the same time. She felt something brush her forehead gently. "Go to sleep, my sunshine." I'll watch over you.